and together we can make a tangible difference in the lives of adolescent girls and women across Nigeria. So I wish you all a productive and inspiring workshop. Thanks to the facilitators in advance, and I look forward to witnessing the impact of your advocacy efforts in the days and weeks to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria, for that inspiring presentation. I hope I'm being heard in the room. I think the youth in the room will take that to heart and use that as a touch point for the training, because so much is expected of them, and then I believe they have so much to give. So your exaltation, as we would say, is well received. Thank you very much.
Dr. Chisoba, thank you so much.
Okay, so it's back to you, Abdul.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Chisoba, and thank you very much, Mayor. I hope I pronounced the name correctly.
Okay. It's not Mayor Abdul, it's Dr. Ana Maria Beja.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem.
So
you,
on our agenda, I'll call on Dr. Chisoba, who is a country director for IVAC, to give us opening remarks and also use that time to start the first session, which is the burden of cervical cancer and introduction of HPV vaccine in Nigeria. Dr. Chisoba, are you ready for us?
Yes, I'm ready. But I see in the agenda there's goodwill message by MPHCD. Are we getting that? Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So the agenda has goodwill message by MPHCD. Are we getting that?
Okay, so they're on their way.
Okay.
Once get to the goodwill message.
Okay, when they arrive, then they can give their goodwill message. Okay, so I'll start with mine. Good morning, young people of Nigeria. Good morning, esteemed colleagues from Gavi, Dr. Ana Maria Beja, and Ms. Mayor. It's a great pleasure to be here this morning. Forgive me for not being in the room. I had some last minute cancellation, which made it impossible for me to get to Nigeria for this training. But I know that our team there are quite capable, and this is a training that we've done multiple times. I want to first of all thank the Gavi Alliance for providing the funding that has made this possible. Beyond this training, Gavi has been instrumental to the introduction of HPV vaccine in Nigeria. Like Dr. Ana Maria said, HPV vaccine is one of the most cost-effective vaccine in the world. And Nigeria had waited 9 years before it became available, before we can finally introduce it and make it freely available for every girl in the country, regardless of her state of origin, the status of her parents. Gavi has made that possible for Nigeria to offer this vaccine to every eligible adolescent girl, and that is a fantastic thing. We also want to acknowledge the efforts of the federal government of Nigeria through the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency for steadfast pursuit of this vaccine, of introducing this vaccine in the country. The efforts of the partners like WHO, UNICEF, CHAI, Solina, of course, IVAC, and other partners is also acknowledged because government cannot do it alone. It takes the effort of a variety of stakeholders to make this happen. And I also want to recognize the importance of civil society organizations and youth organizations, of which you are representing. Young people represent the hope for this nation. And you young people who have taken the task of helping to address health inequities, helping to educate the public about vaccination programs, helping the country to improve HPV vaccine programs in the country. You have taken on an enormous task. You have taken on a credible task. So I really want to appreciate you and the effort that you are going to bring to the table. We want you to bring your creativity. We want you to bring your energy. We want you to bring your passion to this. Adolescent girls all over Nigeria must receive this vaccine in order for them to be protected from cervical cancer. You will hear all of that in this training. So as we have you with us for the next 2 days, please participate fully. No answer is wrong. No suggestion is crazy. Just bring your creativity, bring your passion, and let us together create the best plan to sensitize the public, the best plan to advocate to policymakers, the best plan to mobilize adolescents for the HPV vaccination. Thank you so much, and I look forward to continuing working with you throughout this process. Thank you. So I think it's back to me again, correct? I just want to check that the room is hearing me. People in the room are hearing me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My people in Southeast Nigeria, they say Anakokwaka. We've had two speeches and no claps.
Yeah.
Hand they pay us for that room. All right, so let's continue. So today, it's my pleasure to start off this training. We are going to have 2 days together. The first day is really about the training, and then the second day, we're going to have our human-centered design workshop to come up with your work plan to engage at different levels to ensure that HPV vaccination is a success in the phase 2 introduction states. So let me start by giving a background to the project. Next slide. Right. So this is a background to the project. IVAC is a center at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. We work to provide technical assistance to the Nigerian government, NPHCDA, on a variety of immunization activities. Direct Consulting and Logistics, DCL, is our long-term partner in Nigeria. And together we provide technical assistance to strengthen routine immunization in Nigeria. And for this project, we are focusing on HPV vaccine introduction. We are supporting the effort, and we are also bringing on board extended partners, different partners who hitherto had not been part of the immunization program, particularly youth-led organizations. There hasn't really been any effort to integrate young people or youth-led organizations into immunization programs in the country. So this is the first time, as far as I know, that we have a conscious effort to have youth organizations be part of a new vaccine rollout. And it makes sense because the HPV vaccine is targeted to adolescents, as you would hear. So our aim in this project is, first of all, to identify youth-led organizations or young individuals who can support efforts to spread information about HPV vaccine, the importance of the vaccine, and the need for parents and adolescents to, accept the vaccine. In this workshop, we want to work with you, what we call co-create. We want to co-create with you activities that you will implement to improve acceptance of the HPV vaccination in the communities. In order for you to do the activities that we will work together, we're also going to provide to you micro grants to implement these activities. And then, because this is the first time we're doing this, we want to document what worked, what didn't work, and how we can improve the engagement of youth going forward after this project. So those are the 3 top things that we have on our minds to do through this project. Next slide. So here is a snapshot of what we plan to achieve. Each of you from 16 states, so we have either the 16 of you who are there, you are either representing an organization or you're representing yourself as an individual. You know the rigorous process that we took before we selected you. First of all, through the expression of interest that you responded to, and then the selection by our team, and then the final interviews that gave rise to 16 of you. So you are a select few from more than 200 or so young people that applied. We've narrowed down to 16. So 16 of you will go on to, in the states that you come from, you will go on to identify one local government area where you will implement your activities. And those activities entail training vaccine champions at the ward level. And those vaccine champions you train at the ward level will then go on to identify champions at the settlement level who will support and participate in sensitization and mobilization. So both you, the master trainers, your ward vaccine champions and the settlement vaccine champions will participate in sensitization of communities and mobilization of communities, with a focus on adolescents, with a focus on bringing in the youth language, the youth energy, the youth vibe into the work that you're doing. Next slide. So this gives us a snapshot of the duration of activity. From now, I think we have about 6 months or thereabouts to work with you. But the entire duration of the activity started from January, when we set up the project team. And of course, I talked about the expression of interest. And then right now in April, we're conducting the training. So this is your training right now. And then after this training, in the 3rd week of April, we would expect you to now cascade the training to the World Vaccine Champions that you will select in partnership with the State Primary Healthcare Development Agency And then the month of May, after the training and throughout the month of May, before the MAC campaign is rolled out, we would expect a variety of activities from you: social media sensitization, community sensitization, advocacy, mobilization, and so on and so forth, to help ensure the success of the MAC campaign in the 21 states. And then thereafter, we will focus on documentation and lessons learned. Next slide. Okay. So when we do all this, we expect the following to happen. Number one, we expect that you will be equipped to carry out these HPV vaccine advocacy, training, mobilization. So you have the knowledge, you have the skills, you also have the resources to do it. And we expect that when you do this, we assess you, we expect that at least 80% of you will demonstrate improved knowledge about HPV vaccination. And then finally, in the communities where you work, we expect that the social mobilization activities will occur, and in the communities where you work will show higher vaccination coverage than similar communities where we did not have this type of youth activity. So the onus is on us, is on you, on all of us to prove that this model actually works by having higher vaccination coverage in the places, in the communities where this intervention has taken place. So for today's session, my part of the session, we're going to learn about cervical cancer in Nigeria. We're going to learn why it's a big problem and why this vaccine introduction is a really, really exciting development for the women of Nigeria, for the men of Nigeria as well. So we're going to learn that. Next slide. So before we start, I would like to ask us a question, and unfortunately, I'm not there in the room, but my colleagues who are there in the room can hand the microphone to a volunteer who wants to volunteer to tell us what is cervical cancer. Can we get a volunteer that will answer what is cervical cancer?
Who want to volunteer? What do you understand by cervical cancer? Okay, thank you. So how is your name?
My name is Angela and I represent in United States. Cervical cancer is a cancer that affects the cervix.
All right. Thank you very much. Just want to try again? Anyone? Okay.
So the next question is, what causes cervical cancer?
Okay, so you answer the three questions. Thank you.
No, you can ask someone else. Someone else can take it.
Okay, someone else. Okay, so let's start with what causes cervical cancer?
HPV, human papillomavirus.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sunday. So how can you prevent cervical cancer?
Cervical cancer can be prevented by 1, sensitization, and 2, vaccination.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you to the volunteers. I think I think I can go and sleep now because you all know the information. Permission to go and rest?
No.
Right. Okay, next slide. Okay. So I want to share with you the picture of cervical cancer in Nigeria. It is a major public health issue in Nigeria. Like one of the participants said, cervical cancer is cancer that affects the cervix, which is the neck of the womb in a woman's body. And we all know that cancer is an abnormal growth of cells, and it can occur in any part of the body. But this one that affects the cervix is cervical cancer. And when cancer occurs, because it's an abnormal growth, because it's an uncontrolled growth, it grows beyond the borders of the organ where it is, and then it causes damage to surrounding tissues, and it can spread to other parts of the body. And cancer, we know, is usually fatal. In Nigeria, cervical cancer affects more than 12,000 women every year. So every year, more than 12,000 women get a diagnosis of cervical cancer. Every year, nearly 8,000 women die from cervical cancer. So if you think about it, people usually use luxury bus as an illustration. How many people does a luxury bus like I don't know, The Young Shall Grow? How many people can that bus carry? Can you tell me? Can someone tell me how many people can a big luxury bus carry at a time? Volunteer? You can just throw out a number.
You said? Who was volunteer? More than what? More than 50. Okay.
More than 50. Luxurious bus, yes, luxurious bus. How many?
33. Okay. So 33, let's do 33.
33. Okay,
yes.
Who can calculate for us how many luxurious buses are in 8,000?
How many luxurious buses are in 8,000?
Yes. If one luxurious bus is 33 women, how many luxurious buses are in 8,000?
242. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you appreciate the gravity of what cervical cancer does to women? 200 and something luxury buses of women dying every year from cervical cancer. Because when we say 8,000, maybe it doesn't ring a bell or it doesn't connect. But when you put it in terms of this type of picture, you know, if a luxury bus crashes and everybody in it dies, it's going to make headline news. If two luxury buses or luxurious buses full of people die, it will make headline news. And you can imagine the number of women dying silently from cancer every year in Nigeria. So it is really a major public health problem, and it is the second most common cause of cancer deaths in Nigerian women. And we all know the challenges in our healthcare system. Even for some women, it's difficult for them to treat malaria. They may not even have money to treat malaria when they're ill, not to talk of cancer. So treatment for cancer is expensive anywhere in the world, in Nigeria as well, and it's not covered by insurance in Nigeria. So most women with cervical cancer in Nigeria end up dying, really. Unlike in other parts of the world where because there are good screening services, the cancer can be detected on time. But in Nigeria, screening services are few and far in between. Women who have it don't get diagnosed until late because they don't know about cervical cancer, because they don't know about screening, because there are no screening services. So, you know, inevitably becomes a death sentence for women who have it. So it is a good thing that we have this vaccine that is going to help address the problem. Next slide. So cervical cancer causes death, yes, but on the way to causing death in women, there are so many other social, economic challenges that come with it. So I want a volunteer to help us read the story of Alice. So this is a true story. Alice is probably one of the 10,000 women that get diagnosed with cervical cancer every year. So let's hear her story. I need a volunteer to help us read Alice's story so we can understand, we can walk in the shoes of somebody who has cervical cancer, somebody who is struggling with cervical cancer in Nigeria. So let's have a volunteer read the Alice's story.
Okay. A volunteer from River State, Abiola Taiwo, right? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. A volunteer should read. Oh, yeah, at least. Well, depend to do like it is. She waters rolling down her face and tears rolling on such a
We can't hear her. Abdul, we can't hear her. So maybe it's her location in the room. We can't hear her.
So I think I brought one other vision.
Abdul, we cannot hear her.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear us?
We cannot hear her. She needs to come where you are. It looks like where you are has service or has better network. So she needs to stand where you are to read because we can't hear her.
Okay. So can you? Hello, Dr. Silva, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but the lady reading, I can't hear her.
No.
Okay, can you hear? Okay, it has been on Alice. Okay. It is better to die than to live like this. The pain is too much at intervals. Tears rolling down her face as she. It started with what I told was a normal waist pain. The state always ended with being prescribed painkillers. Kill almost of brain. So I traveled to Abuja hospital. There, I was told I had a tooth killers and drugs, and still did not seem to do much as the condition. I read as if I was about to die. I was then rushed to the same place. This time, I saw another doctor who asked me 3 weeks later, I received a diagnosis. So the doctor said that it was due to the pressure of the enlarging tumor. Therapy immediately. and I was referred to National Hospital. The diagnosis disrupted her business life in all imaginable ways. And was eventually let go. She moved from her home in Yemen, leaving behind her husband and 6 children, to accept recommended treatment. Her husband started saying things about the not supporting me with funds for treatment. I am emotional and psychological burden for the treating cervical cancer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for reading. Just some housekeeping. Abdul, I seem to hear you well, but I don't hear other people well. They come in, their voice comes in and goes out. So perhaps where you're standing has better network. So whoever wants to talk into the microphone should stand up and stand where Abdul is standing, around where he's standing, so that we can hear you well. Okay?
All right.
All right. So let's put that to the test. So what can we hear from the story? What are the consequences of cervical cancer? So can somebody answer us and stand around where Abdul is standing? So let's put it to the test and see if it's the position that's making it
Answer. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good morning. The consequence of cervical cancer is that it's going to be a burden and it's going to change a lot about your life. You're going to pump in money that you don't have to with. It's going to stress your emotional balance. There's a lot of cervical cancer to be done. I'm happy to be taking this training. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
I think I heard this last speaker better than the first one. So Abdul, whoever wants to speak should stand around where you are.
All right.
Thank you so much, Anna Maria, for stopping by. We appreciate you. Okay. Okay, so let's move on. So we've heard that cervical cancer has, wide-ranging ramifications on people's lives. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, I just want to, take some time, not too long actually, to show that cervical cancer occurs in stages, right? On the left, you have the picture of a normal cervix. You can see that the borders of the cervix looks smooth. It just looks smooth. It's all pink in color. And then the next picture to the right is a cervix that has cancer in it. You can see it's kind of yellowish, like there is fatty deposits in it. And really, by the time the cervix or the cancer has reached this stage, is actually close to stage 1B or stage 2B, as you can see in the other picture. So cervical cancer occurs in stages, and it takes a long time to go from HPV infection, which is what causes cervical cancer, to full-blown cancer, okay? And before it gets to full-blown cancer, when it's just HPV infection, there are hardly any signs and symptoms until it's too late. Next slide. So, like we said earlier on, the early phase of cervical cancer usually doesn't have any symptoms. So that makes it difficult to detect. But symptoms usually begin when the cancer has spread. Symptoms like vaginal bleeding after sex, bleeding after menopause. So menopause is when women usually stop their menstruation. So if a woman has stopped her menstruation and starts bleeding again from the vagina, then it is a cause for concern. Then it can also present as bleeding in between periods or having heavier or longer bleeding than normal. There's also, a sign that women can see, which is discharge that is watery and has a strong odor. Pelvic pain or pain during sex can also occur as a sign of cervical cancer. And then in more advanced stages, when the cancer would have spread beyond the cervix into the surrounding tissues, the woman or the person can have difficulty passing stool or bleeding from the rectum when having a bowel movement. They can also have difficulty in urinating or see blood in their urine. Like we saw with Alice, they could also have dull back pain, swelling of the legs, pain in the abdomen, tiredness. One thing to point out is that these symptoms that occur during the advanced stage of cervical cancer can also be caused by other conditions. So it's important that when women have these kinds of signs and symptoms, that they don't ignore them and that they actually go and seek care and don't delay treatment at all. So next slide. So we already know that the human papilloma virus causes cervical cancer in most cases, about 95% of cases. And we know that there are different types of human papilloma virus, as we'll see in the next slide. The most common type of the human papilloma virus that causes cervical cancer is type 16 and 18. So those are the ones that commonly cause cervical cancer, and they are called the high-risk HPV vaccination, HPV human papilloma virus. And this virus is transmitted through sexual intercourse, through skin-to-skin contact of the genital area, through sharing of sex toys. And HPV infection, for the most part, is common, and it affects both men and women, of course, sexually transmitted. So it can go from two sex partners. And it's really common that most people will get some type of HPV infection in their life, but their body will clear it. So the thing to note is that there are over close to 200 types of HPV, but there are only a few of them that cause cancer and cause genital warts. So a lot of people can get infected with the low risk type or the other kinds of HPV, and their body will clear it, and they would never know that they ever got HPV infection. But there are some people who will get the cancer causing type or the high risk type, and their body doesn't clear it for some reason, for one reason or the other. And then those are the ones that now go on to progress into cancer. So nobody knows who is going to progress into cancer if they get HPV infection. And that's why the vaccination to prevent the infection is the best control approach. Next slide. So HPV infection itself, again, usually does not cause any signs and symptoms. We talked about cervical cancer when the infection has progressed into cancer. So the early stage of the cancer typically are don't have symptoms until you start getting to stage 2 and so on. HPV infection itself also does not cause signs and symptoms. So most people who have it will not know that they have it. But HPV infection not only causes cancer, it also causes what we call warts. So warts are like growths or lumps on the skin. It can occur around the genital areas. It can occur in the mouth. It can occur on the skin. So these genital warts and some of these skin warts are caused by HPV. There are other things that cause wart as well, but HPV is a major cause of warts. Next slide. Okay, so again, this is repeating what we said to say that while HPV infection is common and many HPV types are, don't cause any problem or any condition, a few of them cause cancer and warts. And it affects both men and women. So the cancer that occurs in the mouth and in the throat, we call the oropharyngeal cancers. Then, of course, the ones that occur in the penis and the anus, we call genital cancers. And then you also have the skin, the warts that occur on the skin and in the genital area. So these are some of the places or locations in the body that cervical cancer, that HPV affects. Next slide. So how do we prevent HPV infection? There are three major ways of preventing HPV, of preventing cervical cancer, okay? To prevent cervical cancer, you can prevent HPV infection, and that's through vaccination. It's through vaccination, it's through practicing safe sex. And that's why WHO has recommended that girls who are aged 9 to 14 years should be vaccinated with the HPV vaccine. And they are vaccinated early before they are exposed to sex, because that's a primary prevention against being infected with HPV. And then also that now prevents, progression into cervical cancer. You can also prevent cervical cancer through secondary prevention, which means that even if the woman is infected with HPV and the high-risk HPV types, if she undergoes regular screening with either pap smear or HPV testing, they can detect the early changes in the cervix. And once those changes are detected early, good news is that cervical cancer is one of those cancers that have a high cure rate if it's detected early. Okay. If it's detected early. So treatment can be successful. So we have primary prevention through HPV vaccination. We have secondary prevention through regular screening. So when you do your advocacy, talking about the vaccine, it will also be good to talk to the mothers and the older women about cervical cancer screening. Next slide. So WHO has a global strategy to eliminate, not eradicate, to eliminate cervical cancer. And there are 3 targets that have been set. The first one is that 90% of girls should be fully vaccinated with HPV by age 15. Second one is that 70% of women should be screened using a high performance test by age 35 and again by age 45. And then the third one is that 90% of those who are identified with cervical disease should receive appropriate treatment. So when they go for screening and they detect the precancerous lesions, they should go for for treatment. Even if it's advanced, they should also go for treatment. So 90%. So the slogan for this is 90, 70, 90. 90% vaccination, 90% screening, 70% screening, 90% treatment. So Nigeria has signed on to this elimination agenda. Next slide. So as a result of this, the Ministry of Health has introduced the HPV vaccine, right? So HPV vaccine is used in many countries. It's been used in, the first country to introduce it was the US in 2006. And since then, other countries have used it. The first country in Africa to introduce it was Rwanda. Millions and millions and millions of girls have received this vaccine, and boys as well have received this vaccine since it's been introduced. So, and before then, rigorous scientific studies have shown that the vaccines are safe, they're effective, okay? So that is a very important message that needs to go to the communities when we are doing our advocacy, because at the last introduction, the first phase of the introduction, there was an outbreak of misinformation saying that the HPV vaccines are not safe, they're going to cause infertility and all. But the truth is that the fact is that these vaccines have been in use for many years and they've been shown to be safe. Okay, so people ask about side effects. Like every other vaccine, there are some side effects, but generally the vaccine is well tolerated. But some of the side effects are local reactions. So when the place where the vaccine is given, there might be local reaction like pain, redness, or swelling. Some girls might have a little bit of a fever, and then and all these mild side effects get resolved. They're temporary. They get resolved within 24, 48 hours, and the girl is back to normal. There might be some very rare side effects called anaphylaxis, which is why sometimes when the vaccine is given, there's a period of observation to see if the girl reacts to it in a serious way. But by and large, the vaccines have been safe. In fact, with the phase 1 introduction, more than 4 million girls got the vaccine. So, and it's been well tolerated. So, so what is being introduced in Nigeria, the vaccine that's been introduced in Nigeria is called the Gardasil 4. So it has antigens against 4 of the serotypes that cause cancer and genital warts. There are currently there's a two valent vaccine that's called Severix. There's the 4-valent, which is what we have in Nigeria, and then a recent one that has just been introduced in the US is the 9-valent vaccine. But the 4-valent vaccine, where we're seeing all this, efficacy and reduction in cervical cancer, is also what we're using here. So it's the same quality that's used anywhere else in the world. There's no different quality that's brought to Nigeria. Next slide. So the government, the NPHCDA, has introduced the HPV vaccine. The first phase was last year, October 25th, in 16 states. And the way they introduced it is what we call MAC campaign style. So this is multi-age cohort campaign style. So what they do is girls who are age 9 to 14, so age 9, age 10, age 11, age 12, 13, 14. So those 6 years, they get the vaccine. So they go to schools, they go to communities, they go to, sometimes they can go to their homes to give them the vaccines. And so that has happened in the 16 states. It's about to happen again in the remaining 21 states where you are from, your states. So it's the same MAC campaign approach that is going to be used. And what we are giving in Nigeria is 1 dose. And that 1 dose has been found to be as effective as the 2 doses. And that's recommended by WHO. After the campaign, after this introduction campaign, it now goes into the routine system. That's the HPV vaccine goes into the routine system. So by 2025, only girls who are 9 years of age will receive the vaccine. So that's when it goes into routine. Next slide. So here are the 21 states that will receive it. You should know all of this because you're from there. Next slide. So I'm going to end with some key messages, which are very important for you to know. Number 1, there is extensive research that has shown that the HPV vaccine is safe, well tolerated, and this is based on rigorous testing. Second thing, the vaccine is highly effective in preventing cervical cancer and other kinds of cancers caused by human papillomavirus. So it's not only cervical cancer that it can prevent, it can also prevent the anal cancers, the penile cancers, the oropharyngeal cancers, which is why in some other countries, they also give it to boys. The HPV vaccine is recommended for both male and female, but because there's a global shortage, right? The global community is actually prioritizing the vaccines for girls. Number 1, because cervical cancer is actually more common than all those other cancers. So women are more affected. So that's why they're prioritizing girls for cervical cancer. But if women are protected, then if you don't have an infection, then you can't infect somebody. So there is secondary protection that also can go to the boys. Now, HPV vaccination not only protects vaccinated individuals, but it can also contribute to herd immunity. So even if you're not vaccinated, it can protect you. But that happens when a significant proportion of the population is vaccinated. Next slide. So in addition to preventing cancer, like I said, the vaccine also protects against genital warts. Now, like I said again, it's important to recall that while the HPV vaccine is highly effective, even in vaccinated individuals, regular cervical cancer screening is recommended for early detection and treatment of any abnormality. And the reason for this is that, the vaccines are effective, but it's not 100% effective. So maybe it's, the 5% that's not effective, you still want to be sure that, you're doubling up your protection. So it's almost like a double prevention. So primary prevention from vaccine, secondary from screening. So the vaccine provides long-lasting protection against HPV infections and the associated diseases. So even the 1 dose has been shown to have long protection. And because of the way the HPV is transmitted, that's why vaccination is given at an early age. Because people may ask you, can my 30-year-old daughter get it? For in the Nigerian program, 9 to 14. But in the private sector or in other countries, it can go up to 26. But the best protection anywhere is among the youngest girls. I think this should be the last. Next slide. So a few slides here just shows you what cervical cancer looks like on the surgeon's table. Sometimes when people are doubtful about the value of this vaccine, it may help to just show them what the vaccine is preventing. So viewer discretion is advised. So can you now quickly go through these slides and then end it? Questions?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Chizoba. Please, round of applause for our please. You can. So any question? It's almost jumping. Okay, I'll start with Bruno.
Okay, thank you for this wonderful presentations. I have a few questions. The first thing that came to my mind was because the moment you say cancer, people can start thinking differently because of the effects and the kind of effects that cancer is supposed to have. You have answered all the questions, but my issues I have back to the communities. We need to start thinking of how we can put tackling and misconceptions of people, because there are a lot of vaccines that came and go. And our people attitude has contributed enormously to the failure of these immunizations, especially my brothers and the government scientists. I want to say that you talk about men are also part of this. But you give more priority to ladies. I also need more clarification on that. And my second question is also on the issue of targeted age, because it's selected, but just got everyone. And when you say you are targeting because of those ladies who are already close to 6, I don't think this one is a reality. Now say about our ladies of today, then does that vaccine also give treatment? That's my questions. Because if they are affected and administer those vaccine will each want to treat this as well. This is another question.
Okay.
So married women and symptoms. And would they also going to be administer those vaccines? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Chizoba, before you start answering the question, for that question,
I can't answer because I didn't get what he said. So you have to tell me what he said.
Also, we pick. It's not ready. This no, okay. It's on call. Okay. So, Dr. Chizoba, why our politic was asking question? We have the director of GCI, Dr. Rufai, Mohammed Rufai, who joined us. So we taking his good call. So Dr. Ahmed Rufai is the director of GCI from MPCDA, that's National Marine Healthcare Development Agency. I believe you what it means, right? So it's an agency that governs called active. So while we are waiting for him, we take the questions again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abdul. And I'm looking forward to hearing Dr. Rufai's goodwill message. I'm grateful that he's here in person to, to come and grace us with his presence. So the question or the set of questions that was asked, I actually did not hear him well. So can you repeat the question for me, please, Abdul?
So, well, I'll do that later. Let's do the Rufai is going to take the giving message now. This is
Okay, great.
Our honoring director of PCI for NPCA.
Good morning. The results. Good morning.
Just let us.
All right. All right. So, my name is Rufai. For the purpose of this meeting, please call me Rufai. Forget Dr. Fat. I currently hold the position of the Director of Disease Control and Immunization in case. But for the purpose of this meeting, we're all good to call me Rufai. Forget about the Director. So, yes, I am quite happy to be here. Actually supposed to be talking to some people who are talking about monkeypox right now. I think monkeypox vaccine, but I think this is a lot more interesting than HPV vaccine. Reason being that it's something that we've seen one way or the other happen to somebody we know or somebody we know who know that person. And the one thing I want to tell you guys about cancer in general is that it doesn't discriminate. You can go to the West, and it's not about, it's for people who are dirty or people who do not clean themselves or people who eat certain type of food. No, it's a condition that doctors are still struggling to be able to actually put a hand to how this happens. But one thing that's good news is that there's a vaccine that can actually prevent one of the cancers, and one of the very common cancers, especially the cervical cancer. Yes, we agree cervical cancer is the cancer of women, but hey, he needed to put a woman. That shows the importance of this. So maybe there's just a special kind of condition for women too. But one thing that science has helped us to do is that we put knowledge to be able to come up with a vaccine that works. And this is not a new vaccine. We're just going to bring it into the Nigerian immunization schedule. So it's a vaccine that has been around for a long time. In fact, in Abuja, the vaccine sells for as much as 75,000 for just one shot. And people tend to, the brand that they have, mostly private, so 3 shots. So it's a vaccine that even poor people cannot just afford. So just put that at the back of your mind as you go on to meet with your people in your different states and actually have to talk to them. It's a vaccine that we need, that we would have introduced a long time ago. This journey started in 2015, but as part of what we are in Nigeria, we're having a huge population, getting the quantity that will come to Nigeria and having to start properly with power. Thankfully, we're not able to get that. We're rolled out in about 15 states. So we're going to the remaining 21 states. And I believe that folks like you, after these few days of engagement, would be better informed. And I want to believe that you guys here are guys who can actually walk into different situations and be able to make their mark, and be able to put out words and get people to listen to them and be able to mobilize people. That's what I wanted to hear about. The age group of the vaccine, as I said, the reason is very urgent. I heard my brother from, I'm sure from Bauchi, say that why the age and all of that. So the thing is, we need to work with data. I know that the issues of always getting to that. We need to work with data. So our most current data says that children, girls in Nigeria, get initiated into sexual intercourse at the age of 14, 15. So to catch them young, we say, okay, let's get 2 months before 14. We know there are different angles. Let me give when somebody contacts the virus, it stays for like 15 years before it starts manifesting. It's actually a long time, right? So this virus is one of those weak viruses. It comes, it goes, body flushes out, it keeps coming. It's a virus that basically all of us here, if you have been introduced to sex, being married, having a partner, would have seen it or must have come in contact with it. The data shows that 90%, 85-90% of human beings in the who are engaged, who are not vaccinated. So yes, and it's not just that it's only to women. The virus also goes to men because it's sexually transmitted. So what they think is men will not have sex, and men will not have sorry. Last year, the specialism, 2 girls, 123, the other 26. They went on this upsnare. 7 are changing, and they're already at stage 1. So that's 23. So let's calculate back to when people it's 13. Remove 3 years from here, 6, 9, 4, 6, 9. It's actually changing. So the earlier you don't really get the vaccine, the better. You would not value that something Nigerians don't value anything that doesn't. If electric shocks you now, somebody's going to it. So that depends on whether outside, like a wicked person in a nice person. If a wicked person like me, you allow the person to get small shock. That's not really understand that the person so that's the lesson. Nobody in electrical shock, but if you're a nice person, that is not good. Really same person. But the thing is that we need everybody. We need the to speak to this. We need men to speak to this. We need the youth to speak to this. We need CSOs. We need everybody out there. Make sure people understand about all this. Because one thing I'm going to tell you, I'm going to warn you beforehand, you will meet folks who will come at you and tell you that these stories that you're telling, we'll meet them out there. So just be ready. The thing that you can do is to get more information. And I'm sure these folks here will give all of that. Just get more information and be ready to get confrontation or fight anybody. But you know, you win constructive arguments and tell them this is what it is and show them that Nigeria is just the 26th country in Africa to actually introduce this as we are seeing this Saudi Arabia. So nobody can come and tell me about each other. They say one of the things here is that the vaccine causes what is it? Thank you, infertility. And they say it during polio. And the question I ask is all 2020, 2003. 2003 to now, guys calculate the age. The children that receive vaccines and the girls that receive vaccines, they are mothers already. In this vaccine, it's truly. The thing is, I think we kind of marry for children, right? In Nigeria, most times. I'm not saying we don't love our wives, you know, but I'm just. I hear that still possible fertility, you'll not be able to have children. Why don't do? It means it's a quick step. Anybody can just push that story there. The question I ask is how come they're free for that's not beginning to possible fertility. When people create their 70,000 naira just to buy land. So check out. Anyhow, I want to welcome all of you to this very, very important meeting. Please listen to them very well. Ask questions. Don't be shy. So I stand there like questions I can answer about this is still awesome. It's not that issue. We've rolled out to 16 states, we go to 21 states by May, and by the special grace of God, with your help, with the work that you bring to out there, with all the sensitization there, with the mobilization. And I want to believe that the youth in age difference, show us what you can do with this vaccine. Let's trust a bit and say, okay, I sell this to the people. It's not something that you know anybody, it's something that, in fact, there are 6 countries across the world. Also, why is it Saudi Arabia? Why is it Israel? Israel, they get 100% coverage. Then you don't come and say, not take out, are you okay? It's some other thing you want them to do. You understand? So that's what it is. The vaccine today saves the lady of a very, very serious problem in the future. So we'll see. We've not been around somebody who had cancer. Trust. I lost my sister to cancer. It's no joke. You know, it's the person. It's no joke. For like 3 months, I was sleeping on the chair like this. I was praying, knowing fully well I was going to die. I was just praying God to just stretch it small. 2-3 years, you know. So it is what it is right now. I'm not going to give my elder out. That's not spoken like this. You understand? But it is what it is. You understand? So if we have an opportunity to prevent things like that, so let's take it, let's embrace it, let's listen to all of them, let's take the message back to us, let's do this work. Wishing all of you very fruitful evening, engaging sessions, and very, very engaging sessions where you get to know lessons. Be ready to fight. I'm not saying no, be ready to fight. We'll come at you. It's no. Anytime you're making a good thing, we'll fight. So thank you very much.
Dr. Rufai. Dr. Rufai. Dr. Rufai. Abdul.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Abdul, can you call Dr. Rufai, please? Mayor would like to say a word.
Okay, go ahead.
Is Dr. Rufai there?
Okay, go ahead.
Is Dr. Rufai there?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Mayor would like to say a word. She's okay. Mayor would like to say a word. She's
Hello, Dr. Rufai. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rufai, for taking out the time of your very busy schedule. I can imagine to share your insights and your valuable experience in this workshop. My name is Meher Shah, and I work in the Public Policy Engagement team at Gavi. Our director, Anna Maria Behar, from the Public Policy Engagement team, had also joined the workshop right at the beginning, and I'm sure she'll be very upset to see that she missed your participation. But just a word of appreciation and really to acknowledge the time that you've put into engaging with the youth champions that are in the room and the government's vision and their commitment to the introduction of the HPV vaccine at such a critical time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Permission to leave. I need to go open another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rufai. I appreciate your presence.
Okay, thank you very much. Out of tight schedule, still find time to my join us. So once again, that's our title of TCI for MPHCA. So we'll go back to the question and answer. Dr. Oba, can you hear us? Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so the representative from Bono has three questions. So I will take that since 4 questions. Okay. Yeah, let's just. So the first question is.
He's not here to take his
Where is he?
Step out to the first right?
Step out. Okay, so let's go to the next person, please. Your question. Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to that. He stepped out, so let's take the next person. All right. Can you just put this?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chiloba, for this comprehensive presentation. I just have one question. Given the magnitude of the consequences of cervical cancer, and also the WHO strategy elimination, who says 90% vaccination for all girls, I think there is a very great need for awareness in the state. Then in my state, there is very low information and knowledge about cervical cancer and HPV. So I want to know why we're just working only in one local government in this. That's the question. Why only one local government in the states? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. From Ebony, right? Did you get that?
Yes, I did.
Do you want to respond to all the questions while you respond together?
Yes. Thank you so much, our youth from Ebony. Why one local government area? This project is part of wider efforts that is being undertaken by government and other partners. So this is not the only HPV related activity that will happen in Ebonyi. And as you know, if you know, in projects are scoped according to, let's say, the funding or the interests or even the capacity. So there's only one of you that has been selected, and we can't expect you to be able to cover more than one local government area. So we want to make sure that where you work, you give it your best, and then you do quality rather than quantity. So that's why we're limiting your efforts to one local government area, to make sure that the effort you put in will yield results. There will be other efforts in Ebonyi State, as you would know, because by the time you finish, one of the things we ask you to do is to go and introduce yourself to the HPV working group in the state. And from there, you will see that there are other activities that will be happening and being supported by other partners and by the government. So rest assured, it's not only your LGA or the LGA where you're going to work, where HPV awareness activity will happen. Okay? But we just want you to focus on the one LGA that we've assigned to you and make sure you deliver that LGA in terms of getting the girls vaccinated through your advocacy campaign, social mobilization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. So take from 9. Oh, sorry, that one.
Full feedback, and as it relates to HPV, it's very, very expository, and of course, a lot of lessons have been learned personally. However, I have some questions that relates to still with community engagement, especially when we talk about environments that we have. You can already see there will be a good number of non-compliance cases, maybe due to the fact that, like from Niger State where I come from,
we have a lot of remote environments. And of course, these are some of the things that lack of education, formal education also causes setbacks. So it's important that, for example, talking about these adverse events following the vaccination, what are the measures that we can put on, to ensure that we quickly pass information of these adverse events to these people so that they won't come back to us after we have given them vaccine, and then they'll be telling us of all these things. So we can quickly tell them what they will see and how to quickly correct it. So the presentation helped us with what they might as an adverse event, but what are the things that we can also provide a solution, to ensure that they get this information right, and they can also help themselves in case they have such events following. And then I would like to also know the number of doses, that will be given to these clients, to ensure that they are fully and well immunized. And then I would also like to know that if people with underlying sicknesses, is there cases of people that should not take this? Are there underlying sickness, people that with some underlying sicknesses that shouldn't take HPV vaccine? If there's any sicknesses or underlying sicknesses that can we have a number of them so that at least to a large extent we'll also be able to get them informed that if you are with this particular sickness or online sickness, please do not take HPV vaccine so that it won't worsen the case of the client. And then my last question goes to the preventive approach. You talked about practicing safe sex. It's also important to know exactly what are the measures to really practice safe sex. Are we using condoms that you can really use to practice safe sex to protect themselves against, I don't know, of practicing safe sex? What are the practical approach to these so that we can also pass key messages, some of these things as key messages to the client or to that as a very strong preventive measure for HIV. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dewale from Niger. It's over to you, Ma.
Okay. So I know you asked 4 questions. I have 3 down. So when I finish the 3rd one, you can remind me again what the 4th one is. Adverse events. You said, what are the adverse events? So there are, like I said in my lecture, there are mild reactions that can come from the vaccination, just like any other vaccine that we know, measles, BCG. The mild reactions are things like swelling at the site of the injection or redness. You can also have fever. So what to do when you have that? For the fever, for the swelling, for the pain, you can take paracetamol. Even if you don't take paracetamol, within 48 hours, it will clear because it's temporary. And it just shows that your body is mounting, the appropriate immune response to the vaccine. So it's nothing to be worried about. For the severe adverse events, like the anaphylaxis, which is a severe allergic reaction, maybe to the components of the vaccine, is actually very rare. Even throughout the first phase, I'm not aware, I haven't heard of any of those rare adverse events have occurred in the first phase. So they are rare, but we have to give credible information, because it has happened somewhere in the world before. So we have to provide that information that it's a rare side effect. But because it's rare, is unlikely to happen. That's how it is. But how do you address it? I said, after girls are vaccinated, the health worker would observe the girl for maybe, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes to see if there will be an adverse reaction or adverse if this anaphylaxis shock, because it's usually an immediate reaction to the vaccine, right? So observation will help identify that. And then if that happens, they have the remedy for it. So they will have to give things like adrenaline and, resuscitate. So that is I think that's the answer to your question on adverse events. Are there any contraindications, let's say underlying conditions? Are there any contraindications? The one contraindication that we know so far where there's caution that's advised is in pregnant women, right? So that's where caution is advised. Apart from that, no major contraindication. In fact, girls who have HIV infection are supposed to get they are supposed to get more than 1 dose. So Nigeria is introducing the 1 dose after it's been shown to be effective in the general population. But girls who have HIV are advised to receive at least 2 doses because you know what HIV does, it reduces the immunity, and so they need more of the vaccine to mount an appropriate response. How do you practice safe sex? Safe sex is abstinence. There's the ABC of safe sex, isn't it? Abstinence, be faithful, use condom. Those are the 3 ABCs of safe sex. I think I got, then I think your last question has to do with how many doses. It's 1 dose that has been given in Nigeria for the general girls. But
Yes.
So if the girl has HIV, then she's supposed to get more than 1 dose, 2 doses at least. Thank you.
Yes. All right, thank you, Dr. So can you hear me? Okay. Move.
Those are also advised to
I can't hear him more.
those who have taking these vaccines are also advised to still undergo regular screening. Does it mean that there's every tendency that they will also be affected by the HPV? After being vaccinated, yeah.
Just ask the question you answer.
Did you hear me, man?
Abdul, can you tell me what the question is?
Hello, man. Can you hear me? I said, from my understanding, those who have taken these vaccines are also advised to be undergoing regular screening. Does it mean that there's every tendency they can still be infected after taking the vaccine?
Good question. So the vaccine is, can you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay. So the vaccine is effective, okay? But it's not 100%. So the vaccine efficacy is probably like 99% or 95%, right? So, but for that 1% where it may not be effective, we are saying women should screen. So 95% of the women who have taken the vaccine will not need the screening at the end of the day. But you don't want to be that 1% that it may not be effective for. So that's why it is recommended, even if you've taken the vaccine, you go for screening. And the chances are that if you go for screening, you'll find that you're still protected. But it's all about an abundance of caution, right? It is still better to take the vaccine than not to take the vaccine. Okay? So the fact that we're saying screen is not an indication that the vaccine is not effective. The vaccine is effective. So screening is just adding an abundance of caution because it's cancer we're talking about. It's cancer we're talking about. So cancer is a deadly condition, and so ensuring that you cover all bases is really important. Thank you.
Oh, do you see how let's take one more question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Kingsley now from Cross River State, representing Healthy Child and Adolescent Initiative. Thank you very much, Ma, for taking out the time to brief us on HPV and vaccine, including cervical cancer. My question goes this way. As a youth-led organization, I would like to know if it is possible for us to do more than one local government, because in Cross River State, we have 18 local governments, and those communities, they do not have good knowledge of HPV. So it will be a privilege for them to have this vaccine. So from our own end here as an organization, we don't work alone. We have people we work with as a team, or possibly by collaborating to see how we can do more than one local government. It will be something very great if we can have this. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. So let's just take one more question, right? Answer that is over. Sit down.
Thank you so much for the lecture in this round. My question, I'm actually picking out the question from the answer you gave. You said that in case people that have the HIV should be given for more than 1 dose. So my question is that in the course of the work, is it permitted to give more than 1 dose to the girls that we meet that they are having HIV? Is this permitted? The second question is that you said there should be screening for the people that undergone the vaccination should also enjoy their screening. I want to ask some of the intervals on the screen. Is there a duration to the screening? I mean, timeline.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have enough questions. So Isoba, over to you to answer 2 questions from Cross River and 2 questions from universities.
Okay, thank you, my friend from Cross River State, for your interest in expanding the scope of work to another LGA, just like the question that was asked before. Honestly, you're free to do advocacy or sensitization beyond the LGA that we've assigned you. If you have partners that you want to train to carry on the work and sensitize their LGA or their community, in fact, it will be highly welcome. It will be highly welcome. It's just that we don't have additional funding for that. But if you are able to raise resources to do that, that would be fantastic, because this work is important, and if you can spread it beyond the confines of what we have scoped out for you, that would be fantastic. Then the other question about HIV, you're asking if you find someone with HIV, should the person be given the 2 doses? So first of all, let me say that, we're training you to do advocacy, to do sensitization, to do mobilization. You are not the ones who are going to be giving the vaccination. Just to be clear about that. Then the second thing is that the health workers have been trained, so they know what to do when they find, a girl with HIV. They know how to adjust the plan. Moreover, this is a campaign, right? So every girl that comes is going to get the first shot. For most of them, is the only shot they are going to get. But if the health worker or the vaccinator has identified that the girl needs another shot, they will probably give her, a card to an appointment to come back at the right time. So the health workers have been trained on what to do. And then you asked again about the screening, I believe. My answer is still the same answer I gave before, that the recommendation to still screen, even if you've gotten your vaccine, it's not to negate the importance of the vaccine or to cast doubt on its effectiveness. There is no doubt the vaccine is effective. It prevents cervical cancer. It prevents HPV infection. Screening is just to be doubly sure that in that 1% where it may not be effective, that you're still covered. I believe that's your question. I think you said something about duration, but I wasn't too sure what you meant by duration. But I don't want to take too much time. I know you guys have a lot to cover today. So thank you very much for your, how often should the screening be done? Okay, it's the same recommendation that WHO has given, which is screen at least once by age 35, and then once again by age 45. That is the minimum. I know some women screen every year, some screen every 2 years, some screen every 5 years. But that WHO recommendation, that public health recommendation, that's what it is, right? Well, once by age 35, once by age 45. Okay, thank you.
You can do that again, please. Okay, so before we go to the next session, the Bono guy has some fantastic questions. So I'd like to just take that as the last question, please. Sorry. So the first question is, how does men survive the effects of cancer without the vaccine? That's the first question. The other question is, how do you want to roll out this vaccine differently so that the target age can be fully vaccinated? Second question. The third question is, what measure did you take to tackle myths and misconceptions, that's rumors around vaccine and HPV vaccine? And the last one is, does the vaccine treat affected patients? Does the HPV vaccine treat affected patients? Can you just quickly help us take that? Thank you very much, Dr. Zoba. Over to you.
Okay. Does the vaccine treat infected people? No, it does not. It doesn't. It's a prevention. So when you get vaccinated, your body now stops you from being infected with HPV and infected with the strains that are in the vaccine, with the serotypes that are in the vaccine. Okay? So if you're already infected and you get vaccinated, it doesn't do anything for you. And that's actually another reason. Let me also come back to the point. That's also another reason that the recommendation is that you should continue to screen even if you've been vaccinated. Because if you're already infected with the HPV virus, particularly the high-risk one, you're already infected and you get vaccinated, it's not going to stop you from being infected. So it doesn't treat the infection. The vaccine does not treat the infection. The vaccine prevents infection from occurring. So those are the two responses to that. Then how do you ensure that vaccination coverage is high among the target age group? This is one of the ways we're doing it, by engaging you and making sure that, and getting you to be part of the team so that you can sensitize young people like you. You can sensitize their parents, you can sensitize community leaders for people to accept the vaccine. How do you address myths and misinformation? We are going to have a session on that, so I'll pack that until that session. And then I can't remember what your last one is. How do you want to roll out the vaccine differently so that the target age group can be truly vaccinated? How do you want to roll it differently? I think I would leave that question and that answer to you all when we do our HCD session tomorrow. You can tell us what we can do differently to make sure that young people are fully vaccinated. First round, we didn't do too badly. We had 80% coverage. If we can get higher than 80% this time, that would be great. So tomorrow, come with your ideas on how we can improve phase 2 better than phase 1. Does the vaccine treat infected? No, it doesn't. All right, I think I've answered all the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Chizoba once again. I believe we've learned a lot, right? I know you have enough questions to ask. Please keep compiling your questions. We can always respond to them offline, as in after the training. We have time, you can send it to us. We give you a detailed response. So not wasting much time in the next section, which is the section 2 of today's training, which is frequent asked question and addressing vaccine hesitance, which will be taken by one of my colleagues, one of my magazine. She's a research associate from this year. Please, another applause for her, please.
Thank you, Abdul, for monitoring my name. Okay. So we'll be talking about frequently asked questions on HPV vaccine, nation, and addressing vaccine. Yes. Okay, so I have a few questions for you here. We're going to do this over here. So the first question is, why should anyone take HPV vaccine? You've heard a lot from the first session and you've also asked a question. So why should anyone take the HPV vaccine?
To help you this.
Okay. And to help you their immune system. Anyone else want to say something different?
To guide against them, getting the HPV virus.
Okay. To prevent the cancer. Okay, that's it.
So the crazy HPV, we are also prevent so that
Right, thank you. You've all answered very well. So next question. Out of 100 parents you ask, how many of them do you think will agree for their daughter to take vaccine? Just pick up.
Okay, it actually depends on the.
It depends. Okay, just give me a random answer. Out of 100, number. Just any number.
70.
70, okay.
95.
95. 90. 100. I have to decide. 60. Okay. 60. 80. 80. I like this. Second.
On the way you size the people.
Okay.
So this says 180, 90, depends on the way.
Depends on how you sensitize them.
Yes.
I agree, but we're not going deep now, just like a random question. Okay, so what are the likely reasons why some parents will not give consent for their children to get the vaccine?
Most of the needs.
The what?
Most of the need behind it.
Okay,
That's cultural and religious.
all right. Well, so what's to say?
Sometimes also needs.
Okay, anything from that table?
Inadequate information.
Inadequate information.
Wrong information. Because of the use of expression senses through the injection.
Oh, okay, so because it's injection.
Yes.
Okay,
Lack of information.
but if it was tablets, people take it
Yes.
more easily. Okay, they will.
Trust issue.
Trust issues, power,
Process. There is still process.
force sensitization. Okay.
You know, manner of approach.
The level of mentality.
I agree. Level of mentality. Okay.
Manner of approach.
Manner of approach. So let's move forward. Thank you for all your responses. So you've given reasons why you should take the vaccine, which is clearly obvious for all you guys so far. Some of you think that 60% of people who take vaccine if it's offered to them or will agree for their children to get vaccinated. Some said 80, some said 90, 95, and so on. And the third person said moderate, which is very interesting. I haven't heard that before. And then reasons why people will not take the vaccine is because of how it is given to them, trust, myths and misconceptions and all of that. So next slide, please. All right, so this is a study that was done by the NHS before the first phase of rollout last year. So this is just data from that survey that they did. They did this survey across 16 states because you know that the introduction was phased. So in the first 16 states, they did this assessment about a month before the rollout. Now, what you can see on okay, so what you can see on this side is knowledge, and what you can see on that side is the round boxes attitude. And you can see that the knowledge are lower. So people who know about HPV, 37%, people who know that know what disease it causes, people who know that males are at risk, people who have heard about the introduction, people who know when the introduction will happen. Then towards attitude, you have people who consider themselves at risk of HPV infection, people who are worried that a close family member can get cervical cancer, people who have given their children routine immunization, people who are willing to allow their children to take the vaccine, and people who are concerned about possible side effects of HPV vaccination. So towards attitude, you see that there are more people who are receptive to the vaccine, but the knowledge is low. And as we saw with COVID, and we've seen with many other things, Dr. Prime was giving an example of polio, right? This knowledge, lack of knowledge can be a problem because if you don't know, then it means that you can either know the good or the bad if you don't already know the good, right? So I'll come to you when I ask questions. You have a concern on it? Okay, we'll address it after.
What I was looking at, following this attitude, it depends on the location that you make this choice.
Yes, right. But this was from 16 states, so it's not like it was done in a remote place. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are some of the reasons people will accept the HPV vaccine? We've already talked about them, so I'll just run through the ones I have. So the first reason is that they trust the person who recommended the vaccine to them. So let me ask you a big question. How many of you have bought something because somebody said that they bought it and it was nice? Just raise up your hand today. Almost everybody. So the rest of you, peer pressure does not affect you. Okay. How many of you have, that's okay, maybe you don't like to spend money. What example should I use now? How many of you have taken something because somebody gave it to you and said it was nice? It's not your money now. They gave you, they say take. Maybe you don't want to make it. Not necessarily that you don't want, you were indifferent. It could be that you didn't want it, or it could be that you were just correct. It depends on the person. No, let's not scientific in this place. You're always telling me it depends. Just direct question now. I give you a bottle of water, for example, and you take it because it came from me. That's what I said. Yes. Okay. But people that are up there, let's go. Let's leave this other people that want to confuse us here. Right. So if someone that you know and you trust gives you something, you are more likely to take it than if it comes from a stranger. Yes or no? Okay. If someone you know and you trust tells you something, even if it's not true, because they said it, you are likely to believe them, except you know that this person is a liar, then you know that you will not believe. But generally, if they say something, you just go with it until you are giving another information that is contrary and that you know is more valid than what you have before. Okay, please next. So the next one is that they trust the immunization providers. Next. The next. Okay, they trust the safety and the efficacy of the vaccine, and they understand the burden of cervical cancer and the need to prevent it. So this is just for like millions of reasons why people take the vaccine. So it's not exhaustive. And as you have seen, there are many others that you know that I haven't put on the slide. So we'll talk a bit about vaccine hesitancy. The WHO defines it as a delay in acceptance or refusal of vaccination despite availability of vaccination services. So just to mention that there are many reasons why people do not take vaccines, and there are also many reasons why people take vaccines. Like you saw in the graphs that I showed before in the slide, 2 slides before this, there is lack of information, right? Which is a very big reason why people, you know, do not accept things. Now, this is the continuum of vaccine hesitancy. So you have refuse or refuse but unsure, delay or refuse some, accept but unsure, accept all. So I may say that I will take other types of vaccination, but I will not take HPV vaccination. I may say that I will take the one that they put in the mouth. I will not take the one that is injection. I may say that I will take the one that's injection, but I will not take the one that they put in the mouth. I may say that I will take the drip, but I will not take anything that you put here because I don't want to have mark in my hand. I like the way my hand looks. You know, so there are different reasons that people take or don't take vaccines. I may say that I will not give my child vaccine because I don't want her to have COVID-19. All of these are reasons that people have, you know, and many more for why they don't take vaccines. And it is unique to every individual. So just the same way I can tell you that I don't take a certain kind of soup because I don't like it. It may be your favorite soup. Or I don't take a certain type of water because I don't like it or because I feel it has taste. That may be all you drink and you've never tasted taste that I call it taste. You know, so it's unique to every individual, just like our faces are. There are no two people, even identical twins, there's a difference between them. One may have one small mark that differentiates them. You know, one may wear glasses, the other may not wear glasses. So there are different, you know, unique reasons for individuals why they may accept or may not accept vaccines. Next slide, please. So what are some of the reasons why people would not accept the HPV vaccine? I'll just run over this because we've already, spent time here. So we have the gap in knowledge. You can see my tree here. There's gap in knowledge which can be filled with different kinds of information. And as a tree is, whatever you plant is what will grow. So if you plant good information, you will reap what? Good information. You reap what?
The question again.
If you plant good information, what will you reap?
I'm still putting.
Still putting. You want excellent outcome. Excellent outcomes. Oh, I like that. Good attitude. Good attitude. Okay.
Sweet mangoes.
Sweet mangoes. I like mango. You reap trust in plant information. So if you plant that information, what will you reap? Bad results. Okay. Anybody else? Sorry? Utility. Okay. Self-ambition. Rejection. Right. Lack of integrity. All right. Thank you. So here we have concern about targeting young girls with vaccination instead of boys and girls. Next. Misconception about the vaccine causing infertility. Next. Wrongly associating the vaccine with promoting promiscuity because it is a sexually transmitted disease. And like we said, this list is inexhaustive, but now that's one of the essence. Yes, that's one essence of us having this training because now we can give you sufficient information. So when you go back to the communities, like you said, in Cross River, there are 18 LGUs and many of them don't have this information. So you are the bridge now who's going to take it to them because if you don't give them what is right, they'll hear the wrong thing from other places. And that has the potential to give us many more food that we are not looking for, right? Next slide, please. So now we're going to be talking about frequently asked questions on HPV vaccination. And the way it will work is that I'm going to leave the mic with you now. You read them one after the other. So who wants to start for me? So you read the question and you read the answer that shows. So let's start. Okay. Yeah. So just hold this and then when you read the fast.
Okay, can I read now? Yeah, go ahead. Why is the vaccine only for girls?
So read.
The HPV vaccine will only be given to girls because women have. Research has also showed that the HPV vaccine is more effective. 9 to 14. Additionally, girls within this age group are prioritized because of the global shortage of the vaccine. Only girls aged 9 years will be eligible to receive the HPV vaccine for free in Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Who else wants to read?
Okay, the question is, how do I know my daughter is getting? So the answer is you can use major events that happened in the year around the time when the child was born. Children ages 9 to 14 were born in 2010 to 2015.
All right.
To ask a few questions. So what important event happened in this country in 2010?
Okay, anything else?
Election. Okay, which president was in? Should you know? What major thing happened in 2014?
Was it like
Right? Because the discussion of that would start. And I'm not saying that true people that or what.
sorry?
Okay, so let's take over other things that happened in the country around that time. So we said, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? You have something? Yes.
The children that were given birth to during the duration of good judgment and before breastfeeding.
That time.
That was only
COVID was 2020. Thank you. All right, so who wants to read the next one?
But if by this thing that the child is not in that age bracket and the child was vaccinated, does it have any effect?
No. Next. Okay. Next one. Who's reading next? Let me go this way. There are many, so you still get to. So
My child just turned 15 last month. Can she still get the vaccine? Yes, she can get the vaccine, but not through. She can get the HPV vaccine at the private facility at a fee to be determined by the hospital.
but we hold that so you can hear you.
That the five groups are advised on ancestry by spend first and further treatment.
And my son, yes, they can get the HPV vaccine. However, Nigeria is not. Yes, they can. However, Nigeria is not prioritizing males because of the high burden of cervical cancer disease in females in Nigeria and due to global shortage of the vaccine.
When the vaccination starts, the first phase of the HPV vaccination launched on the first phase of the HPV vaccination launched on October 24, 2023. Phase 2 will begin in May 2024.
Will the vaccine be free? Yes, the vaccine is free.
Yes.
Okay. Will we go to the health center or vaccine to us because of transportation? The vaccines will be available at health centers, but mobile vaccination teams may be set up in key locations in some communities for vaccination. Try and locate the closest vaccination team that will be in your community.
Okay. We will have to pay for the vaccine after this rollout period. No, the vaccines will continue to be free for adolescent age 9 to 14 as
Nigerian girls get married at age 13. Okay, how long will the vaccine protect the girls? Nigerian girls get married at age 13. Is this girl that to date, ongoing monitoring of the vaccine for HPV vaccine, which Nigeria introduced, has demonstrated that vaccine effectiveness remains above 90%, with no warning of immunity through at least 10 to 12 days after immunization. People who are vaccinated may eventually require it. This vaccine will continue to protect them from HPV and its consequences.
okay, yeah. Okay. Is that why is the vaccine only one dose? The single dose Gardasil or HPV vaccine has an efficacy of over 95%. However, immunocompromised girls with HIV and AIDS will require 2 doses of the vaccine.
How does the vaccine react with the body? The HPV vaccine works by stimulating the body's immune system to produce antibodies against the human papillomavirus. The immune system recognizes the viral proteins in the vaccine and produces a response that provides protection against HPV infections.
Does the vaccine have any side effects of the girls? Like any other vaccine, the HPV vaccine may cause non-serious side. Common side effects include pain, redness, swelling at the injection site, as well as headache, fatigue, and also joint pain. Serious side effects are rare.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. The question is, what if you have been exposed to HPV? Will the vaccine still work? The HPV vaccine is most effective when administered before exposure to the virus. I've already been exposed to some types of HPV. The vaccine can still provide protection against the remaining HPV types covered by the vaccine. Therefore, it is still recommended to receive the vaccine if eligible, regardless of previous HPV exposure. Okay, before us to read again. Can the vaccine cause infertility at the girls? Okay, of the girls? No, the HPV vaccine does not affect the fertility of girls. I'm not sure what that is. Once this vaccine promotes promiscuity, the HPV vaccine is not designed to promote HPV infection, which can be contacted at any point in time. HPV infection can cause diseases like cervical, anal, vaginal vulva, oropharyngeal cancer, and genital warts.
Question. My daughter cannot be promiscuous, so why should she take the vaccine? Yes, your daughter may not be promiscuous, but the HPV vaccine protects her in future when she gets married. Marriage does not protect against cervical cancer. Girls who are virgin can still get HPV from their husband when they get married.
My last reader, that's over to you. Okay.
There are reports that you can get cervical cancer from using soap to wash your private parts. How do I get the vaccine for cervical cancer in such cases? Cervical cancer is caused by infection with human papillomavirus. HPV is sexually transmitted and cannot be contracted from someone.
Okay, thank you all so much for reading for me. Let us give ourselves a round of applause. All right, thank you so much. So I hope that this answered some of the questions you have or some of the questions you anticipate. Exhaustive, so there will still be more. And thankfully, you are all on the WhatsApp group, right? So when you go out to speak to people and you encounter questions you cannot answer, put your question in the chat. We'll respond to you as quickly as possible. If it's an urgent scenario, like Dr. Chisa mentioned, be attached to team members. So quickly call up the person and say, they're asking me this, so I don't know what to say. And you get a response from one of us if we can answer the question, and if not, we'll point you in the right direction. So these are just a few do's and don'ts when you encounter a person who is reluctant to take a vaccine. And like we mentioned, it may be for many reasons. They may just need some more information or some more lodging to, help them change their mind or make a better decision. So first of all, you listen with empathy. So if I'm talking to you and I say that, let me use a very personal example. I don't like dogs. You will think I'm just a dog hater until I tell you why I don't like dogs. Who can guess why I don't like dogs? No, I don't think anybody will guess it. Who can guess why? Okay, I was too judgmental. Yes, I've been bitten by a dog before, and I've had about 11 stitches from a dog bite. So I don't like dogs, and that's my reason why. But if I tell you that some that I don't like dogs, you just think that this is one of those people that don't like dogs until you know that I had a personal story, behind you, not liking dogs. So you say with empathy because people actually have reasons why they say they don't take vaccines. There are some that it's just absurd, even to you, but what's absurd to you may be normal to another person, and it's their concern. It's a valid concern. So listen, don't judge them based on because you know more. Sometimes when we know better than others, we tend to see through the eyes of our knowledge instead of seeing the experiences of others. Ask clarifying questions. So if I say I don't like dogs, you will not say, why don't you like dogs? You ask me nicely, oh really? Why? Why not? What happened? Or do you have any personal experience? Or do you have someone who has had an experience? When you come off the high horse and speak to people on a one-on-one basis, you are more likely to get their attention than if you are doing I know that so ask clarifying questions. If I say that, you will not say, really, what does that mean? Or you can ask me what does that mean because you want me to explain. It may just be that I have something wrong with me, so I'm not feeling cold when everybody else is cold. Or the place is hot and I'm feeling cold. I tell you I'm cold, the place is hot. You ask me, is everything all right? Then I'll tell you, oh no, actually, since last night I've been feeling feverish, so everywhere I go is cold. So you have to ask those questions so you understand exactly what the person is saying. Then you can now know how to address their issues, right? So be polite and respectfully seek to share your knowledge. So don't just go and show something in somebody's face because you know what's good. You have to speak to them politely and say, okay, this thing you're saying, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not exactly like this. Then you now proceed to give them all the information that you have politely and respectfully. Don't go and cross fight because of HPV. And then you equip them with the right information to take an informed decision. Then this thing you say, you can take a horse to the stream, but you can't force it to drink water. So you will do your best to give them everything that they need, right? So that it won't be said that you left this thing with a stone unturned. You give them everything they need so that on their own, they can now come to the decision that this thing is good for me, right? So don't dismiss their concerns or opinions. Don't impose your opinion. Don't affirm a misconception. So as much as you want to be nice, you want to be respectful, you want to be helpful, if somebody that says something that is not true, you will never say it's true. You won't say it's true because you know that that does more harm than good. So don't affirm and don't judge again, like I've said. So with that, I've come to the end of my presentation. Any questions? Questions? Okay, yeah. There's some things here that my colleague would like us to read. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 people. First, start from the
What are HPV vaccines? HPV vaccines provide protection against certain high-risk human papillomaviruses that cause cervical cancer and other types of cancers.
Thank you.
She gets HPV vaccine in Nigeria. Girls aged 9 to 14 will be offered the HPV vaccine through the National Immunization Program until which only girls aged 9 years will be eligible to receive vaccine from public health facilities. Girls are offered balance of cervical cancer among women.
Thank you.
Have there any side effects of the HPV vaccine? Like any other vaccine, HPV vaccine, which are temporary. Common side effects include pain, redness, or swelling at the injection sites, as well as fever, headache, fatigue, and also joint pain. Serious side effects in your cough with the hungry.
All right, thank you. So let's just go to questions. You have a question?
Okay, my question is about this swelling at the injection site. I have a sister that she has the swelling. This night she means permanent. So in the case of this swelling there or at the injection site, was it something that will remain permanent or something that yes, because body yes, body defects or to be
All right. I will defer that question to Dr. Chizoba. Mark, can you hear us and did you get the question? So the question is, she says she has a sister who any injection or like I guess injury to swells of an immense permanent. When he takes the vaccine, we need swelling remain permanent. Because we said one of the side effects is swelling at the injection site.
for all injections. Like sterilization, I think I remember the one she has. It remains like that. It's yes. No, not scar. I'm not talking about scar, swelling. Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, so I don't think it's a very good sticky question now, but I noted it down. I'll answer it for the end of the case. All right, any other questions? No questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mamaka. Please, round of applause once again. Done the justice to this session. So, how's it going? Are we tired? Are you sure? Mr. Wale, Are you tired? You look tired. Okay, please, let's warm up. So we go for tea break. Is that what? So we go for tea break and come back to continue to move to the next session, which is the community activation. We're diving gradually into the what? Into the activities. So go for tea break. Just check there's a hall here. Yeah, yes. Please, for those fasting, they'll take away for you. So I have to wait for just 20 minutes. Let's try to work 20 minutes. Okay. So you have what we're waiting for, Lexi. Everyone, right? Okay, so if we look at our agenda, we are going for the section 3A, which is the community activation for HPV vaccine introduction. And I have my colleague, Lower Tosin Awilade, that will be taking us to this section. Please, kindly welcome to sing. I've been doing a lot of work on the PowerPoint since the beginning. Thank you very much. This way is the mic. Okay.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I hope we are all refreshed since one week and senior lecture back to back. So we're taking you like colleagues said on community activation for the HPV vaccine introduction. Don't mind me, sometimes I'm using glasses, glasses just to kind of serious because when they see community activation, everything's kind of just so I'm trying to be serious. Glasses. So this kind of first was okay. So when you're trying to fix the background image, everyone can see themselves, right? Okay, so this session is more of an interactive session. It's not more of a lecture like the other because everyone we are all into communities and most of us have worked in the community one way or the other. So we're going to be teaching each other. So it's not in fact most of the things I'm going to tell you, you're already familiar with a lot of them. So next slide please. So we'll start by asking you key questions there. So key steps for effective community engagements. I'm sure some people already know what do you need to do to talk to the community to engage them. Anybody? Oh, thanks. I think the first thing is to meet with the gatekeepers of the community, that is stakeholders. All right. Thank you so much. Anybody else?
I think we went through the data. First person actually to like get to watch.
Thank you so much. Okay. So the next question is what are the common challenges you face when you are in the community? Okay, well, the challenges you face in the community engagement is one thing you will here to give them one. Thank you so much. We see that we all, in fact, we should all be lecturing this, we should all be teaching this subject. So these are like things that are very, very common. And anyone else have anything for that? Okay, so let's dive into the lecture. Okay, so care of community, like just I don't want to assume that everybody's familiar with the term community. Some people might not know what it is. It's what comes to mind when you talk about community anymore. Because I said we're all teaching each other, right?
Thank you very much. Welcome to my mind where we talk about communities. That is a grassroots. That is where we start from to create an awareness.
Thank you very much. Next slide. So So community is just that have interest. So you most likely will find a community that speak the same language, have the same religious beliefs. They have a lot of similarities in the way their views are similar. So when you're bringing in HPV vaccine to people that already have a similar mindset, let's say they already have this mindset that we don't take vaccines, we don't like vaccines, you most likely go to a community and you see that most of them are not going to be taking the vaccine. Not that some people will take, so most times they are always having a lot of similarities because of their beliefs and because of their language and the fact that they're interacting with each other. Next slide, please. Move that. All right. So community activation is engaging the community and using an approach. You're trying to empower this community in a way that they can be able to conduct activities without little interference. I'm glad a lot of you have asked some questions this morning that why one LGA? So in one LGA, some LGAs have 10 words in one LGA. There's a saying that they say you cannot be El Shaddai unless you die. So you can't be in all these broad communities. You can't be in 10 places at the same time. You can only be in one place at the same time. I'm glad you mentioned that there are community gatekeepers in each community from the reports in the settlement level. So you want to make sure that you give them the right information. You are trying to, it's like the way I have been talking to you guys, but I'm also handing over the baton to you. So you are trying to hand over the baton to the community so that when you are not there, they can continue to champion this activity. They can take this activity, like I always say, there's this, you always have this, I'm sure at one point in time, you have met this apropos neighbor that will carry your baton. Like exactly, I'm saying, this thing happened to my auntie, she's like that. I will be like, okay, you said, don't you have the same? Because I'm like, she didn't even child vaccine. I mean, one there's one thing. I don't give that child vaccine. So we want people that will carry this HPV vaccine message and champion it and own it and spread the right information within the community. So yours is to activate them, yours is to motivate them to engage them in the right way. Like my colleague said in the last session, if you don't plant good fruits, good seed, you will not bear good fruits. So you need to give them the right information so that when you are not there, some of these questions that they are throwing at you, some of these gatekeepers can answer them when you are not there. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you're trying to activate them, you're trying to empower them with the right information. That is what it means to activate them. Like you have also said, your state, most people don't even have idea or information about what is the HPV vaccine. So this is what we are trying to do, is that as you going back to your state, you need to know the right you're going to engage so that they can have the right information and activate their community and spread the right message and encourage people to go and get the vaccine when it comes next month, which is where I believe that's when it's going to, that's they don't shift the date, which is when the vaccine will be introduced, when the rollout starts. More people will come and they will be encouraged because of the work that you have done. Next slide. Okay, so before I go to the next slide, so what are the benefits of this community engagement? You understand their needs. Every community is different. They are, like I said, similar in different ways. A group of people that are similar, so their needs are different. They cannot all be the same. So when you try to activate them, you try to enter this community, you need to know what exactly is the need and be able to assess their needs. At the same time, their participation is key. Like I said, you can't be in energy. You need them to be able to carry this message by themselves. So if you do this, it will encourage them to participate in this program. It will encourage them. Once you can get them involved in this program, then it's easier for them to continue to spread the message because they take it as their own. Then obviously their own they own it and they are committed to it. Because if they know how severe cervical cancer is, they know that you think somebody just died. The thing about cervical cancer is you won't know a woman has cervical cancer unless she says it. You can't go for a private part to see, wow, you won't know. You just somebody died. And sometimes you see, maybe some years later, you hear that it's cervical cancer that maybe it's not something that is visible, is in the planning part. So you won't even know what killed our sisters, our mothers, our aunties, unless they get to know. So if they know how severe and how dangerous and deadly this is, that's when they take it seriously. So that's one of the reasons why we need to activate them in the right way and not say, oh, it's preventive. No woman should die from cervical cancer. You should lose a wife for cervical cancer. It's something that is, you know, if you have malaria, you get malaria treatment, but it will be insane to die from malaria because these are things that are preventable that are treatable. But although this is not treatable, cervical cancer is not treatable in some cases, especially when it's not to be advanced, but it is preventable. If you can make sure that this person doesn't die of the senseless disease, then it makes sense to talk to them and activate them. So that's why we made them to cut our ownership, because they didn't know how powerful getting HPV vaccine is. They take ownership of it and they say, in my own community, I will make sure I protect my community members. Look at Israel now. They have 100% coverage. They're making sure there's no girl is left, no stone unturned. So that's what we want you to do. So obviously, you know, their capacity, because now they have the knowledge. And knowledge, say, is power. So if they have the knowledge and they know what they're supposed to do, and they are able to encourage and increase participation of this HPV vaccine, then they already know. So they can, even if people say, come and start spreading months, they already know what they're supposed to do. Exactly. So there are three steps to community activation. I would like to, although I can say, well, I would like to ask, so like somebody mentioned gatekeepers, right? So if you want to enter, there's the community, there's the activation and there's community exit, right? It's just like you, in for those that did economics, there's the product introduction, the maturity stage, and the declining stage. So the same thing, you can't be in every community, but as much as you're in that community, when you enter the community, what are the first things to do, which is what I call the community? You have to prioritize. Everybody knows there's limited resources. So, and how do I maximize resources I'm being given? Excuse me. So, like my Dr. Chilomaro said, you have, we're going to give you 600. So, with the little resources you've been given, how do you prioritize and identify the stakeholders that will assist you in this community engagement? So we know this vaccine is a multi-age cohort. It has limited age restriction because the one is we give. So you have to prioritize so that the people that will motivate you in respect to the eligible girls to collect this vaccine. So we have the caregivers and we have the adolescents. So we all know that if you want to talk to the parents, which are the caregivers, there are people that they call fractional birth attendants in the community. You go meet them, oh, mother, like Mama Kechi, this, as you're giving birth, or you're talking to them in their groups when we women are having kids, talk to them about the HPV vaccine. You can even talk ginger the fractional birth attendants to help you spread the right information. Then we have heads of families. Especially in the world, I know that the respect and in other communities as well, the heads of the family have a powerful voice. So you have to map out these key stakeholders like my sisters and gatekeepers in the community. Then we have more development communities, those people that you know that are important in the community. So sometimes when you look at all these people, like the healthcare workers, there's a way that you would activate them. I'll speak on that later on in my slide. They are important in the community. So you need to know whether it's a religious leader for the adolescent girls, right? So those are very, very key people in the community. Then for this, because question happens, youth leaders, that's why I put it in general groups and specific groups. So the specific groups are targeted at the adolescent girls, so like the youth leaders, the head teachers. You can talk to people in the schools to encourage. And I know that when school authorities get involved, the coverage is much, much high because many people see their points getting vaccinated. Because we've seen cases in phase one whereby parents want to get their daughters to get vaccinated, but because of the pressure, you see the other girls, they say the girls don't want to get vaccinated. So you cannot neglect any group in this stage, even though my colleagues must have mentioned in the other previous training, there's plans in the future to vaccinate boys, but for now, because the vaccine is really expensive and it's limited, so we are focusing on girls because of the burden of cervical cancer. But in advanced countries, they vaccinate both boys and girls. So for now, there's still plans, but for now, it's girls we are vaccinating, right? So next slide, please. So there is the community mapping templates that will give to you. We are not going to leave you at orphans when you are going to your communities. We are going to share that booklet with you. Hopefully we'll bring booklets tomorrow so that you guys can see this. We have a booklet for you guys so that you can map out key stakeholders. So like I mentioned earlier, if you look at the traditional leader, so some communities that the traditional leaders they are good and effective, but you'll be surprised that the youth leader might be more effective in spreading the right information, and the right traditional leader might engage, might not be interested in your issue with us. So it's your job to prioritize and see, like I mentioned earlier, is it influence, is it high or low when it comes to this HPV vaccine? It might have high influence in other aspects, but in this HPV vaccine introduction, it doesn't have a lot of interest, and is it ready to push your agenda to the right to where you want you need to push it. So these are the things you need to, you can't just say, oh, I know this is my committee, I've been to this committee so many times, I'm traditional leader. I might be surprised if I'm not interested. So it's for you to understand your traditional leader, understudy the stakeholders, the key stakeholders you want to use. So you might be surprised that even the youth leader, like the CSO we engaged last year, behind the chamber CSO, he had a sister or an aunt, I can't remember, but he had somebody in his family member that died of cancer. And that was the motivation. He didn't even need a lot of things, whether there was resources or not. He would try, when sometimes he didn't have money, he would try to a distant community. And now the Gavi and our funders are really engaging him because of the kind of work he did last year. He was self-motivated because of he didn't want anybody else to die of cervical cancer. So he will go to communities and talk to them and encourage them and talk to the key stakeholders that every girl must be vaccinated. So he had a high coverage. And that's the kind of stories we want to hear. We want you all to go back and do wonderful things, because you won't be here if we didn't believe that you could do it. We brought you here because we know that you have the capacity to engage and give the right information. And sometimes we would know, because later on my colleague discuss how we are going to track you or not, but we would know when we are doing the work. And that's what we want you to do. We want you to go back to these communities and engage them and make sure that everybody, if you can even put it down, but this is my own personal goal, that everybody in the community I'm going to work in would get, every girl would get vaccinated. And that's like the kind of story, success stories you want to hear, that our founders are calling you, they want to know you, they want to involve with other things, because this is not just a stepping stone for a lot of. So that's the kind of things you want. So once you start, you're going to sensitize, you're going to choose whether it's a sensitization. Sometimes if you're going to have if it's group dialogue, maybe you want to talk to the men together. So you have to choose which kind of strategies do I want to use, because I'm trying to enter this community. So you choose your strategy. Okay, next slide. Okay, so if you're going to the community, you can't go like a farmer without cutlass. If you are going to be prepared, so you need some simple things like renting materials, the reporting template. Like I said, I would bring everything so you guys can just, especially when you're doing your HCG, you might just have a feel of what is everything is inside the activity plan, because you're going to plan how you want to go in, the reporting templates, because you're going to be giving us report of all the activities you are doing. In fact, that's one is very, very important for you to keep that report, because they had issues of CSO saying, I've been working, how many people are saying I've done the related activities, but if you're not reporting to us, how do we know the activities you conducting? If you're not posting it on social media, which my colleague will later come back and discuss in other session, how do we know what should be No, I'm sorry, go back to the last slide. Go back to the. So the next session, my senior colleague will come and talk about raising vaccine champions. I won't really dive much into it because she's going to touch on it. You are going to raise vaccine champions, which is one of the stakeholders, the gatekeepers there, one of the part of your vaccine champions, because you need them to be the apropos or the apropos person that was going to spread this right information about the HPV vaccine. So they want to carry this message. You're going to raise vaccine champions in each of your communities, in the communities you're going to be engaged with. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So you're going to meet with these key stakeholders to give their support. You need to determine a convenient venue, a centralized venue, like we all are aware that the Muslims are fasting now. They need to, maybe let's say I want to enter the Muslim community, I would have to discuss with them, is it best to talk to you in the morning, or you don't want to be disturbing somebody that is doing their evening and start saying HPV vaccine, they just chase you away that this is not the time. So you need to know the right time to commit to the community. There are some communities that have community meetings. I'm sure we're all aware of that. Maybe that's the right time to go and meet with them. Then you need to create the tools you need. I just discussed all the tools that you can make sure that you don't go unprepared. You have solid all your ask questions, all these things are going to ask you. Don't be surprised if they ask you some questions that you don't know, like information. You will have to send those messages. Okay, they ask you this question, you will tell them I'll get back to you. They're not sure of the right answer. So you should just please be prepared because you are going to commit and the new vaccine. I'm sure only older vaccines don't get much resistance to the new vaccine because the new vaccine, lots of them resist and want to say, I don't want this vaccine. You understand? So because there's already mistrust out there, so you need to be prepared. Then also you need to seek their opinion for the guests engagements and wish. So you are not going to impose your own idea. They will be the one to tell you how is the best way. Okay, you can say, okay, talk to this man. Anything he says, like the gatekeeper, they will listen. So they will just tell you the best strategies and make sure you document all the strategies that are given to you. Then you plan the activities with them to make sure that it's a group work. You are not the only one planning. Even if they are telling you, you make sure you still ask advanced questions, you plan it with them, let it be like a collaboration effort with your gatekeepers. Then you document their support, give them feedback, you document their support. So these are the things that you need when you're activating the community. So it's critical to build relationship with healthcare providers. Because there's some questions that because maybe of your level of education, your pedigree, you might not be able to answer. But the healthcare workers are always in the community to answer some certain questions. So if they ask me questions about the cervical cancer and how does it get transferred from a man to a woman, I'll tell you I'm a medical person, but the healthcare worker is there to always be like a backup to answer some of the questions, especially the medical that you can't answer. So you might, when you are going to meet these gatekeepers, you might need to meet the healthcare workers separately. You can't meet most of them, everybody together. So if you want to meet the traditional leader, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this. There's a time you meet the traditional leader. You might not be able to meet the healthcare workers and the traditional leaders together. There's a certain period and certain time that they give you so that you can meet. Then also it's effective to okay, so you can meet them at different times, like the school authorities to visit at particular times. So this is basically what they're saying. That also very, very key. It's important to meet women separately. There are some communities that they can be, especially because this HPV vaccine is a very gender sensitive issue. So there are some women that maybe they are experiencing cervical cancer issues. You can't gather the men at the next day and start discussing things that topics are very, very sensitive. A lot of women don't to you, they don't tell you the issues they are having. So you have to separate the men, have a meeting with the men separately and the women separately. I remember we did a project 2 years ago. When we were trying to talk about sexual and reproductive health among women. So we wanted both men and women, and both the mother and daughters, to co-create and develop strategies to address sexual and reproductive health issues. Initially, before separated the women, then separated the girls. Then at a point, we now brought them together, and it was very effective. So this is why we are saying that if you use the right strategy to enter the community, your projects will be very, very successful. Your message will be very, very successful. But if you don't implement the right strategy and you don't carry them along, these people, they know how to chase you away. And sometimes they chase you away spiritually. It might not even be physical. So you just say that you are coming in, you enter the community, you slowly, the next thing you are coming again when you enter. So things like this can happen. So it's always best to carry them along and be as friendly as possible. This my brother is laughing, but it's true now, all different. So this kind of things can happen. Just make sure that they feel that you have their best interest at heart. They can tell if you are just there because I just want to do this project and go. But if you really go there with the mind that I want to help people, I have your best interest at heart, they can tell, they can sense it if you really have the best interest at heart. So this is the planning template that I will give to you. So I've tried to fill one book for you, but this is a sample of how we feel it. I'm sure I'll always share this slide with you after so that you can see how I feel it. So if you're going to engage the youth, I'm using a community leader, and this is I'm doing sensitization, you document the date, and you give us comments if they were well sensitized. Next slide. Okay, so you also need for required notice. There's some things you might need, like a good what is it called? Speaker, like all the speaker. But it's public address system, but there's another name for it, but you hold that and you can go around. Then we need a note taker, somebody that can just document, because you can't, like I said, the filters of pain is better than the best of brain. So you need somebody to document whatever you are saying. Then sometimes you obviously need transport because to move around. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are some of the materials we give to you when you're going to the community. They are flyers that are not as big as this, but something similar to this, but not as big. So you might have this, you have this to take around when you're giving your lectures. But this training that we are going to train other people. We talk dive into it in detail in the next session. We are still going to conduct this training. That's why it's very important to take notes and pay attention, because you're going to conduct this training when you get into your community, and you're going to have like a community flyer where you will give to spread. There are some instances where if it's necessary, you might need to translate because of language barrier. But all these things are very, very important when you're going to the community. That's why it's very important for you to understand the community and getting your diving into, so that you don't use them. We need to gain their support and make sure you engage them appropriately. Okay, so this is the reporting template that will be given to us. We're going to be filling all this reporting templates, and there's other reporting system as well that we're going to give to you, but this is just one of it. And if in case at any point you encounter challenges filling this reporting templates, we're always there to assist and guide you to ensure that it's filled appropriately and correctly, right? So next slide. So as the master trainer, you report your activities to the data to the IMAX, and you collect data from the field, and you use the template again, and also use the ODK, which is open data kit. You will learn more about it as the day go by. Before the end of this training, you're going to know more about the ODK if you're not familiar with it. But these are the things that we need you to use in your community when you are doing, because it's important for you to document every activity that you are conducting in your community. So there are so many activities like sensitization, advocacy visits, mobilization. If you are mobilizing people together, then and you are working with your community gatekeepers to ensure this is effective and efficient. Okay, next slide. So that's so now that you've activated your community, you've done your community entry, you've done your community activation, then the next step is to community exits. You are leaving your community. So what are the important things that you're going to do? You've done this thing, and a lot of girls are coming, everybody's receiving the vaccine. You don't just want to leave them like that. You're going to build a relationship, you're building a partnership with them. So it's important that you continue to engage them, because there are some communities that even after you are gone, they are still, even if sometimes we have to go to another community, they can continue because they believe in what you believe in. That's the key. That's what we want. We want them to believe so much in what they are believing in, and they still carry on conducting activities even after you're gone. But we know that this project has a time frame, right? It's not going to be doing this for the next 10 years, but the time you are there, how impactful is your coming as a CSO, as a youth-led organization, as a youth-led individual? How important, how impactful is your community entry and community activation? So you are going to prepare communicate to these gatekeepers, even after you're born. I just want to check on you, how is everything to how the community, a little or a little visitation will do a lot more. Because it might not be to it for only just this period, even when next you need them for other things, you want to continue to stay in touch and keep in touch with them. And then so they don't see you as to sharing because of HPV vaccine and now the vaccine is going to see you next time. So it's important to always continuous relationship because you are building a relationship partnership with them. And also you have to document any challenges. Maybe after you are born, after the girls have been vaccinated, they have encountered any challenges. Once you document it and you can even figure out ways to address these challenges because it will also help you in your next activity. Maybe you finish activating this function and create another community. Whatever challenges can help you go to another community, right? So you also need to ask questions, always ask them questions and let them also ask you questions. So they are both learning together. So because there's no one that knows everything. All these things are very, very important when you're activating your community and building fostering relationship. So I hope with this small and engaging talk, you guys are able to understand what it needs to for you to enter the community. Before I go out, there's a story I heard of a community member that a man who came to the community came to execute the project. And they realized that the community needs less than water. They needed water, they so they brought them within the community. And next thing, the community members, they were not using the water. So they now asked, you said we don't have clean water, and now we do the borehole. Why didn't you use the borehole? They now said, yes, we truly need borehole. But if you the borehole individual of the community, we need you to build it far so that we can send our children far away and have for our lives. So yes, they needed the water, but when it is not where they want. So these are the kind of things that can happen in a community. Yeah, it's funny, but that's one of the things that can happen. So we go far away, so we can send our children and we can have time for ours. So next time when you want to engage community, make sure that you understand their needs as effective as possible. So at this point, I was talking in the second question. That's like. Yes, thank
you. Since I started here, watching people discussing about this thing, I've been passionate about it. Just be trying for whatever you survive. You can try and go to change it and discover that. Going to have just everybody here. Because it's a collective efforts to make sure our mission is not any emotion if we just to solve our organization. So numbers have to be talk. Just trying to make a sound of technology.
Okay.
Because sound of ways are the place. My team goes up here. I told you why you so sensitivity should start over there. Look how I can now just open a page here. Something like this, I just extracted this from here, just put it in. So this person talking to me from somewhere, maybe one of the cookies things or something. You want to talk to the possibly want to be vaccinated. Okay, it comes like this. Have you been immunized against HPV or waiting for a effect for vaccination?
Yes.
That's a question. Should you want to know what's happening here? People will be asking questions, the sensitivity comes. The people person is not supposed to be as well as or relevant directly. So what I'm going to tell you, if like this our body, it should be somewhere we beat. Like chat. It should be why we should not just Because something already coming with, I don't know what's that really that person. Anyway.
Okay. So thank you so much. Sam, so to answer your question, so I would encourage you not to start sending posts on social media yet. This is on Facebook. But this is on Facebook. So the reason why is that we're going to still train you on how to develop content because I went to our house and I was in our house, they are different. I'm going to our house and I was in our house. There are two different statements. Yes, you are still arriving at the house, but there are two different statements. So we know there are some key messages that we want you to put in your content before you post it on social media. And we're still going to train you on that. And to answer his response, we are hoping that we're going to develop a Facebook community. So I know you want, aside from WhatsApp, yes, you want like a community where as they are posting the questions to you, other people from the organization from this you can see it. So we are hoping to open a Facebook forum for everyone soon. So when we open that Facebook forum, we can post the questions to you and my sales for you across people can answer the question on your behalf so that you are not bombarded with so many questions because I can see a very influential person in the community. So maybe I want to high priority like I mentioned. So just a little more patience, the social media aspect will come up and there will be more clarity. They will even develop it. They will show you how to develop this final designs here in the same so you can develop it by yourself. So this is how they empowering you to do exactly what we are doing. So it's like a dedicated training so you guys can do it without also we are also activating you, so to speak. So, thank you. So any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, if you don't have questions, yeah, I have questions. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation. So in terms of the advocacy aspect of it, I don't know if there's some sort of like ethical clearance or something that before you go to because going for advocacy, I know you definitely, especially for us CSOs, we definitely have to start at state level. So we have to go to our state primary educators and our ministry. So is there any form of ethical clearance or any form of like a step down from the federal government to the states? Okay. So thank you so much. So I know there's a session that we're just discussing on how everybody was doing the technical working group in your state. But we're not waiting to give you a reference. As you're going back to your community, there's going to be a letter of introduction from the federal government. You see that the demand that came from the federal government, it would letter that we drafted and you can take to your states, introduce yourself. So the that letter is like a passport to conduct activities. So you need to keep around your location to target. They are really trying to empower you. So that's your question, sir.
All right. Since we are talking about community engagement, I want to know if this house will choose that government that will really engage for us, or is it going to be at our discretion?
Okay. So thank you so much. So this is one thing I love about this session because it's always gingers everyone. Everybody's hungry for the next session. So I don't want to. It's like a movie. The actor is about to kill the bad guy, and then never carry lights. And people are like, Jesus, did the bad guy die or not? So people are already hungry for the next session. So my colleague will discuss more in details about choosing your words and vocabulary. So that one you go for the next session. We'll never bring lights so that you know that the bad guy died. So I have no question. All right.
I still miss on the screening.
Okay.
When a woman is screened of cervical cancer and discover that she has it, it seems advisable for her to remove her.
Okay.
Really stop the spread.
Okay. Okay. So ideally, I would want to answer the question because it's really of a medical. It's more of the medical line, but I'll say this from a personal experience. So I had somebody very close to me who had fibroid, not cancer. And at that point, to stop the spread, they had to remove it. And I can tell you, it wasn't a nice experience. There's a reason why God put down there. So removing it and eradicating what God put there is not a pleasant experience, because sometimes it's better to seek medical advice, because everybody's women, our system, biological system differs. So there are some cases that they will be the best to give you advice, but I can tell you it's not a pleasant experience. It's like cutting off your breast. It's painful. So based on that encounter with that very close family member, I can tell you it's not a very easy thing to do, and it's not a nice thing to do. Most women sometimes consider doing a certain thing with children, but still it's not a pleasant experience, because you still want to be like a woman, no matter your age. So that's what I can tell you of that. Sometimes yes, that's a very good question. So for more and better deeper explanation, Dr. C just post some of this question to the platform. I'm sure Dr. C will pick it up from there and she will answer you in details, because she's in the medical line and she will be able to give you a better answer than that. Thank you. So any more questions? I believe we're all ready to activate our community, right? And only must stand up before we end the session. Please, everybody stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Next speaker, I want everybody to shout with the top of their voice. Vaccine. Vaccine. Give yourself a round of applause.
Wonderful. For that wonderful session. Some of us, like Tosin, stays where there is no light. That's why she always uses the past example. In most of our cases,
side. Are you with me? Ask any question, please. Don't feel shy. Don't say so that they don't laugh at me. Nobody is going to laugh at you. It's better you get to know than you go there and do another thing. Am I communicating? Good. Next slide. So, like I said earlier, immediately after we arrived from this training, I can see some of you already posting on their social media handles. There is a section on social media. But when you want to post anything about this training, this is how you're going to acknowledge this training, right? This training is implemented by IVA and PCL. I told you the meaning of IVA earlier. Can you still remember? Can you still remember? Yes. It's a National Vaccine Access Center and then direct consulting and logistics in collaboration with MPSCDA. You saw the doctor that came to speak with you earlier, that came here, right? That's the director DCR from LPN. He's a representative of MPSCDA. And then Wamba is our CSO. Enlighten you on our expectations of you, what we want you to go out there to do for us. And we'll try in the business in selecting your vaccine champions. That's why my point did not start with questions, because I know you don't have the answers to the questions, right? So there's no point asking you how to select your vaccine champions. I'm the one that will answer it. Am I communicating? So what are the policies of group and the efficient vaccine champions? By the time I tell you, I'm sure I need to run that out together, right? Then I want to tell you how you train your vaccine champions and highlight the expected deliverables. That's what you are supposed to do and deliver. Next slide. Somebody did ask a question. After this training, how am I going to tell people that I am the vaccine champion? Come and tell vaccine. Somebody asked, I heard when Dr. Chisaba was correcting somebody that you're not the one that will go and give the vaccine, right? I'm sure in your mind, thinking we're going to give you bundles of needles and injections. So that when you go there, you'll be injecting people. No, you are not the one. After a while, you are going to convince them that you are a vaccine champion now. Yes, we have it all covered. My colleague did mention earlier that we're going to give you a letter. You're going to get your letter tomorrow. A letter has been customized in your name and your state, right? So you are going to go to your state to deliver that letter. That is where your introduction starts from. Now, the first person you are going to meet when you go to your state is either the state health educator or the state immunization officer. H is supposed to be she. State health educator, or they are also local government health educators. They are all health educators. Now it depends on whether it's state or what, local government. Then you're supposed to meet your state health educator or the state immunization officer. That's SIO. State immunization officer, right? Those are the persons you are supposed to meet first. And guess what? We're going to provide you with their contacts, with their phone numbers, so that from here you're going to call them. Even before you call them, they already know that you are coming. As a matter of fact, there are some other sites we have also trained. Civil society organizations have been trained sometime last week or last 2 weeks, guys. Good. Last 2 weeks, they were trained and they're already in the States. They have integrated, they have met these people. So these people have also been told that you're coming. So they're expecting you, don't be afraid. So when you meet them, vaccine champions. Lord. So 9 vaccine champions, please. Did you come about this? Yes. What's your money? But at least in the LG, we're doing 10 words in the LG. So how come we're doing it? It's not enough. Good. So now you establish contact with the CPS, SIO, LIO, she's at the local government level. Now, at the state level, they will give you a letter to the local government level. We have no right to give you that letter. The executive secretary and the state immunization officer that have received you will now give you a letter because they are going to work with them to decide the local government where you work. You know, you are going to be working in just one local government. My Dr. Chiloba explained why you are working in just one local government. It's been our hard desire that you work in all the local government, but it's not possible. The funding cannot take it, right? Apart from that, there are people also working in other local governments. Like I mentioned, we have trained CSOs who are working in some local governments. So in case you hear noise that people are working there, don't think that it's somebody who is doing something, right? So that's why you have to work with them to select the local government also, so that you don't select where somebody has already selected and is working on. Are you getting me? So you need to work with them because they are the ones that know where the CSOs already are or where other activities are already, mobilization or sensitization activities are already going on. Good. After that, you go ahead to the LGAT. The LGAT, you meet the LGA executive secretary with the letter that I'm going to give you. Sorry, the LGA LIO, the local immunization officer, and the local health educator, then the world focal persons. You meet all of them at the LG and you introduce yourself, of course, with your letter, right? And then the son will not tell you that, okay, welcome to our LG. This is the word you can select in this LG. Because sometimes you are supposed to select 3 words. When you get to that LG, you check how many words they have. And using your simple random sampling system, with them, you select what? 3 words. Most times, some criteria could be put into consideration. Why we have said you should work with them is because they know better the words that really need help when it comes to immunization. There's something we call 0 dose words. Those words where children are not really taking vaccine. Am I communicating? There are some words. Don't think that every woman that gives birth goes to hospital to give them vaccine. Some people don't, especially in our rural communities. Am I communicating? So some words actually need help. So they'll help you identify those words. So you're going to select 3 words. How many words did I say? Good. So from each of the words, you select 1 vaccine champion. From each word, you select what? 1 vaccine champion. Sorry. From each word, you're going to select 3 vaccine champions. Am I communicating? From each of the words. So word A, 3, word B, 3, and word C, 3. That will be how many vaccine champions? Good. Now that's mathematics 101. So these 9 world vaccine champions, you will now conduct a training for them, the way we have trained you. But remember, I'm not saying you're more intelligent than them or they're more intelligent than them. Their training is not going to be as intensive as your own. We're just going to give you something that you can use to do a very brief training for them, maybe for like 1 hour or 2. Not that you will go and rent one intercontinental hotel, see them there and launch them. You get the money, no problem. Invite me, I'll be your vaccine champion. I'll gladly come and work for you. Increasing AC like this. They all can be done under mango tree. It can be done in the classroom in one private school. Am I communicating? As long as you can also rent a hall. Am I communicating? Good. So you just do a good training to put them on the basic things they are supposed to do. Your major target is that you will be working with them to do sensitization activities, to inform people and enlighten them about this HPV vaccine uptake that will be coming up next month. Am I communicating? So out with your 9 vaccine champions, we do a stand down training. And don't be afraid. We'll be there for you. We are coming down to those things to come and do the training with you. We come and monitor to be sure that you're actually doing what I say you should do. We'll be there live. You see me again. And I'll catch you training only your sister and your younger brother in your sitting room. That's when you know that it's true. We gave you money. Next slide. Ensure that LGAs with SCSF issues, people that don't have much communication, awareness, are not
Yeah, only. Me, I'm never worried about my mom here. I saw it to come. But you are only. Yes. Yes, my TK from my Madagascar trip. Madagascar trip. What my requirement? Transport. Airport. It's extra.
time. That is why we are approaching this in such a way that you separate people from those abilities. They will know how to take it there. They will tell you how to run into my distance. Am I communicating? Good. So we want you to collaborate with all of those stakeholders. We also want you to bring in your own ideas, very fresh and young ideas. That is why we have chosen you, and we call you youth individuals, vaccine champions, because we know you have a lot of ideas running in your brain, and we are going to be co-creating tomorrow on some of these ideas of how these things will be done. So don't go there and become what do they call it? If they push you like this, you go. If they push you like this, you go. We have trained you. You also have your ideas of what you want to do. Bring them on the table and have a conversation with them, and then agree on what should be done. Am I communicating? All right. I have to because I'm telling you behind this slide. We will get by the grace of God. At the LGA level, master youth, we select 3 words. People must say champions from each of the world based on the playing criteria. You know, when you want to select a vaccine champion, it's not anyhow anybody. There are some persons you will select, and the person will get there. People will not listen to him or her. So there are some qualities you expect that your vaccine champions should have to be able to get the attention of the community. Can somebody please give me such qualities? Do you have an idea of the kind of quality? The influence the person has in the community. Good. The person must have very good influence on the community. But somebody that will respect, right? So do you have another one? Somebody that is educated, right? That's something that you can say something that he doesn't know. Somebody that has been in such kind of activity before. Thank you. That person really has experience. So that when he speaks, it will be like this person has undertaken 1 or 2 projects, and you know that this person always does it. Everything that he has been doing has been good. So they are really good trustworthy. Thank you very much. That's the word. Trust. Somebody they can trust. You can imagine somebody that is a mechanic is now telling them that come and take a 3 vaccine. Come and take a mechanic. Maybe come and take someone in car part engine. I don't know. I just drive. When it's stop, I'll just start. Spanner. It's not spanner. It's HPV what? Vaccine. They need somebody they can trust. I think one person was raising a hand there. Somebody with good reputation. Somebody with a good reputation. Good. Thank you very much. Somebody with a good reputation. Thank you.
Very important. The person must be very passionate. There are some persons that when you don't that. No. Do you know that something here? Do you know how many people are getting infected day and night by this virus? Somebody that gets to the realization that no, I need to do something. Somebody that gets it personal. You know this kind of people that they like buying people's trouble. Eh? When they drink paracetamol, get another person later. We need such people here. I will just buy the case and say, bro, don't worry. I know what to do. My sister died of cancer. It was not good again. Are you with me? So you don't need a one challenge person. You don't need somebody that has a laissez-faire attitude, lackadaisical. No. You need people that we pray and say, no, somebody must, my community must benefit from this. Because of what you're going to give the person. But because he has seen reasons that, yes, I need to. So we need to support this person by taking some women. Am I communicating? So passion is very important.
There's someone that can speak, open their legs, and can speak clearly.
Details of those communities. So that they will not, in case they take it to a local government that doesn't speak your language, assuming they select such local government, you need them into the soul of the soul. Put them look at and trust. In fact, there is very need to give you a banner flag, right? That you need to interpret what we write there to dialect of the community very need to work. So I think that can see they will see it and understand it very well in their own local language. Very important. So let's move on. That willingness number there. Track record of advocacy. So what do you think of personalities we should look out for as vaccine champions? Big leaders, right? There are some guys in the community that they don't need. Women leaders, nurses, retired midwives, teachers. Am I communicating? These are people that are enlightened and the community. There are people who call community nurse. Now, not in your a doctor. Now the community take our house. I remember the day my hand was cut in December. The side should not really. She took some sessions. I go there. No, man, no can't also. She can't think what. So the community knows her. So when she comes and says, take HPV vaccine, they'll take. Because it's very recommended. So when some people recommend they do what? They people. So those are the kind of personalities we want to see in that place. You have a long list of them, so please look for them and get them right. From each of the world, that's 9 of them. Now, you are the master youths. You are the master trainers. We have trained you. So when we say master trainers, we are the ones, right? Master trainers. So the master youths and vaccine champions are required to conduct mobilization activities in their selected ways. Activities will be tracked in the monitoring dashboard. Trust us, we know what you know. So don't even try it. We are tracking you. OTK session will still be coming up so that when OTK session teach you how are they to track everything you are doing. Am I communicating? We will track to make sure that you are doing it. What we want you to do is sensitization. See, guys, there's a stage you get to in your life. You sit yourself down and you advise yourself. Am I communicating? Your career has started. Permit me to tell you something. My mother tells me, or tells all myself and my siblings, that the worst form of deceit is what? Self-deceit. I grew up knowing that particular statement, and I mention it everywhere. That is the worst form of deceit. She will tell you, you can afford to deceive your partner, but the moment you start deceiving yourself, you're finished. You're not telling yourself the truth. So guys, your career has started. This one is a test of what you can do. If I were you, I'll put my life into it and do it well. You never can go out by script. Very soon, somebody will be coming on board and they do that this exercise last year for us. We did it because he overturned himself. And you'll be talking to your very soon. So, I want to teach them this, not because training, but because there are still reasons to do it, and that it is important that you do what, that you do it. Be passionate about it. It's your career. It will speak for you. This will automatically enter your CV. So, like I said earlier, we expect that you and your vaccine champions will perform at least 2 sensitization activities. The reason why we are training is that so that you can do sensitization, somebody will come up to teach us what is sensitization and what is advocacy and what is mobilization. You must have those 3 keywords. So let me stop there. So we do that, but you will do 2 of such that is going to talk to people 2 every week. Is it too much? We want to go to this secondary school today, go to this primary school, go to this youth program, go to this, just like that. So, master training session of 16 years, already you're 16 years, you count yourself, right? So you're the master trainers who are supposed to, among you, I think we have about 4 youth-led organizations and 10 individual youths. So that means if you are even more than what? Youth-led. So that's why we trust you. We know you will do it. I know. So the 4 of you, the 3 or the 16 of you are supposed to choose 3, 3, 3. That's 9. So 9 times 16 will give you what? 144. So each of you has 9% champions to train. Each of you has, so by the time each of you train your 9% champion, that's what will arrive at that what? 144. So that 144 added to you people will now make us arrive to 160% champions that would have been trained. So master you trainers will be the 1% champion to identify community adolescent sports. In every community, this exercise, we are also focusing on the out of school girls. There are some girls that don't go to school. So although this sensitization is school-based, it also focuses on what? Community, it's also community-based because we are targeting out of school girls who don't go into school. So if the vaccination team only go and vaccinate, they'll miss these girls who don't school. So your role is to help us identify those girls. Where are they? Where are they? How can we get them? Some of them are the business. Okay. Markets. Where else? What else can you learn out of experience? In the community. In the community. Where in the community? Where? Some are moving around the streets. Some of them are getting around. Let me treat. So you go to markets, you can see them, right? Then in IDPs. Okay, some in IDP camps, thank you. Which other places? They go to the farm, don't they? So that's why you want to focus your energy on schools. You should also look at places where people that don't go to school go sleep. So that's why you have to identify those hot spots where you need to stand. Don't forget, you need to identify hot spots like they are on the youth organizations. For instance, when you go to a rural community, we have what we call age groups, right? Then we have what we call youth groups. They have meetings, they have clubs, they have associations. So those are some of the places where you find them. Association of other youth, association of blah 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 youth. So this is all those associations, this club, just organize clubs in those, right? Clubs like associations where they will then help any of their colleagues that is in any ceremony, wedding, their those functions. Look for them. We need to identify adolescent hotspots. Then master trainers and one champions will activate community youth groups and generate demand for what? HPV vaccination. Of course, the current sense of what you're doing is that so that you sensitize them. We do not say identify those places and get sit down and drink with them. Tell them that something important is coming. They need to do it. All right. So, what are the expected deliverables from this whole exercise? I think he missed the slide. Go back. Good. You missed the slide. So we have identified you through your expression of interest. Then identify youth from key areas and potentials to implement youth-driven activities, helping development. We have done that. Then we have trained you. This is a training going on, right? And then we are going to co-create with you strategies on how you're going to do this tomorrow. There's a session called preparation session tomorrow, right? Where we sit down, and to talk about things. So that's where you're going to give us ideas on how you think this will be done. That's what we're going to do. So really lie down in your seat bed today. It's fun. What's you like to how will you go about this? So I'm going to sit down here and get it sorted out, right? So after that, we're going to develop a joint work plans with you, and that's what we're going to do. Then we're going to empower you. Seed funding, little funding, we will take you to this thing, we will tell you to do so. Am I communicating? Some of you are saying, in this day that transportation is expensive, they are saying going and only God knows. So, don't worry, we have it all covered, right? So your job is to mobilize youth to conduct community adolescent activation activities, youth to activate community youth to amplify HPV champion, youth to work with healthcare workers. Dr. Chizera, the one mentioned that you are not the one to give the vaccine, you are going to work with healthcare workers, right? A lot of you with your vaccine champions are going to be attached to vaccination teams that will be going out to vaccinate, right? So you are the ones that are going to, because you understand the terrain, is your community, and your vaccine champions is also their community. So they are ones going to say, hey, this person has 9 to 14 years old. Actually, 9 to 14. This person. Anti-Christian has 9 to 14. They know all the children in that community, right? They see them. So they have an idea. So then they'll be able to put those families that have those children within that age. That should be your target. When it gets to the level where the person can listen, no, I know this family has 9 to 14 years old. Hold on. Okay, how many of you come out? Actually, it's still really one person. That's how far we want to do. Identify them one and bring them out. That's why the person champions must come from that place and not them more. All right. You're also going to be doing a lot of social media sensitization and physical sensitization for us. Apart from going to different places to talk, so we're starting with social media sensitization. Everything nice about social media. Everything nice about social media. So we're going to, that's why we call it. If they tell someone that I need to get and post on social media, they're in trouble. Because I'm posting my kitchen. Am I communicating? The youth, social media, you do social media, you do everything. Social media, you know it. All the Facebook, Instagram, X. Thank you very much. This is the time to turn your social media, always pressing on phone, turn into money-making venture. You have a project, so start up. So at the end of the day, like I said, we have 160 youths activating everywhere and mobilizing the youths. What we want to achieve is what? HPV vaccine active. This can I have my list slide. This is what we spent. You're going to give us the reports of your training for the vaccine champions. These are the deliverables. I have trained my vaccine champions. Where is the photo? Where are the names? Where are they from? Can we see them? See where you did the training. And they say, if you are training only your younger brother and your younger sister and your father's sister, we know. Because we expect you to do OTK and show us. Your location will tell us that. Our fathers doing the training. Okay, so you're going to tell us the location and you're going to put the reports. So choice from the training list of selected vaccine champions in their content, activity reports from vaccine champions. You know, the vaccine champions that you're going to recruit are also going to be doing sensitization activities. You are the one that will need to train them. Yes, you and vaccine champion, come. Where are you going today? Where are you going to? I'm going to the primary school, close to the market spread. I'm going to the primary school. I'm going to grammar school, this one. So we must have what we call sensitization calendar. Where they will tell you the 2 activities they are going to do every month. And you must report it with your educate. That means you have to be in that secondary school where it's happening to be able to tell them that you can't be in Lagos and telling us you're monitoring something happening. So am I communicating? So you engage them to do their own 2 sensitizations or referral ones. That will give them 8 sensitizations. And you will do 8 sensitizations. Am I communicating? But you can do more. Please, I told you somebody overdid himself because you don't know where this will take you. My organization, our desire, our business is to cross CXOs and youth-led organizations and youth individuals like you in the global market. Where the world will see your efforts. That is what we're doing. We are taking you far. We are taking your name far. So give us that celebration. You can't take you far if you didn't achieve anything. So you need to pray to us that yes, I can go far. So reports of the sponges in VCs. This is me trying to take reports from the vaccine champions and then weekly updates of activities of vaccine champions using the data reporting template and report from the what? Implementation week. That's something we call implementation week. That's that week that they are going to give them as safe. Hopefully, going to start on May 27th. Hopefully. I think they're going to find me. They say it has shifted. So that's the growth we know from now. Am I communicating? Oh, it's looking very good. I should be doing that. So that we are doing very strict. So, this time you are going to do a lot of mobilization, you and your vaccine champions. That's when you say, come on, they're in this church. And they're going to CMS. Yeah, they are now in the Catholic church, close to the market. Yeah, everywhere we come, your vaccine champions will be working around you, you're working around thinking people that's getting organization, right? You mobilize 9 to 14 years to come out. You talk to their parents, you talk to their teachers. Your own. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have questions?
Very eloquent.
Questions, yeah.
Thank you for the wonderful section. My question is the day of the vaccine after mobilizing. Will the primary health care fix a date for the vaccine? Because as we go for mobilization, if we ask when will the vaccine, when will it take place? So we are supposed to, if it's going to take place on, let's say the 27th of May, we'll tell them the 27th of May they should expect us. Is that how it's going to be?
All right, yes. All right, thank you very much. That's a very, very brilliant question. Thank you. Now, you know, I did mention at the beginning of my session that we'll give you a letter that will take to the executive secretary. That letter will assist you to, you are in that letter, stated that they should integrate you into their technical working group. That group is the group in charge of this HPV vaccine exercise. If you are in that group, you will understand the micro plan for that state, how they intend to work. It is from that group you also understand the different vaccination teams that are moving from community to community. So your vaccine champions are also going to work with those people. And you are going to work with your vaccine champions. So this is the vaccination team going to be signing one of the vaccination team. His work is to go out and bring what people together. He's doing that sensitization of that week. Like I said, the date for now is 27th of May. If I'm blessing, they'll do 5 days and 2 days more on 1 day more. That will make it 6 or 7, depends on the origin of the state. It could be 2 days more or 1 day more. Then they will have done the devastation very frequently. So every day, the money you go out to the vaccination to go and mobilize that week. That's the week they're going to be giving us reports. My vaccine champions mobilized 100 people, and out of that 100, 80 of them were not vaccinated by the team. The second day, my vaccine champions mobilized 200. Out of the 200, all of them were not vaccinated. They mobilized 10 out of 10. One was vaccinated because you can mobilize somebody and the person refuses to take. And you can mobilize the person will take. Did I give answer to your question? So you will get more clarity. The technical, plans. So that's why after this meeting, you bring up to your stage how to get integrated. So add it to their WhatsApp, we will be attending their meetings. Now we know their micro plan and know where to come in. Am I communicating? Any question?
I think in a situation where you choose a particular word and you discover that all of these qualities that we mentioned are not found in a person that you want to recruit as a vaccination, vaccine champion. And again, you discover that the community leader wants to impose someone. I'm actually speaking from experience from some of the engagements I've done that, the community leader wants to give you someone he or she prefers. No, this person is my son, this person is my daughter. Well, that something will come out from it. He doesn't want to extend that opportunity to another community member, but prefers someone he knows. Not because the person is competent, but just because of selfish interest. What are we to do?
Thank you very much. What's the name?
Sunday.
Thank you for that question. Very honest one. Now, that is why I made a statement during the training. As much as we say we should work with this group, we also trust you to bring in new ideas. I think that that person does not have the qualities of a good vaccine champion. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I have a mindset where I'm coming from to select those on so. So this person does not possess those qualities. With all this respect, sir, not taking him. Are you with me? Let the person have those qualities. That's the only way you can achieve what you want to achieve. So it is you there. You are the master trainer. You are in charge. So don't let them put your hand inside fire. Am I not against it? But please be very respectful about it. Don't pull out your shirt and say, sorry. Okay.
Okay, what afternoon. Like for us as patients, I think we have to develop trainings because, like myself, as an executive director, I will not be 100%, at all the time. So the first thing that comes to my mind is to train the team, the organization. Because currently we have an engagement. I was just looking at it now. Well, we have other engagement that I must also take part. So sometimes we need to train a team, and that team can represent us at all the time. So that we can have a pool of people that can have knowledge about this team and they can ride on with it. Anybody can be available to take part. Not necessarily myself, because I will never be if I say I will be available.
Thank you very much, sir. I thank you very much for being very realistic and very, very practical about this. I really appreciate that. As a number of us, sir, you're not even the one I'm expecting for this trip. I'm expecting those young boys working for you.
Yes.
Those are the kind of age I was expecting.
The thing very serious.
Okay, so we expected you to send your voice. your program officer who is younger, you can see the age that came. So that's us being realistic. So the way you are realistic to us. All right, so it is allowed. When you get home, you first of all step down the training to your organization. That's the first point of call. And hand over the bathroom to the young guys who are going to do it for you. Am I complicating? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My question was like this. On the course of doing this campaign, you find some I discover that they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So I don't know.
Well, I'm doing because you have to train the people that will do it. Now, if you train them, they're not doing, you have to do them to do it. But this delivery must be delivered. That is why then this man asks, that's why his question is very relevant. Because you're a kid and choose his son. Obviously, drinks and is not interested in anything. If you like, die, if you like, not die, it's concerning. But he has come to your training and he's collected your food and he has collected his judgment. So that's why you have to be careful in your selection. There are some women who are, what's it called? Retired nurses, teachers, serious-minded youths. People from the one that, you know, this person will not disappoint me. It's not like you are saying, definitely, in every 12, there is always growth. Yes. The tendency is there. Please let the Judas remain one Judas. Don't let it become 12 Judases. Am I communicating? Of course, somebody must do better than the other person. It's always there. But let it be that the person also did what tried. Don't let it be that the person did not try at all. That is, they say the strongest link of an association is the what? The weakest link is who? Connective now.
A court is, I think, is as strong as the weakest link. I think a strong cord is the strength of a cord rather. Is the
so is what is determining your strengths. So you must pull that person to become strong. Any other person?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. You said that Muslim champions have mandates of by sensitization 2 a week. Okay, actually, that champions want to go to different locations and set. And you also said that we have to be there at all sensitizations. How do we cover different locations at the same time? When we have to report to you so weekly?
Yes, I understand very well. There's a limit to what you can cover. Are you getting me? You only need time to do your own sensitization and be concerned. So it's not compulsory that you must follow them to all the sensitization. That is why you can also, they are going to take OTK for you. So you can also help your vaccine champions use the OTK app to send in reports. Those reports will also report from you as long as it's coming from your location. So the idea is to empower your vaccine champions to be able to do the OTK. So that when you are not there, they are getting it. And they are also going to give you reports. You are going to have, like for the sensitization week, for the implementation week, that week of implementation on the 7 days or the 5 days or the 6 days, as the case may be. You are going to be having what we call evening review meetings with them. Are you with me? Every evening for the whole of that 6 days. When they finish, they'll come and give you reports. Do we have activity reports every day? There's activity reports every day, right? Good. For those of them that can't be OTK, you can also give them where they will tell you, I'm applying this number. It's a this number. I went to this place. You ask the person, where did you go to? Where did you go to? They give you that report. The same way with sensitization. It's going to be a full 2 months of sensitization. After social media, you're going to this guy's information. Every week you call them, yes, where did you go to? Yes, where did you go to? Where did you go to? Where did you go to? Every week you call them, they give you reports. The ones we can use it or you can monitor YouTube because YouTube is doing your own tool sensitization. So that's the way of monitoring them. It does not mean that you must be physically present there. Of course, if they went, they would snap. Eh? I went to this secondary school to go and talk to them. Where is the picture? I went to this church. Where is the picture? So those things will show. So it's not that you must be physically not. Want you to, they are the boss. So take feedback from them, right? Did I answer your question? Thank you. They asked me on my test.
Okay, thank you so much for this amazing presentation. And there's a question regarding already these structures of LGs. We have chips agents that normally do the listing of children that are actually hungry. And these guys are actually very conversant with what happens in the communities. And we should ask, and of course, they are with UNICEF. So is it possible that we still make use of people like this as our vaccine champions? Is it possible? That's my first question.
Okay.
Or not necessarily now, with the UNICEF or we separate from another organization that we're sure that can get the job done with results. Like then number two is looking at this evaluation and competition approach. It's a very good one. So the challenge is going on before the competition. However, I was also thinking there are ways we can do a kind of cross-training of with targeted children that is
cross what?
Targeted children, like targeted
eligible girls.
Thank you. Eligible girls under this for the new vaccine. Is it possible that we also work with our vaccine girls to get this environment and do cross training during education? Maybe at the level where we have discussion concerning implementation and working groups and all of that, we can also put that in. But is it a good idea to say we are adding it to their work group to say, okay, we want to know this environment or in this community, the number of targeted children in this community, and we are sure of exactly the number of children. That will also give us a focus. After the implementation, we are sure that okay, these people have been able to vaccinate. You are sure of the percentage coverage for this
that particular sector.
For two questions.
All right, thank you very much. Let's start from this one because I'm almost forgetting the first one. When I'm doing this one, it's right now the second one. All right, you see, that's why we brush youths. Because we know you are going to have wonderful ideas. And thank God for the co-creation tomorrow. Because these are the kind of ideas we want to hear. So that you bring ideas of this is how we can do it. If you come to a settlement and you have already done a study or a research, like I said, of how many eligible girls are in this place, because your vaccine champion knows them. And I've got to count and in this family, I didn't mention I know Auntie Chidima has two eligible girls now. At least it's on Summer and Godwin. They should be within that age. Sorry, don't let me use Godwin. Godwin is for man, right? Gladys. So by the time you already have an idea, not that girls in that settlement. It's a very good one for us. It's a good one. By the time we come to raise someone, we look into it and see how that can help. Then trust me, if you have an idea that a particular settlement has 100 eligible girls in that place, and we are seeing only 10 vaccinated, it's a problem. We start looking for the problem. What happened? So it's a good one. If we can incorporate it, why not? So we are co-creating tomorrow. We're looking into it deeply, right? There's another question asked me.
On chief agents, can we use some of the chiefs?
No, you see, most people, if I look at them as they are into this thing, they know it very well. Don't let it be that they have conflicting assignments that will clash you with your own. You now don't know whether they are looking for you or they are looking for. I don't understand it because sometimes I remember the colleague of mine asked, how do we even determine that those vaccine champions are actually mobilize those people? How do we know that it's your efforts and the offer of these people, not the effect of the chiefs of the distance? So the chief person is already working with this. There's always when you tell the truth, because you don't know if it's your own doing, not as they are. So that's why you bring in fresh ideas. But the person at that moment does not have completely jobs that is doing what his experience, the person can be used. But if at that moment he is in the vaccination team already and the representative of the local government, the state, and you still want to use him as your own representative, who is he going to represent? It's good.
Sorry. Another question, reading from what you just said, that so organizations are like teams. So like we are this one, we have also nutrition. We have cities at community level.
Yeah.
We have cities, community volunteers at community level. Of course, on the IYCF concept. Can we use our cities as vaccine champions?
Now, you know where I have a problem with that is this. If your CVs are not from those communities, they might not be good enough.
Of course.
They are working there, yes, I understand. But our own projects lost people who are from that place, indigenous. So, except it's someone that has lived there and they've already come. You know, there are a lot of people that live there, it's not their community.
That must be from, they are from.
Okay, they are from there. Yeah. Good.
We don't use community volunteers
from outside. Good. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Yes, if they are from this community, good. But the ration of the selection, you know, you say three from each ward.
Yeah.
So you need to be careful, like, even though you are going to use them, they are also representing three from each of the ward, and they are indigenous. And then they are presently not busy doing another project of yours, because we need people that can focus on this project and get us results. Am I communicating? They must be from that community, and they must be willing to do this job. Any other question? Okay. Should I stop? I should take.
Okay, while we were
I said I should take.
While we're actually talking, my mind is actually going to the grassroots level, whereby we are talking about children of age 9 to 14. Looking at the grassroots levels, there are some parents that are not actually, they don't know what that's about. They don't have a phone. Maybe the phones they make use of just all these small phones. So I'm looking at it, collaborating with the gatekeepers. I know that the issue of time drive is there. So I'm also thinking of, okay, what other means can we make use of to ensure that these people will be touched?
Which people?
I mean, those people, these people in the grassroots level. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That is, I'm trying to look at it that, okay, we are talking about using of social media and all that.
Oh, no, I understand where she's coming from. You're wondering if they don't have phone to, they don't have access to social media.
Yeah.
That's why I said, you're not only going to do social media sensitization. There's also physical sensitization in those communities. When you need to go to the markets, you and your vaccine champions will go to the market and talk to women in the market. You go to their women's meeting, you talk to them, you go to the church, you talk. So there's also physical sensitization activities for those of us who don't understand social media and not them. So we are going to do it. Or you are afraid. You don't want to do anything.
No, not that.
So my question is that if we are doing that like shamans, so if the other group, maybe we are going to the church or in marketplace, or any of that group that is doing this HPV sensitization, can we work together? Or for other occasion, since they are doing things today that okay, today we are going to these markets and they are already there. So should we work together
since we are actually saying, oh, we should put some clarification. Well, in as much as it's good we work together because it's the same thing we are driving. But remember that this whole thing has been technically planned to make it that you might be the only one focusing on that particular community. I think that is because of the way we have already designed it. Although there may be other partners, that's why we say work with the LGA to select. Why do you say we say that? Because they know where maybe other partners. IPAC is already working in that local government. SIDAN is working there. And UNICEF is already in this local government. So let's take it to this other local government. That is why we say it's the LGA. Because they will identify where they need to be. That you don't have to be clashing. But why not? If you now go to one market and see them, read them, move together. We are all working together to achieve the same goal. But careful selection will make sure that doesn't happen.
So how do we now record our data? Like, is it always to clash?
No, actually, you're within the team. I still take your picture and say, you think blah, blah, blah.
I'm going to say that, okay, maybe we're able to reach out to like 100. Like, work together with them. So for that 100, that would be I would going to, they are basically their own reports also. So should we report that 100? Should we divide this down?
Anyway, if you have issues with that, maybe get to the market and there are people you can choose to go to another place. I get it. There's nothing talking about saying another day will come and do this sensitization. In the market will come back tomorrow. After there's something that didn't come to the market that will come that day. Or you can go to another place where you become able to report your own activities that day, right? But if not, if you join the next is a sensitization, you join the sensitization everybody. It's fine. The selection, when the way we are packages, we'll make sure that we don't have to clash with any other question? There's a question on sensitization. The sensitization, we answer most of these sensitization questions. The next session, I think, is on sensitization and organization.
My question is that Android is going to be one of the requirements for choosing the champions in the world.
Well, it will be fine for vaccine champions to have Android, but there are some effective and efficient vaccine champions that may not have Android. So it's not unbonding because you are the one that's supposed to be reporting ODK to us. But if they now have, okay, fine and good, it helps. Like somebody asked me, how can I go and supervise all of them? It helps. But whereby the person doesn't have, well, at least the person can take pictures. The person's relation can have fun. The person's friend can have fun. But somebody can be very efficient because he has fun. They shouldn't tell you. The child of the person may have fun. The person can take pictures. Am I complicating? OTK, Android phone, must a graphic champion have Android phone before you can select. Is it a criteria for selection?
No.
It's not.
That's not.
So the person is efficient.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Is that all my questions? You still have another one? Okay.
Time up. Time up. So the session for sensitization where you take
I hope it's not a sensitization question.
So you only ask me sensitization questions.
So the vaccine.
I think you mentioned about using retired persons, teachers, and like that. It is just you to use for the vaccine champions. This will be included as well.
That's right.
Yes.
That's why you are used.
You mentioned something like retired persons, like midwives. They are not youths now, they should be elderly
Yeah, of course, I know they're retired, like they're elderly.
Yes.
They are still good as vaccine champions if they agree to work with you. I'm sure you're looking at you like this, trying to tell one auntie that is 65 and that is retired. So, madam, go and do this one, go and do that one. Well, if she's humble enough and willing and she's efficient to work, it's fine. But if it's young people like you, we'll prefer you have vaccine champions who are young like you, right? All those youth leaders, they are from youth leaders when they come and talk. Even Mama go, they say, yes, sir, yes, sir. Are you getting me? That's why we're bringing the youth angle, because we want you people to bring vibrant people with fresh ideas like you to work with you. It would be nice to have them on board. Then about working in a strange local government, it's not going to be entirely strange. Yes. Your local government is the likely place for them to send you to. They said, yeah, this kind of antidote that I was born and brought up in the town, and they told you that they're going to participate. But what, who said that you're going to represent? Delta State. Good. You know your local government, right? Are you comfortable working in your local government? Yes. Because you understand the terrain very well. It's one of the criteria you also grant to meet the state teams. I want to work in this local government. Is it okay if they have any reasons, tangible reasons why it shouldn't be private government? That's why you can like this. But if your local government is still free, the CSOs have not chosen because if you are because I told you in the meeting CSOs refuse, but I'm trade my house. Assuming you get there and the CSO is also from the local government, there's no opportunity to work in the same local government. We need spirit. I know with me. So with understanding, she can even say, okay, since you are younger, don't worry, take your local government because you are free and you are taking another one. So it's to work. After this meeting, we're also going to give you the contact of the CSO to work in your state, right? So that you meet them. Together, there's synergy, there's understanding. We share a local government based on the strengths of everyone. So don't be afraid. We have my family. Did I answer your question? Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Round of applause. Are we tired? Hello, are we having a different meeting here? Are we having different training here?
It's not very simple.
It's a different training.
We are forcing on the knowledge games.
Please let's focus. Let's this past just taking like if I were you, I would have jotted about 13 pages of 13 pages because this is where you get the work from. Believe me, all the questions you've been asking, brilliant questions. That shows that you've been following the training. So let me just emphasize on something. I pick out some questions where you can always ask questions. So take the medication that she mentioned, which will be let's say 1 week, that's 6, 5, 7 days, depending on it's there. You're meant to work with what we call the vaccination thing. Like I said, we will be giving you a syringe or a vaccine to go and vaccinate the eligible girls. But you have vaccine champions. Now let's talk about vaccine champion again, as she said. Please take notes and let's talk about your vaccine champion of your states. Vaccine champion faith, you also faith in your states. Believe me, most of us here live in the capacity of your states. I believe that less than 80% of us here live in the national cloud from possible and state cloud. But especially Calabar, the United States, so you say so not probably do it or okay, that's what I know for the state. Or you have to state by okay. You can see some state in this city, right? But for us to push this out, to make sure that they're okay, taking words, your everything might not be Ibadan-North, it might not be Calabar, it might not be Sokoto North, it might not be Mina, it might be different AGA, right? But because of that states, now, like my boss said, keep vaccine champion, you have to put somebody from that community, right? And what that voice, voice. What does that mean? She mentioned to give an example of that. All of us know this language meetings. Also meeting in different states. If you are meeting one and they're living in the north, just be your meeting, right? There's one more and one meetings, right, in the north. I believe now these people have leaders. Well, yes, yeah, leaders, the meeting leaders. Either kind of person was my come to this community and said, I need everybody to be down here. No one that will say no. Do you get it? These are people you should look for as champions. They are communities where they have voice. They have doing campaign what is election. Someone campaign that vote for PDP. I believe if you think especially not that community or not but actually they know you before what is next. So guys, they are using they have a voice in the community. Do you understand? So someone mentioned gatekeepers, right? She mentioned gatekeepers, who are gatekeepers. In each community, there are community leaders. Let me just give it to you. Tomorrow's session is for each city. You are meant to go back to the against your hotel session and start thinking about how can you penetrate communities, right? All this question I'm asking here, you ask you that to know. And I'm going to answer this question. So, so you this question you asked that to me. Because why? Different states have different strategies that offer them and different communities. I'll give you an example. In the north, people are from the north. I give you from the north. They just 1, 2. Is Niger north? Niger is Midwest. Okay, so that was so not saying so that yeah. So from the south, I people that from the south here. Just general south. Okay. So now let me use 2 language example now. Please, pardon me if I'm Igbo person here. I'm not familiar with Igbo language very well, so I'll use the 2 places that are familiar with it, the north and the Yoruba parts. So in the north, if you go to a community, right? Go to a community and you deem the community that all have. Yeah, it's all right. In the south, in the south, as the religious leader, say something in church, all we have. So you see, in every place you go, there's something that will go best. We're not saying that's the Bible, but it fits into what different place, sometimes different community. So now versus champion are showing that have voice. They have voice in the community. In fact, if I were you, they should all be used. Why? Because the attitude you are doing somebody that is agile to go around, right? Sensitization activity. Social activities takes what we call strengths. You sensitize today, and you have to be very smart. Now I'll go back to what you may ask question on chiefs. The reason why I want to support chiefs also is, like you said, they are mostly funded by WHO, and they have a TOR, right? They have body chiefs. So let me, do you ever know what those chiefs? Chiefs are like volunteer in communities that work for WHO, which is World Health Organizations. And this is our using some words that you don't understand here. So when I talk about LGA team for selection, coming back to you now, LGA team for selection, it means, you see, in health, what we call MPCDA, the doctor that came to that time. Now in each state, what we call State Primary Healthcare Development Agency. Now with that agency govern everything related to health in your state, right? Now they have these activities for other about immunization. Anything vaccine that is a routine, we call it immunization. So they have what we call state immunization officer, who is the SIO. Is there any SIO? This person in charge of that oversee all the activity of organization in the state. If you say this is not happening, right? Now, down to what we call AGT. AGT comprises of the MID officers, then the monetary evaluation. They have LIM, local government immunization officer. So that you want to select your ones Okay, you must, and even tell vaccine champions to know why they can advise you on street or on streets. This thing from a vaccine champion before they are. You should have done before. That they will space your life. They will advise you. You know why? Most of them are making them for 23 years. They live in the SRO, the SRO last and they work as far as when they were in the school, universities. So they have experience. They will tell me that even though I experience in all universities, the SRO of that thing will tell me that way. Okay, so let's just think of that. Then lastly, so for actually, me, I like asking questions. My colleagues are taking since they have different questions for everybody. So in case after this session, if you are mind to answer some questions. So I need to show we're on the same page because you are the master trader, which means you're also giving some passing channels. If you don't have this, you didn't get it here, then how can you get it? Do you understand? So if you ask questions, you ask the next stand up. If you like to stand up, shake your body. Or basically what that is, it's normal. Because you're sitting down here.
It's not Christmas before. Oh my God. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would be the one taking you for social media communication for HPV vaccine organization. Okay. So yeah. Before it came to my section, I know so like the manager was there about this training on Facebook. And I mean, that was nice, but due to, how viral things can go on social media, it's always best use the right words, the right things to put out there because this is talking health. So you have to be aware of the content. During the session, I would be talking more about the content because it is really important that we lay emphasis on the content since this space is public health. And especially vaccine, I mean, we might have vaccine hesitancy, so we have to use the right words to develop those things on social media, apart from the community sensation you're doing. So this section is going to be very practical. There are certain things you probably don't know, and there are things that you have no idea. This section, hopefully, you can get something from it. And also, since we're all in this year, I mean, even the elderly people, you were once used. So you will get them things where you can also share it with your other colleagues at the offices. So yes, next slide, please. So before we dive into this session, I mean, you could see that in the other sessions, people were asking questions. So mine is not different. So I'm going to be asking questions just to have an idea of the level of knowledge you have on social media. So let's just get volunteers. In one word, if someone asks you, what is social media? What comes to your mind? In one word, not sentence, a word. Let's see. So what am I? Other mics. Okay, let's just read. So Sorry.
Gender sensitive.
So one more. Okay, what social media is Facebook. Okay, great. You? Information, nice. What else? Okay.
Communication.
Nice. Okay. Publicity. Let's just give this another table. One word.
Cyberspace.
Cyberspace. Okay, that's a phrase. Anyways, okay. Sorry, again, it's happened twice. Please just let's hold on. So I mean, we can still continue. So people mentioned information. Someone said Facebook. I mean, a lot of people when you say social media, the person that comes to their mind is Facebook, and he's not wrong. Communication. Social media is a platform where there's a lot of communication. People engage, with their target audience. These are the words you hear in social media space: target audience, content creation, picture, visuals. These are like words you commonly hear in the social media space. Someone else says, sorry, what is it?
Cyberspace.
Cyberspace, of course, cyberspace. And these are like the things that normally people aspire when it comes to social media. So everyone here is correct. I mean, A1. So now, can you now tell me, like, what can you say about using picture to tell stories? If question for that too, what can you say about using picture to tell story? So we'll just pick one word so we can go forward. Okay.
It makes it easy for people to be able to comprehend information.
Okay, understand. Yes. I mean, let's use small words. Okay. Nice. Let's see.
So it helps the audience to emotionally connect.
Yeah, connective. Yes, connect. Okay.
It's an easy way for awareness creation.
Yes, and very easy way to, share knowledge. Perfect. It helps the target audience to visualize, what I'm sharing on my social media platforms. So yes, during the session, you will also get to know how you can use pictures to tell stories. Okay, what is happening? Oh, NEPA has happened to us again. Sorry. So yes, so you said, telling sharing when you speak to the tell story, people can connect, people can actually understand what you're sharing. For example, you're going to different communities when you're taking when you're taking pictures, we're taking action pictures, for example. I don't know if you be the one to do that, you're raising your hand, being passionate about this HPV vaccine. The person that's taking your picture has to have certain skills so they can capture those epic moments. During the session, you would see the different strategies in which you can use to take pictures, do videos, all kinds of things, and you can post on social media platforms. So the next slide is supposed to be the different types of social media platforms. So someone mentioned Facebook. Apart from Facebook, what else do we have? Other platforms? LinkedIn, Instagram, X. Yeah, it was Twitter before, but this now X. We call it Twitter X. So yes. What else again? LinkedIn, TikTok. That's the trendy one. When COVID happened, people were all on TikTok. I mean, you could do TikTok challenge and all that. What else again? Thread also is integrated to Instagram. Yes. And we can also have thread on Twitter when you are having to post a long message. So yes, all these are all social media platforms, and each of the social media platforms are unique. They have unique features. They have certain limits as well. For example, Facebook. Does anyone have knowledge of how many characters, how many words can post on Facebook? If you understand a Facebook page, message, do you? As what? Surprisingly, it's actually limited. But I mean, you don't get to post that long because it's about 9,000 words. on Facebook. Yeah, but before we go there, yes. So the first slide is social media. What is social media? You all mentioned connectivity, building community, information sharing, collaboration with each other. These are things that can be done with social media. Then why is social media? Why are we talking about social media? I mean, it's the trendy sensation. This is what is now the new media. Before we used to have traditional, what they call it, media, television, news, but social media is not the new media. But why are we particular about this? January this year, we had about 5 billion people in the world using social media. And let's just look at Nigeria. Nigeria, they have about 31 million activists on social media. You can imagine you can target your HPV vaccine messages to those people, and they can spread the information about HPV vaccine. And interestingly, social media is free of charge to sign up. You don't have to pay except you want to go, through like the monetizing it and also being is it verified and all that. You can pay for it. So it's very cheap, cost effective. You don't need to just all what you need is your phone, and you don't need to go through different processes. So if you just have the information with you, you can just post it within a second, and then it's out there. And then you can also increase your reach. So, for example, there are very few people that might know about your organization, but with social media, you can get, like, people can get to know what you're doing, what you're contributing to the Nigerian public health space. The next one, please. So we talked about the different social media platforms. We said the Facebook, which I said that there are limited words. We don't get to write almost 9,000 words, but there are limited words that you could use on Facebook. We have different features. So, for example, that you posted on Facebook, maybe if you get to learn certain things about this, you can actually edit what you post, and then you post it. You don't need to even delete it. So those are features you can find on Facebook, and these features are also similar to Instagram. I think the only thing that is, WhatsApp as well, because the same messages can also edit. Maybe it can be time bound. Yes, then that's the issue. Yes, and Facebook is integrated to Instagram. I mean, Instagram is integrated into WhatsApp, so you can actually post one and then post all through. So those are the country. Apart from Twitter, which is gets to integrate to other social media. So how do you post on Facebook? We have different techniques in doing this. You need to be strategic. You don't want to be bombarding your target audience with HPV vaccine. We want them to know about HPV vaccine, but we don't want to choke them about the HPV vaccine information. So it's always advisable to post once or twice daily on Facebook. While on Instagram, we have different features on Instagram, which is the Instagram story. So you got Instagram story, you can post, let's say, maybe once daily, 3 to 5 times a week. But that's sorry for the post, then for the story, like 2 to 3 times daily. Then move to Twitter. Twitter is not the one, it's kind of challenging some people, the elderly ones, but for the youth, we are all youth here, so it's challenging. So yeah, the words for Twitter is really limited. But the best thing is you can access trend. So there is this plus, how do I put the plus sign? Like when you're typing automatically, when you want to type on Twitter, it doesn't show. But when you start typing, you see it. So that plus sign helps you to add on to what you want. So if you have a long message, always advise probably type it out and keep somewhere that you can copy and paste. So keep using the add on, which is the trend on Twitter, where you can keep adding your message into when you're done, you can now post it on. During our time with you, we get to familiarize with some of these features. And the same way we have Instagram and other social media platforms, you can post a video, images, even interactive pulling features. You can also post it on Twitter. And how do you post on Twitter? It's always advisable you post 2 to 3 times daily, depending on your activity. Yes, please next one. So LinkedIn, someone of, I don't know how many people mention about LinkedIn. Yes, LinkedIn. It's known as the professional social media. So organizations are there. So if they want to, let's say they have a job openings, they post it on LinkedIn. It's like a social media for the professional people. So yes. So it has the same different character limits. The highest let's say character limits for Facebook. Other ones like they're limited. So it's 3,000 words sorry, character. And it's lesser compared to Facebook. And you can share updates, you can share interactive bullying, anything that have these features. And I would advise everyone to set up together. And for YouTube is about visual videos. Your videos has to be on point to attract your target audience. And how do you post for LinkedIn? You can see that. Then for YouTube, it's always advisable you post during your weekend. Why? So you can have time to edit your videos. During this session, you would see the different tools you can use to edit. We would know, but I'm just sharing it out there. Yes. And then WhatsApp. WhatsApp is very interesting. A lot of people think that WhatsApp is limited because it's our contacts. But the interesting thing is that your contact have their contacts and their contacts have their contact. So when you post something, it's always advisable to use keywords like repost, kindly repost. So imagine if you tell your contact, you kindly repost, and let's say maybe 10 of them reposted, and then 5 of the other contact repost. So you can imagine, like, you've gotten your message to different set of people. So it's always advisable, to share things and then use those keywords, which is really, really important. Then other platforms, we mentioned TikTok, Thread, which is integrated, Instagram, Messenger, which is integrated to Facebook. We have Telegram. Telegram, you can form a community in Telegram. We have our website, which is integration of all. So, for example, if you have like a longer post. So, for example, we're going to be doing community. It's nice to have a blog post, and you can come up with blog posts where you can post on your website. And individual have websites. It's not just entitled to organizations. So you can have your website where people can learn things about you. So how you go to different communities, the different strategies you use, this can be shared on the blog post and people can learn from it. Yes, next slide. So yes, I mentioned target audience. Yes, these are words that we find in social media space. So target audience, we're talking about HPV vaccine. You should know that this vaccine has been in Nigeria, but it was just really to the private clinics. But now our Nigerian government is making it free for us, our girls aged 9 to 14. Yes, it's like it's still they're still part of us. So yes. So who are our target audience? You can see that most of all people are on social media. Most probably the people Facebook because the Facebook is the about all. So yes, so we have adolescent girls, so the adolescent could be boys or girls. We have the young adults. We have the youth. We have even the healthcare professionals. They are on social media platforms. Our parents, the guidance, they are on social media platforms. The community people that we're going to see, surprisingly, they are on social media platforms. So yes, and then the teachers and then the school, all on social media platforms. These are actually the reason why you're bringing this out is because you would have to be doing your content based on the target audience. It's very important. For example, mothers. So it could be a market women. There are certain things you have to do, put in place when you're sharing information to market women. You don't have to be using like comprehend. Yeah, you won't use words like that. Can you even use PJ? How far now? Sorry, I'm terrible with PJ, but you guys could be good with it. So if you put it to attract those women. So someone would say, this message is for me. But if you use English like that, it's still strong to read and you can't, reach your message to your target audience. So it's always important that whenever you are sending a message across, have a target audience in mind. I mean, not everyone should be your target audience, so it's advisable to pick out your target audience, make sure your content, I'm emphasizing on this because content is really important because of the space you're in. So yes, it's always important. Please, next slide. So yes, we now move to the social media. So yeah, you talked about social media platforms. Okay, why are we using social media? What can we do on social media platforms? We have different content. These contents are generic. They're not specific. So you need to make sure that your content are specified to your activity. Personalize your content. So for example, a specific content can be us talking about a Facebook post about this training session that we had. So you talk about more on this, training session, what you learn and things like that. But you can see that we have Facebook posts. What's the Facebook post about? So you ensure that each of your content are personalized. So I will just randomly just give two people to just read different social media contents that we can have. Let's see, I haven't heard your voice. Just read, just anyone, you can just pick. We have podcasts. Okay. Anyone, just keep reading. I'll just get the mic.
Interactive quizzes, podcast, Facebook pictures, picture and posts, live video of an event.
Thank you. Let me, Sakadi, just help with probably the second line. These are like the different social media contents that we can have.
Interview with
Yeah. Thank you. So like I'm gonna stop it because of time. So yes, we have one on the street. I don't know if you guys came in earlier. We're seeing the video we're playing. Some of our team members went on the street to ask how to pronounce HPV vaccine. And you could hear the different pronunciation of HPV vaccine. It was just amazing. These are things that you can easily do during your street community sensitization. You can just go in the street and ask, okay, can you pronounce this word? And I mean, it's nice and it can attract you. You have no idea that the way you play around with it can attract more people. So, okay, what is this? You can even Google it and see, okay, what is it all about? And then, just engage the target audience. So it's always advisable to be creative when you're doing your content on social media platform. Please, next slide. So, yes. So, for example, this is a sample of ID post. So we talk about the different content that we can have on social media, and this is an example of this. So we have an IG post, and this is even a post. Remember what I used to tell you earlier that we post something online, use the hashtag repost. And when you are in your community during your own campaign, you can always post. You can see your colleague work and post it. Keep on building your online presence. So we got one people vaccine access posted from MSC here. So yes, so this is a post about a child getting the HPV vaccine. So yes, like you can see this picture, like you could see that the nurse, the one is listening this vaccine to the child. And you can see there are different parts of the social media, this IG post. We have the visual, which is very important. You need to know how to take pictures. During the session, you get to see that we have the content. So the message, which is very, very important, you need to know how to use the right word. So I'm going to ask someone to just read that message. Who should I ask? I don't know. Can you help read that message? Thank you. This message, yeah. Yes, that message. Cervical cancer. Mike, can just come close. We are all youth, so that's that cervical cancer is yes. Cervical cancer is preventable, yes.
Okay, one organization repost.
Yes.
MPSCD. Cervical cancer is preventable Yet is the second leading cause of cancer death among Nigerian women. Yeah. The HPV vaccine is a prevention strategy that can make a significant impact. Together, we can change this number.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As you can see the message that there is story shared there. We can see, I mean, normally when it comes to health, people find it boring, like very boring. But there's a way you can coin your message that actually, I mean, no matter how do I call it, how the weight it is, but at least you can relate to it. So from that message, you can see that cervical cancer is actually prevented, even though it's killing an Nigerian women. The second leading cause of cancer in Nigerian women. Then we also tell you about the HPV vaccine. That has the small message as it is very powerful because it has enough information to tell your target audience what this HPV vaccine is all about. So you don't even need to write too much, but small messages is always advisable to use small messages so that people can read and just know it. If you write a long messages, they can get bored. So I don't think I'll spend enough time reading. So this is always keep it short as much as you can. But if you think that you have to put more things, then turn it into a blog. You can freestyle, use your own words. It's always advisable to make sure your messages are short. And there's something she did not read, the hashtags. The hashtag is very, very important in the social media. If you want to train, use hashtag. So there are different ways in which you can train. So you can use training hashtags. So those are the prominent hashtags. Like for example, Waka has our own hashtag, which is vaccine kept Nigeria. So instead of Nigeria, we vaccine Udo. Then we have support organization, which is for MPCD. So hashtag is always important to use when you are posting because it actually, increases your reach. So for example, if that hashtag use vaccine Udo, people from organization, they don't just say, oh, vaccine, what is happening in your space? So they just use a hashtag vaccine. They will see your post. If for organization, for MPCD as well, they will also see your post because your post will come out when you use the hashtag search person. So yes, we will see other hashtags as well that we use for this HPV vaccine. Next slide, please. So yes, so practical tips to improve your social media engagement, which is the content. We talk about content. These are the words. They call jargons on social media. So those are the jargons. So content, hashtags, those are the things. So you can come up from this class and be like, we should use hashtags. Someone that is into social media say, oh, hashtag. It's nice, right? So yeah. So how do you engage on social media? There are different tips, but a lot. But I use practical tips. So you say practical tips for my head. So first, take good pictures. It's very important to take pictures. Good pictures. When you're posting on Instagram, you need to take good pictures. If it's blurry pictures, sorry, you will see your time. So take good pictures. That's one. Then utilize storytelling to, craft a captivating message content, like we said, like how example that we showed, that example photo. Then using the right platforms. So remember, when you're using the right platform, what I said, using the right, you need to know what you're doing. One thing that is in show their platform is Facebook. Because guys are there. If I have it, so restricted. Okay, yes, the next slide, please. So yeah, we'll look at the different components in detail, what it means, like not just calling them out or practical terms, like what are components? Because there are a lot of things, but what are the things that you should emphasize on that to give you what you want? You don't need to know everything, but if you know the certain things, you're going to go. It can be like a professional photo, but you can still take classes though. So yeah, photos, we asked the initial question, how can we pictures to tell story. Some of you gave an amazing answer, and yes, this is it. But we now look at the elements. So we said, okay, good picture often captures unique elements. When I mentioned earlier, we're going to community to talk about HPV vaccine. You raise up your hands, passionate and all. So you need to ensure that you capture those moments, because when people see like, okay, what is really important about this HPV vaccine? It's just captivating to your target audience. So look at elements of picture taking. I mean, there are a lot, but which one is really, really important for this engagement? Look at the subject. Subject is the person that is standing and talking. The timing from your own end. You have to look at the timing. Okay, when is the person going to lift up his hands and all that? You have to anticipate. That's the anticipation part. Then we are going to be having different community sensitization, so we can have it on like the mango tree where there's proper lighting, so you don't need to use your phone and flash. But there's sometimes where they can have it in the palace, our village head palace. I mean, sometimes it can be dark, so you need to use your flashlight. Those are the things you need to have in the back of your mind. There are different ways in which you can use that. We are already looking for. Thank you, Jesus. So yes, we're using right. I hope no one is in touchlight. I can see touchlight down there. Oh, that is yes. Okay, so we're all good to go. Yes. So, like you said, the tool you need a browsing phone, like a phone that can take pictures, not the touchlight Nokia. And then your focus is very important. When you're taking pictures, you're not going to get blurry pictures with your focus. So I don't know how you're going to do it, but your focus is really important. But there's some features like the phone has nowadays that you don't need to have your focus, but you still have to focus somehow. But it has our focus. And then sometimes, when you take a picture, surprisingly, doesn't come out well. You can use like your skills. So they have different tools which you can use to edit your photos and even your videos. I mean, they're in the digital world. Sometimes to stress myself. I don't like to stress myself. So as I can see, I'm not so like stressing. Okay, yes, next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, when preparing to take pictures, this is not summarized the picture, we have the video and then we also have the content. So we said knowing your subject, you would see, okay, 5 people. This is, see, let's go. Or sharing screen. Sorry. Okay, yes. So slideshow. So try to make it slideshow. Okay, so we have 4 different strategies that we're going to prep us when taking pictures. So I'm going to give 4 different. So I haven't heard your voice. So you're number 1. I've heard your voice. Number 2, number 3, and number 4 as I use. So yes, let's go. So tell us number 1.
Know your subjects. Determine what kind of image you want to capture.
Thank you. So yes, pass it on.
Anticipate movements. Since most pictures will be taken as community engagement activities and ongoing, anticipate movements and gesticulations and factor them in as we aim for the perfect action shots. During the community dialogue, you can watch for when the moderator is about to lift hands and capture the shots and pick up the height of the hands.
Nice. Thank you. Number 3, pass it on.
Your camera, focusing your camera on a specific spot where the action is likely to occur can help you capture shots more quickly.
I can see from behind the stand there, the pre-focus is so it's now capturing all of us. So just give me an example of what I mean by pre-focus. Then the last one. Yes.
Increasing your chance of capturing.
Perfection. So for example, if you don't know how to anticipate the hands of the moderator, you can just tap as much as you can, and then you can now finally do the selection to see which one captured the hand. Yes. So next slide, please. Next slide. Sorry. Oh, is that all? Okay, yes. So now let's just give a general tip. So taking good pictures, so identify subjects, which is really important. Then ensure that the basic picture elements are in place. Then obtain consent. It's very important. For example, if you want to take a picture of a woman leader. You need to go and reach out, ma, please, can I take a picture of, of you with this? And she'll say, of course, she'll say, God, but it's very, very important to seek consent, when necessary. Then it's really important. You don't want to, we're dealing with youth who knows how to take pictures, right? So yes, positioning of the camera is very important. Hold the camera still and then take a picture. Then choose your best. You take different pictures, but always choose your best and post online. It's always advisable. Then the next one. So yes, talk about pictures, now the video. How do we take video? It's very because we're taking video and a lot of people don't really take into consideration how they can take a good video. But video is actually challenging because you need to make sure you're capturing people, not the heads of people. Have you seen people taking people's head? Something's very creepy. So yes, ensure that you use the right skills. So stability, which is always hold your smartphone steady. I don't know if you guys noticed when I was steadying my hands and I captured everyone's face, not their heads. Yes. So yeah. Then sorry, that's like okay, yes. Framing. So try to avoid empty space. I mentioned someone. Yeah, when filming, don't do that to people's head. So yes, then avoid vertical video syndrome. Always protect your phone so it's landscape mode, to avoid that, poor audio. Ensure that the sound. So if someone is, for example, if someone is videoing me now, they have to come closer to me so they can hear what I'm actually saying. Like you saw how when the NPC the CI director was talking, I went closer to him because I wanted to hear some of the things he was saying. It was done intentionally. So when you're taking videos, be intentional about taking videos. Yeah. Then using it would be very embarrassing. Like you're taking videos and all of a sudden that thing comes out, low battery, low storage. It's very embarrassing. And you can imagine it could be important thing you want to now video. That's where the low storage is now coming out. There's always this sign. It's really embarrassing. So make sure you have enough space when you're doing it. You can buy a memory card, they call it. Yes, you can use that. Or if you're using iPhone, you can just buy what? Storage, iCloud. Nice. So next thing, keep your eyes on the thing. Just because you are filming, you think you are doing no. You ensure that you're looking. You guys saw me. I was taking my time looking what I'm actually capturing. So always ensure you fix your eyes on what you are capturing. Next slide, please. So yes, mention the elements, going to different communities. You can go to community under mandatory, there's lights. So you don't need to even stress it. But when you are indoor, like a village palace, okay, makes sense here. Yes. So it's important to use the flash to take the video or even take the picture. So it's always important to know when to use that. It's not like when you're outdoor, like under the mandatory, now using flashlights. When the sun, why using the flashlights? So it's really important to know these elements when taking pictures or action photos or video. Next one, please. So yes, now let's go. I've been talking too much. I'm tired. So now let's give you the mic to be talking. What can you see between these two pictures? Anyone? Please, do we just have one mic? Let's have another mic where. Oh. Yes. So what can you see about these two videos? Sorry, these two pictures here.
Picture A, I saw the facilitator educating or sensitizing the community leaders. It's like a town hall meeting.
Yeah.
Which is team. Then in B, it's like a training.
Like
yes, I can see some important here and what we are having now.
Oh, that's it off. Oh, sorry, but you're struggling to see that photos, right? It doesn't matter. Even if
I'm seeing those support and training, just like what we are having now.
Okay, let's give another person. Okay, yes, you talk, sir.
Right. The picture A is
more appealing to the guys.
Okay.
While the other one is in. And then the second thing I observed is that, or area of improvement for the is that I see that the head of the person standing there, the facilitator, is
Cut off.
that I say is cut off.
Yes,
So,
you could see it could be creepy.
and that is not good enough.
Yeah.
But it captures both the facilitator and the participants.
I
But
think-
the second one is to have any
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're going to stop here. I mean, because of the timing. Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned most of the things, and like I said something about people's heads, like it's really important. Like it can be frustrating or even creepy when you go to picture and you're seeing that someone says being cut off, like what? Okay, so yes, so we can see that we can relate more to, or we can actually feel more appealing to air because the lighting, even though it's inside, I think the both pictures are inside, we can see like everyone there, and you can even see that the man that is standing, the moderator is actually trying to say something. Yes, I mean that's our everyone out there. So yeah, so it tells a story. So it's always important to make sure that you consider all these elements so that your picture can tell a story. You don't even need to read the content. They can actually, see the story. Oh wow, interesting, and can even attract them. Like for people that doesn't like, they don't waste time because of what you've just shared. Okay, what is it? What is this about? Like they're curious, and then they now look at the message. I know. So it's always important to ensure that your picture is of good quality before you post. Next slide, please. So yes, we said different tools, digital world where the different things that you can use to edit your pictures and your video. For Instagram, sorry, for pictures we have Insta size and vertical. Phone. I use Insta a lot. I mean, so it's you can download it on your phone. You're using Android, Google Play Store. You're using iPhone. Go to App Store, they can get this. For videos, we have CapCut. So many people are using CapCut to do wonders. Trust me. So use CapCut. If you like it, you can download these apps on your phone to help you edit your pictures and even your videos. And they have made it easy, like a lot easy. They're like already made template features that you can actually use after to incorporate into your videos. And voila, you get your video or your picture. Next slide, please. So yes, we talked about an interesting picture of the other time. This is the same picture, but you can see that the A and B, there's difference. At least we can now relate, even though the head is being cut off. And there was nothing I could do about this head being cut off. But yes, but there were certain things I could do. So sometimes some photos just need a little bit of editing. So like for example, we turned that beam, I don't know what that was, to this bright, amazing, appealing that you can now see the bottom button clearly, even the facilitator holding the mic can see it clearly. So it's always important that even though you have taken a picture, you don't need to feel bad. You can just do some editing, except it's just beyond editing. So yes. Next slide, please. So yes, now an exercise review. So what we'll be doing is we're going to be taking action pictures. So I think what we'll do is maybe I don't know, we'll just do table 1, 2, 3. So table 1 can do anything, then table 2 takes it. Table 2 can do anything, table 3 takes it. I don't know how do we do it. Table 1 does, but just an action picture. So just when you're going to the community, let's see how you take like pictures, how you be taking your video, because you might be there. I mean, some days, but what about the days we're not there? So we want to see your skills. How do you do it? So if you're having issues now, we can help you. We want to make sure this knowledge, not just providing the theoretical part, but also giving you the practical knowledge. So you are working on it. So yes, so this is an exercise. I think you're supposed to be standing up right now. So I don't know how you're going to do it. So if it's maybe let's say this sentence will probably be talking and all, then you try and get people to take pictures of them. People want to take, you can always exchange your pictures. Don't worry, all these pictures will be shared on the platform. You can access yourself if you want to post this training, so you post your own. So yes, so
Okay, they're already doing it. No, it has to be action picture. You can see, take an action picture or a video. So either an action picture. So someone should be talking, be passionate. So what is about HPV vaccine? So take pictures. Okay. I don't see. Please, everyone stand up. Please, thank you. Stand up, please. We're going to be taking action pictures. So if so yes, you can see. Yeah, no, so what the action picture? You're gonna sit down and do action. You have to stand up. Find someone. So maybe one person can turn up and be talking and you'll be nodding your head. You want to see how these people capture so they don't. Yes, you're going to capture. So you can do yes. So you know what? Let's do it group by group. Why it will be empty? I want to say this. Let's do it group by group. Okay, let's do it orderly. You're orderly people. Huh? Huh? Yes, please. I need our helpful facilitators. Please, pass. We're going to be doing action pictures. So one person probably, I don't know if you want to become the moderator, you can choose.
Volunteer.
Yes, volunteer and then talk, engage the team member. Please, you guys will come. Just chill, don't worry. But don't flex too much. So yes. So no, what person can sit down. You're going to take pictures. So because talk about this HPV, this training. I don't have to see people's faces. Exactly. So tell us about your journey to Abuja. It's your first time coming to Abuja. This is my second. Hey, tell them about your journey, and then what? Just be talking. You want to move your hands. And no, I mean, you can sit down, but she's gonna be the one doing the action. And no, you're supposed to carry your phone. You're taking you take pictures. You're taking an action. Please, where is the? No, they want to take action pictures.
Yeah, he's not here.
He's here.
They're stopping this, right?
Yes, snapping.
Yeah, sure, no.
Let me please sit down. Yes, sit down. So she'll be talking. Hey, exactly. Be nice. Be talking. Hey, be engaging.
So it's like
community people. So you take the picture, ma. Okay. Yes. So yes. One of us. No, all of you. You have to. Yes, you're learning how to take action pictures. So when you get to your community, yes. So those that like that and take action, go and take and capture them. You don't back the person that is talking. No one, don't tell them. Don't tell them. No, man. You are the one. You are the action people. You are the ones taking the action pictures. Don't want you to come to your turn. Let's see how they are using their action skills, their picture taking skills. We're running up very soon. I'm happy. So what's happening? Why are you not taking pictures? Have you taken your picture? Oh, they say one phone. No, we are snapping. No, take and then she takes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, continue. No, be yes, thank you. For group B, sorry, group C, come and take the action picture. Be talking. I'm from yeah, just we are done. Just sit down. There's one, two. Yes. So we'll be seeing the different pictures. You can also do action videos as well. So it's action pictures, action videos. Exactly. Where's your hand? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you so much. Yeah, so for Steve. Nice, thank you. So yes, please go back to your seats. Group A, sit down. One person should stand and be talking. Then divide yourself. So I think this part go take action pictures. Facilitators, please join and let's engage. So one person should stand as the moderator. Facilitators, let's fill the seats and be engaging, be talking. Ask them, well, how is your stay in the hotel? Are you enjoying yourself? Have you gone for swimming? Have you entered the swimming pool? So yes. So no, yes, they're snapping. So half of you take to this side, snap this side. So our going go. We are done with the conversation. Just take the pictures. Then you from here take these other pictures to action pictures. Remember the skills that I mentioned earlier. Ensure ensure that you are using that skills.
How many doses are
And so continue capturing. Where's the moderator in this place? Who's the moderator? Okay, moderator. So take the picture. We are wrapping up very soon. So we'll be seeing the different pictures on the platform. Every picture you have taken, share it on the youth WhatsApp group. No, we divided into two. No. We have they're talking. We just want to move their hands gesture. So yes, okay, everyone, please come back to your okay. Okay, yes, everyone come back to your seat. Thank you. Please share all your pictures on the WhatsApp. And don't edit, just share them. Yes, share them. Yes, what you see. Yeah, please share. It doesn't matter. Don't worry, you can always edit it, but just share. Or you know what? Share the best. Okay, you know what? Share the best that you intend to share on social media platform. Okay, your very best. So, I mean, can you edit? We taught you on. So work on it, yeah. So, but share them. So want to see. So share yes. So we just told you about the different skills. So use that skills, and then I'm also going to be giving let's say 5 minutes for this session. Then you can post. So I think so if you're having here, so you post 5, post 6, and then post 5. So yes. So just post one of your best that you have taken so far. Post it on the WhatsApp group. Yeah, so let's see the different pictures that you have taken. If you did, yes, you will project it. Yes, we'll project it. Yeah, just project maybe 1 or 2. Not all. Yeah. So huh? It's on the WhatsApp group. Please post it on the WhatsApp group. The youth. You can add yourself. So if has anyone posted, please, if you have posted on the WhatsApp group, let me see. Nice. I said you're the youth. Nice. Okay. So yes, if you have posted, please just wave your hand. Nice. Just one. We just want to see one. Okay. Amazing. So we'll just project some just to see our photo editing or video editing skills. But I mean, and by the way, like you can always improve about things like this. You know, if you constantly keep on improving your skills, is really important. So have you posted? Can we? Just one. I mean, if you have posted more, though, it's fine, but just one that we need. One. Oh, they have posted 3. Nice one, sir. It's good, but one. Yes. So we'll just look at, let's say, maybe one. You can look at 1 or 2 of the posts just to have knowledge, about this. But it was nice, right? We kind of started doing what we are going to be doing in the field. So it's always nice to have this practical section, so you can see where you have to improve. So before you start going to community, you'll be a pro in video taking or picture taking. Okay, yes. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I mean, by the way, these are the best because I said post the best, right? So this is the best. For that person I posted this, we'll be calling names. If you put the we'll call names. Yes. So let's just give maybe 2 persons to tell us what's about this picture. Like what's about the picture? My own picture. Oh, is it your picture? No, this picture.
This group snap it, right? You snap this from your book.
Snap them.
Snap this.
Oh, you want to post it?
No, ask. So we ask.
Okay, ask. Yes, ask this. Yeah.
Now, okay.
What can you see
else is
in the picture? Can you project it? This the no, we don't need to know who posted it. We just want to get an idea. Yes. What can you see? I mean, anyone can say. What can you tell us about this picture?
The good thing is this action.
Mm-hmm.
However, it seems to be so clumsy, like you're not getting, I mean, the targets of
who
the group exactly also snap, because you still have some other people trying to snap picture at the other side. So it's distracting people focus on the.
Oh, okay. That's the subject. Identify the subject. What else? What else? The next, let's look at another picture. Okay, now who else? Let's try. Let's give a response about this picture. What can you say about this picture?
What can I say about it?
It's like the and of the resistant is kind of
blurry. Okay. So are you not seeing it? Oh, sorry. Can you? Yeah. What else again?
and also the other side is also
Okay. So yes. So always, it's very important to ensure that all the elements about the pictures are being captured. Like you see that board, like it doesn't really look nice. So imagine if you post this and it's already blurry, you can post it on any platform, you can even reduce the quality. So ensure that your pictures are, of good quality. Please, next slide. No, next slide. We're going to slide. Thank you. But thank you everyone for the exercise. We'll be running off very soon. Just okay, yes. Yeah, that's the slide. No. Yes, that's the slide. So yes, so we talked about the pictures. Remember we talked about the practical tips. We had the good pictures and videos, that the content, the messaging. So now this is the message part, the storytelling part. Remember we looked at the components of the first ID post that we showed. We had the visual, which was the one about. Then we also had the message. So for content, storytelling is basically conveying message into stories. So remember, we can recall some of the stories that have been told us since we were young. I don't know the logic about people retelling story, but it's always fascinating to that your messages are a story for what do you need in terms of being creative. Creativity is one. Understanding the social media platform you're using. Why? Because it limits your words, things like that. It's always important to do that. Then the next one is understanding the subject. So the target audience you want to send this message across is very important to have them in the back of your mind. And sometimes you need, writing skills, and then editing skills, but we don't have to for that. So what are the elements? Like we said, the elements of that picture, like the picture taking, we also have for the message. So we have the theme, the structure, the emotions. Your message has to convey emotions. Credibility is very important to be a public health space. Whatever information you are sharing out there has to be from an informed source. Don't just speak any random, story and just share on social media. Concerning the safety facts, it's always important to have, credibility, relevance. You make sure that you are always looking out on all those different platforms to see what is happening. So your stories can always, be relevant. And then consistency. As I mentioned earlier, that is very, very important to keep your messages short and, in some cases, and if it's too lengthy and you want to capture everything, just continue to a blog post. So your target audience can get, every day. Next slide, please. So yes, I mentioned credibility. So credibility informs sources. We work in the public health space. We know that there are different organizations that are already working in this public health space. So we have the National Primary Health Development Agency. They are all on different platforms, just even on Thread. So you can follow them, so you can get updates on what is happening in the different states, and not just your states, about this HPV vaccine. The NBCDC they are there, they are on social media, Federal Ministry of Health, all these organizations, even WAVA, Women Advocates for Vaccine Access, is on social media. Direct Consulting and Logistics on social media, IVAC on social media. All these people, all these organizations, they are on social media. And another part where you can also get information from You need to be careful with the you're getting. The community, when you engage with them, you're having these questions, you can get information. So, okay, my slow committee I went to, they had things, so you can post it. So you can also help other in the space. So yes, next slide. So then there's some times where you are on it. You can't form a message. There are different tools that can help you. So we have like ChatGPT. I mean, some of you use ChatGPT to complete that call application, right? Don't tell me. Don't worry. Very easy to use. I mean, some of them can help, refine some of your own like real books if you want to paraphrase. So some paraphrase it and then post it so it can be yours. I mean, so it won't be, they won't hold you for plagiarism, but I mean that's unnecessary. You can always use repost as the word. It's very important then, yes, just to give them attributes of what they formed. So yeah, so ensure that your content is specific. It's really, really important. You're not just sending it to the public. People, I mean, target audience is the public, but it's important that you have the person you're sending it to so they can, they can read it and ensure you review things like that. So yes, these are the tools. So yes, we showed different sample picture. We're going to do the same for the content, the sample messages. So we have the different sample messages, two different sample messages. So someone is going to read for us and another person will read for us. Another person will tell us what the other person read, like what's your understanding, and we can move from there. So your able youths, I've not heard your voice. Please, can you read the first sample message, please?
Content creation sample message.
The first one.
The Nigeria government introduces a free HPV vaccine for girls aged 19 to 14 years against the deadly disease. Cervical cancer is a proactive step towards providing our best health and security, securing a bright future for them.
Sorry, I think it's how you're holding it. I think you just hold it here. Okay, great. Okay, yes.
Spread one HPV vaccine and go to the nearest primary health care center for vaccination. She would have had to fight against cervical cancer. HPV vaccine.
Hashtag
Super.
Support immunization. Hashtag.
Let's fight
cervical cancer, HPV vaccination. Thank you. So we'll have someone else to read. Please kindly read the second message. Please take notes.
HIV vaccines of girls.
No.
Yeah. It's 9 to 14 years. An important step towards promoting and protecting our girls, and ensuring a positive future for them.
Okay.
Please help raise awareness about this vital vaccine and visit your nearest healthcare center. Vaccination.
Okay.
Together, let's prioritize our girls' well-being.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, what can you tell me about these two messages?
The first one is let's say the best.
Okay.
The writer was able to communicate the right message.
Yeah.
The second one, we don't know if the person is talking about HPV or HIV.
Yes.
It's just talking about the girls' well-being.
Yeah.
I think it's cervical cancer.
Thank you very much. As you said, you're in health space. I mean, when you send information out there, you are not there with the person to explain what you're saying. So ensure that when you're sending that message, that you don't need your explanation. I mean, sometimes they can always reach out to you, but make sure that you have exhausted, you have put everything, and not the most important thing when you share, which, for example, like the two free HIV vaccine. I mean, the vaccine not pronounced properly, spelled properly, and then you come in here to say, oh, HPV vaccine. So which one are we doing? Are we doing HIV? I mean, there's no HIV. I mean, is there? Yes. So you're confusing the person, and I mean, it's very few people that would reach out to you. Not everybody that would reach out to you. Some would reach, some would not reach. So it's important that you cross-check whatever you're posting recheck it, even give to someone else to read it, because it's not you that is going to be reading what you have shared. I mean, you read it, but someone else would have to read it. If the person can understand, then you can now post it. It's always important to make sure you crochet. And then for using the hashtag is very important. I mean, we want this HPV vaccine to want to make noise on the social media. So ensure you use the hashtag and the prominent ones, so that you can increase the reach of your message. The hashtag, like, although it will share it on the platform. Yes, we'll share it on the platform. Don't worry, you'll be seeing me there more these days. I've been quiet, but you see you see me there. So yes, next time, please. Okay, yeah. So as we did the picture taking, we also want to have the message exercise. So we did the first one we did, we took pictures, right? So now I want to see how can we create a message, simple message. Don't break your brain. This doesn't break your brain. So we really just want to talk about this training. Remember that before my session, there was a key element that our MD director mentioned. Like, the project is done by this, and so my colleague would reflect that statement there. So we want you to just do a simple message that you would later, because you will have to post this session, but with the right words. So yes, so you're just going to create a short message about this training. Ensure that it's a two-way thing, the different elements you have used. You can use the tools that we mentioned earlier if you don't know how to go about it. But I know we are all youths. Our brain is hot for this. So yes, so you just want to talk about this training. I was among the CS. I mean, what is this training all about? Is it you training about what? So yes. So, but you have to add this because it's very important. But before you add this, there's something. So just come up with, individually, you can also share ideas as well. So you come up with, a simple message about this training. Let's go. That's an exercise. Yes. So you can write it down maybe somewhere, but we'll have assignments that before you leave, because maybe tomorrow I'll come in and sorry, who posted about this training? So yes, so you have to probably can just write it in a book, but you would still have to post about this training and then take the best picture. You can even take pictures there or outside the red carpet, depending, to post about this training. But the exercise now is to come up with message. And before you post it, you have to share it to the group chat. So when you're done, just share it to the group chat. Yes. Now it's an exercise. Everyone, I think, yes, you have to do it now. Yeah, but don't post now. Huh? Post it to the group. We have our able social media team on that platform ready to review your message. You just want to know that you have this necessary go about creating messages for yourself. So when you get to your different communities, when you now want to start posting on social media, you can coin messages using the, because of the space we are in, it's important to use the right words. So now I'm already want to see how you're using the right words. You don't have to be perfect. Sorry. You have to be perfect. I'm just joking. Yes, you have to give your best. Let's just see how it goes. So just share ideas, communicate, please. Share your ideas. If you're having difficulties, reach out to your teammates. This is your team. Let's do it together. But before this, there's something else you have to do. So if you're talking about this training, what are the things you've learned about this training? You can still add more later on, but we just want to see coming up with this content. It's very important. Yes. I think I expected 16 messages from everyone. So just do it. Don't worry, we would review your message See how you create content is very important. Okay, if you are finished with the messaging, please wave your hands so we can move forward. Thank you. Okay, so yeah. Please let me know the message. Just share it on the yeah. Please, it doesn't have to be too late. You keep your message and relatable. So if I'm great audience you're sending that message to, is it marketing? So ensure you are creative. So training, utilize it. Okay. No, we have to because the training is about it will end how many space this one is you're posting on WhatsApp, that's why it's looking like yeah. But if you post on other so but put this is really don't forget to use the hashtags, okay? Hashtag is very important and all. But post it on so we 3 more minutes. Oh yeah. By the way, we have a gift for the first person. If you're the first to post, well, let's see. We got the first person. Nice. Please, no, we'll announce the gift letter at the end of this training. Okay. So who's going to be the second person? Let's see. So I mean, this was actually very careful. Well, let me just post. Let's just post. We'll edit it. I don't think it's timely. I'm not seeing communication among. I mean, it's a group. It can be a group work. It doesn't matter. You can share knowledge. Can share ideas. Yes. Things that two sides like different concepts. I know. So I'm going to identify what doesn't. Okay, so for the purpose of timing, because I mean we don't want to be hungry while we're here. Still 16 messages on that platform. We want to see 16 messages on that platform. So please work on it. Yeah, so corrected. I mean, to read. No, because they're still working on it. We're gonna always do it. We can review it tomorrow. So yes, we'll be moving to the next section, please. Yeah. I mean, we're here tomorrow, so you don't post it. You are in a long day. Okay, so the next slide, please. Okay, so I have to raise that up. Yeah. As we would go to community, share different we share it to different communities. And we also have our e-flyers that the different platforms. But how do you go about these e-flyers? It's very simple. We have the, I would say, almighty cat. You don't need to break your brain to get it. They already make templates that they have amazing templates. I mean, and you can see the amazing things that these people are doing. I mean, I'm marveled because of this small training, and they're doing amazing. They're using so many things. So, and if you could see on the WhatsApp group, I shared using Android, you can download the Canva from Google Play Store. If you're using app Mac, you can, and then sign up for Canva. You can be going through the different features to see the different things that they have there. And if you see, I created this nice photo booth, I would say, online photo picture. I said, oh, I was part of the youth training, and then post it and also add other pictures as well. Even do photo collage that was shared here. And so these are the things you do on Canva. We're supposed to have a practical. We can't have that, but I'm bringing up that idea. So I'll be sharing the link of the, I think I've. So when you sign up on Canva, you can just making edits. The CSOs are doing amazing thing on Canva. So we are youth. We're supposed to do like what are the skills that you need, your time and the theme of what you want to do. Have like a fancy color that you normally use. You can use it for the Canva, but for the youth lead organization, amazing thing. You don't need to be a pro. The reason why I'm saying that they already have made templates for you to access. Like this flyer here, I mean, it was done by Canva, and from the templates you can see them. So if you still have issues in how to design on Canva, you can always reach out. I'm there on the group, so just type in something. Say, I'm still having issues on using Canva. Then like a tutorial session with you just to put you through on how to use Canva. But Canva is very important. So when you are sharing your own flyers in the community on your social media platforms, please the next slide. So yes, we talk about different things on social media, but different tips. So we're talking about tips of taking pictures, tips of creating messages. Now, tips for successful social media engagement. We talked about the hashtag, like Sir, you asked earlier. Hashtags, we will still post them on the WhatsApp group so you can access, get access to this, but also acquaint yourself with each hashtag for like we have vaccine Udo, so you can have that. Then there are other things as well. Apart from the hashtags, we have the ads, they call it. I mean, those are like the jargons, like Google ads, but we also have social media ads. Like what are those things? Those things where you can maybe pay small money. I mean, you'll be given small token to do. So you can as you're spreading the word out in the community, you're also spreading the word out. Sorry, what did this suppose? We already have social media. Good. I said we're able people here. So yeah, just add, and please be mindful of your budgets. Don't go overboard. Look at your pocket. Okay, how much can I spare? These are like the things you do, from yourself to support this HPV vaccine, among our community. Then we look at the analytics. Why is it important to look at the analytics? To know how you are engaged on social media. That just gives you, how would I call it? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it properly? So it just rechecks, just helps you checkmate what you're doing there. So there's some things you're putting out there. Oh, post. what should I do? Should I come up with interactive, maybe webinar or Facebook Live, having one-on-one with my target audience? You would see it, and each of the platforms amazingly have those analytics. Like it's different, it's very easy, different activities you're doing, which one is your target. You would see all of them. If you're still having issues with this group, and then you would have amazing social media teammates. So then another thing is importantly, I mean, people might think, I mean, work calendar or be overwhelming with this work. So properly. So, okay, for example, it's best to do it, okay, when is my time, what I want to share online. So let's say this is the, I can still share this empty template with you, but I mean, Tuesday, I'll be posting across the different social media platforms. So you can say Tuesday I'll post, Wednesday I'll rest. If I went to communities and all that, I can do a blog post. And by the way, the blog post, you can start writing maybe at the end of the month, because you know what, I have. So it's always important to ensure that you have like a work plan, a calendar that can guide you, because so you don't get carried away, you don't do too much, and also don't even. Calendar helps you checkmate what what you're supposed to do. And the idea is, to ensure that you are doing something, even if it's there. So yes, the calendar actually helps you to engage. Then specific posts is very important. Like we told you, like we mentioned the generic ones, so we can have Facebook about the Facebook Live. That's to put a title. Is it like, okay, engaging parents about this HPV vaccine? That's specific. So it's always important that, everything you're doing is not like, for example, we just posted. Make sure you have planned it properly. So maybe I might be having Instagram Live on Thursday with a particular topic. You have set out the plan. No, we're having Instagram on it. So you need to ensure that you have created small e-flyer, which you can use on Canva. If you're having challenges, please reach out to the group and people attend to you. It's very important to repost prominent organizations. For example, how you saw that first sample IG post there. It was a repost. I mean, whatever repost, so you can always repost prominent. You go to MPSCD, see something about HPV vaccine, repost it. Yes. Yes, I almost found it out. Ha, nice. So yeah, so these are differentiation. I want you to do. This is another exercise. Ensure you follow WABA and DCL on the and YouTube. DCL is still working on it. We would still, once that is done, we'll share it on the. But please don't take pictures. No. It's not, we're not taking pictures. You're following us to now. now. No. Exercise is follow. Go to Instagram, type in WABA at WABA, or make sure it is the exact. So even when you at WABA or it's very important. So for example, if you're posting on Instagram and you're not using a women advocate for vaccine access, it will not come out. It will show it's not on the platform because you're not using the name, the appropriate name. So ensure that you're using the appropriate name, but on your post on different platforms, the WhatsApp group. I mean, any of our team share it, but now you on any of these platforms. Have you flowed on? Please, my able team, let's get ourselves and everybody follow WABA. Tap at WABA vaccine access. You see us this thing, Facebook, the way it is, follow us. YouTube, and whatever you subscribe to. I'm not saying use phone, use your phone. This is the time to follow us. And amazing thing, follow yourself as well. So we want to make sure when you're done following us, we'll see your team members. So make sure that your team members are following them as well. Ask them about. Yes. So ensure that this is the last slide, right? Okay, yes. We are, please keep following. As you're following, bear in mind that your joy. If you have a question, please let me know. But just have in mind that we are done. If there's any question, please feel or rest your case. Sliding out. Thank you. But by tomorrow, everyone. Yes.
For that one, must say some of us are now social, right? When last do you? Instagram. Quora. When last you visit you from? When last you visit Twitter? So it shows that not Twitter now. Into start Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Then you need to subscribe to our social. Okay, so are we done following? Thank you. Well done. Okay. That you can, when you post, you can see what you're posting. Because I can also follow you. If you tell me that, and I go to my shop page, I can't see anything. Then the training. Yeah, I have smart. Okay. Africa. Follow.
I think I followed before now, but I'm looking.
All the pages. One on Instagram.
No, I followed on Twitter. Yes, I followed on Twitter.
What about LinkedIn?
Facebook.
At Swaba of the ad. You can follow. Twitter, let's go to Twitter.
Or Twitter.
Instagram is for
It's what do you like Twitter?
Very boring.
Very boring. Oh, and yeah,
It's not only there are a lot of social media. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram.
We need to also be on Instagram on it. So I also for your
It's not even there.
Go about LinkedIn, please, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. LinkedIn. So if we oh, you get
just for something was
the new agreement. It's a new one. So let's go and do this. I can go for lunch. So what we are it's just information.
Share this
So,
go for lunch and then
give us. Ebony, please just we'll post this on the group so I your phone to follow our team member of Bian. This poster from Taishka. Nothing to be is to receive. Seems you have it now. So let she guys do this. Okay, so I have to feel it. The airport so it's one people in this. Okay, so 50 for what? 50 para. Please, let's go for lunch. Please, where is the in the kitchen? Or the restaurant? Come and continue. Time for lunch. Okay, well, so I think the next step is demand generation. So just before, um, so this section is on generation, and the facilitator for this session, her name is Tomasi Bemazo, which will be taking in virtually actually. She's meant to be here, but due to one of the personalization, she's not here today. So this session is about the advocacy, sensitization, and mobilization. Although on the advocacy part, there's one part for today and another part for tomorrow. So this is the first part of the advocacy. So listen carefully. If you don't know about sensitization before, this way you learn about sensitization. If you know about it before, you learn more about it. And as a master youth and a HPV educator, one way to in the States is when you learn how to mobilize, how to sensitize, and how to advocate. So, Fam, are you
I
ready
can
for us?
hardly hear you.
Fam, can you hear me?
I can hardly hear you.
Fam, I think it's from your hand. Where's the last microphone? Fam, can you hear me now? Sorry. Janet, you've connected, right?
Yeah, I think I have.
I need phone. Fam, can you hear me? You can hear me. Since our network. Fam,
Hello? Yeah.
can you hear me now?
Very faint. Okay, wait. Okay. Speak. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, Fam, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, great. So let me know where you are. Am I to start?
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pharmacist Bemuzo. I'm to facilitate this session, which is demand generation. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Okay, great. So welcome back from lunch. So I hope you did not overfeed. There was my uncle that went to school. When he was in one classroom, they were spelling 4-letter words there. F-O-O-D, food, R-I-S-E, rice, M-E-A-T, meat. And in his class, they were doing 2-letter words. They were spelling I-S, is, I-T, eat, O-F, off, S-O, so. He said, no, I cannot be in this class where they are doing rice, food, meat, stew there. I must move over to find out what is happening there before they finish it. He tiptoed and moved over to that class, which was a higher class, and they were spelling food. When they say R-I-C-E, rice, he looked around, he didn't see rice. They spell M-E-A-T, he didn't see meat. They say stew, S-T-E-W, he didn't see stew. He said, these people are lying. So I'm sure you have been to the dining to make sure what you were hearing at that side was rice, food, meat, stew, wine, and everything, and you have had it. So it's not like that my uncle that felt that he was deceived. So welcome back from lunch. So to take this session, it's going to be a joint and interactive session for all of us. We'll be talking about demand generation, and demand generation is the main reason why you are here. My people from Edo will say the cocoa of the matter. So demand generation is the cocoa of the matter. Am I right? Because no matter what we do, if we're not able to create demand for this HPV vaccine introduction, we have failed. So I want all of us to pay attentive and then participate in this session. So to start with, who can tell me what demand generation is all about? I will only be looking out for 3 words that is around demand generation? If you have the answer, just say demand generation. Yes.
Please, can you turn on video so I can see you?
I am afraid of my network, but I will turn my video briefly.
Okay.
So doesn't I've been battling with networks this morning. So
networks only in Nigeria, even the US.
Even the hair, okay, but this one at least they informed us. Say there will be network challenge between so and so time. And they said 12. So I will turn off my video briefly. Can you see Mama?
That's Mama.
Can you see Mama? I can see Mama. Yes. That is Mama talking to you. So I might have to put it off. I don't want the network to fluctuate, please. Because they have warned us that the network today will not be very fine and it's raining. Thank you. So for this reason, I'm putting it off. So what do we think is what are those 3 words that are around demand generation? When somebody says demand generation, what comes to your mind? If you have the answer, since Abdul is there, help me identify those who wants to talk.
Okay, we have visiting from Plateau State.
Good, Plateau. Go on.
Generation. It means mobilizing the community to access services.
Yes, I said there are 3 keywords I'm looking that is surrounding demand generation. What are those 3 keywords?
Okay, we have someone from Sokoto.
Sokoto, yes. Hit me, Sokoto.
Demand generation. Some of the keywords are creating the need.
Go on.
Creating the need, So one other person from Bogi.
From Kogi?
No, Borno State.
Oh, Borno, okay, hit me, Borno. A lot of demand generation has been going on in Borno, so I expect you
an interest.
Eh?
There's an interest.
Interest,
Instead of an interest. Okay, let's take from.
Okay, can we?
Okay, creating awareness.
Good, that word, awareness is what I want to hear, awareness, yes?
Creating awareness for me. From Niger.
Niger.
Yes, I think doing a community mobilization.
Good, mobilization is the word I'm looking for.
Mobilization
mobilization, I'm fine.
Messages.
Yeah.
For the community members to take ownership of that.
Exactly. So what next? Who else? I have heard awareness. I have heard mobilization. Awareness is the same thing as
all needed to make this mission effective. All we need to make this mission effective.
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 Okay, yes, we have all tried. The exact 3 words I'm looking for is 1, advocacy. Advocacy is key in demand generation. Am I right? I know you have been in the field. Where you think I have not given the right thing, please feel free. It's an interactive session. Advocacy is key because there is no way you can create demand for a particular project or a particular program without having to advocate to people, isn't it?
That's in the first
Then also sensitization, which is the same thing as what? Awareness. You must sensitize people. You must create awareness. And finally, you must mobilize, like somebody told me from Sokoto Abi Bori. So these 3 keywords is all we need about demand generation. Next slide, please. So going through this topic, if we are able to deal with advocacy, sensitization, and mobilization, we are good to go. We are home and dry. So what is community advocacy? In this case, for HPV vaccine. Without wasting time, it's a strategic approach to positively influence the uptake of HPV vaccine in your community of assignment by advocating to your stakeholders. people can advocate for negative influence. Do we agree? But this one we're looking for is for positive influence. You know, there are people who are good in carrying propaganda. They will be advocating to people, this vaccine is not good, this vaccine has this, it has that, it does that and that, negative. That is not what we're talking about here. The community advocacy we're talking about is the positive influence to increase the uptake of HPV vaccine. And it involves giving adequate information to the community members about what information do you want to give them about the target age? Because when the campaign starts now, you will see people trying to say, my child is just 15, it's only 1 year, why not give my child? And others will say, my child will soon be 9, it's 8+, why not give? So we need to educate them adequately on the target age and tell them why we are taking this target age group to be vaccinated. Then the vaccine dosage. In some other countries, there are people who take 2 doses of the vaccine, some 3. But Nigeria decided to take the single dose schedule. So it's only 1 dose you will take and you are protected, the child is protected. Some will say, okay, where can I get this vaccine? When can I get it? So we'll be able to tell them, oh, this vaccine is will be available in our health facilities. We will have temporary fixed posts in schools, in churches, in marketplaces for the period of the MAC campaign. And then it will be available from 27th of October of May 2014. So you are giving them adequate information. That is what advocacy is all about. You must give them the right information. If, for instance, they ask you for information you do not know, instead of giving them wrong information, please tell them you get back to them with the right answer. And make sure when you get the right answer, you get back to them. You have a right to consult people. If they ask you something that you don't know, tell them you get back. You can call any of us. You can call the state team. You can ask people you think are more knowledgeable than you in this aspect and get the right answer. That is key, and get back to them. It's more honorable than giving them the wrong answer, because when they find out eventually that the information you have given them is wrong, you will lose your respect and they will not trust you. So it involves a lot of practices like awareness creation, we said that, sensitization, and what? Mobilization. Advocacy ensures a transparent communication that all stakeholders are sufficiently informed about HPV vaccine introduction. All stakeholders. All. We didn't say, oh, my church members, not the other person's church members. The school my child is attending, not the school the other one is attending, because the father is my enemy or the brother is not my friend. All stakeholders. And I'm sure you must have, when we did community activation, you know whom your stakeholders were. You know whom your stakeholders will be. Am I communicating? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, good. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we move fast. I know the day is fast spent. So now you have known that you are supposed to do advocacy. What is your role as an advocate? Your role as an advocate is, one, you have to identify those opportunities. You have to identify the opportunity where you can advocate. And when you do that, you enhance the support of those you are advocating to. So, and to identify the opportunity, you say, identify opportunities where you will have most influence, e.g., there are political meetings going on, there might be organized ceremonies, there might be town hall meeting, there might be football matches for youth, there might be age grade meeting, and so on and so on. So once you identify these opportunities, you advocate to them. And then you also need to identify your community target. That is, which community am I going to? Which community is my target tomorrow? Which one is my target next tomorrow? So that you are prepared. It's only when you know your community and you understand them that you'll be able to prepare adequate message for them. Because the message that goes for community A might not be the same message that will make meaning to those in community B. Why am I saying this? Maybe community A, their problem might be that this vaccine causes AEFI. You will have abscess, you will have fever, you will have this. That is the rumor or what is going on in that area. So when you tailor your message, you have to tailor it around there so that you'll be able to convince them and tell them what are the AEFIs and how would they be handled and what are the specific AEFI they may expect. Whereas in the other community, their problem is rumor. They say it causes infertility. So you have to prepare a message to tailor around that. So you must prepare a message that is suitable for that community. So having done that, you now enhance the support. You engage other relevant stakeholders because it's not what you can do alone. A third-party advocate who are willing to join your voice and add weight to your campaign. What am I saying? They say if you want to run fast, run alone. But if you want to run far, you run with people. People also say that united we stand and divided we fall. So you bring all other relevant stakeholders and work with them because they will help you in adding weight to your campaign because it's not just a one-off thing. When we finish the MAC campaign we're doing, there is what we call routinization so that it will be self-sustaining. People in the community will understand what they're supposed to do even after the campaign. And then the routinization, they will still go for this vaccine with or without you. But if you say you are doing it alone, you are the champion, you are the only person. When you finish, you turn your back, everybody will ignore you and the program will collapse. And that is not why we're engaging you. And these other stakeholders may include other LGAs. You know, we have said that you work in one LGA, but nothing prevents you, like was mentioned in the morning, that if you have the resources, if you have the connection, if you have the people you can work with in other local governments, you can also do that. It will be appreciated. It's just that we do not have additional funds to carry you to other local governments, but there are resources within you can leverage. You normally have, maybe you can have football matches, you can have age grade meetings that span from one local government to the other. There must be where you are connecting yourself. So you can use those opportunities. NGOs, other NGOs, you are not the only youth NGO in the community or in the local government. You bring in other NGOs. They are influential individuals too, like you. You work with them as a team. And then you also have research organizations that have been working on this vaccine and other activities, other health programs going on. They will help you. So that is what you are supposed to do as an advocate. Identify opportunity and enhance the support. Next slide. So having said that, what are the types of advocacy we can pay? What are the types of advocacy? We have what we call high-level advocacy and low-level advocacy. The high-level advocacy has to do, this level of advocacy has to do with your target audience. For the high-level advocacy, you're looking at the state governor. You're looking at the first lady. That's at the state level. We don't expect you to do advocacy at national level, but at least at state level, where you're starting with, you should be able to join the state and advocate to governors, governor's wife, state ministry of health, state primary health care development agency, which is your starting point. You also need to pay advocacy to them. Then state ministry of education. You know, when we're talking about education, we are getting people in secondary school and of course people in primary school too, that can be 9 years, that can be vaccinated, and those in secondary school between that 9 and 14. So this Ministry of Education is important because Ministry of Education, we need to give letters to the schools for you to have access to talk to them and sensitize them. If they don't get letter from Ministry of Education, the schools might not, the principals might not allow you talk to the students. They might not even allow you talk to them themselves. They will say they have not heard. So while you are at the state level, you have to pay advocacy to the Ministry of Education with the state team. Then Ministry of Information and Communication. In that case, these are people who pass information. You have state radios at the state level. if you pay advocacy to them, they will be able to disseminate the information and talk about it in the state radio without necessarily asking for money. Then Ministry of Women Affairs and Youth Empowerment. Youth, you are already youth, we are involving you. So it is in this ministry that you'll be able to know the branches of youth organizations that are registered, the Women Affairs, all their registration, all their branches, you'll be able to know to be able to get them. So if you get this ministry or Commission for Women Affairs, they will be able to inform their members at excuse me, at the LGA level, and you can now work with them. Of course, local government and chieftaincy affairs. We know that all the local government we have, they take directive from the Local Government Service Commission at the state level. So you pay advocacy to them, they will also make your work easy at the local government. Now, when you get to the local government, they will say they do not know you, because from the higher level, from the state level, they would have informed. They would have been informed. Now we look at grassroots level advocacy. Here, that is from local government down. You are now looking at the local government chairman, wife of the local government chairman, traditional leaders in the area, ward development committees, WDCs, Association of Market Women, youth organizations, which I'm sure you all know, football teams, age group, and there are some social clubs in the villages or in the communities. So you penetrate and pay advocacy to them so that they understand what you're talking about. Age group association is also another one. There are a good number of them. This is just a guide. I know you that you are in the community, you will know them much, much better than we do. Are we following? Are we talking sense? The next thing we will look at now is that we have looked at types of advocacy. Then what is the channel? How do we engage target audience? Can somebody help me there? How can you engage? No, wait, let me hear them. Hello? Please, what are the channels of engaging your audience? How can you engage your audience? Just let them tell us one or two.
So we want to try, how can you engage your audience?
Yes, how can you engage your audience?
Okay. Through advocacy.
Yes,
advocacy,
advocacy, yes. Advocacy is what you are doing. How do you get them to advocate to them? What is the means? What means? Is it when you just see somebody on the road, you begin to advocate? We say you.
So how do you advocate to them? So give us the process or the strategy you use to advocate.
Yes.
Okay, maybe fiscal face-to-face visit.
Face-to-face visit, maybe two. Yes, maybe when they have meetings, isn't it? Yes, face-to-face visit, one-on-one visit. You can visit and advocate. Good. Which other way?
Using community leaders.
Community entry.
No, community entry is how you enter into the community. You have entered the community. So how do you now meet people? How? Somebody said face-to-face. Yes, you can meet people one-on-one.
One-on-one visit. One-on-one visit.
That is, I see the same one I'm here.
That's what you said. Okay. Sorry. Let's.
Town hall meeting. Good. Town hall meeting. Town hall meeting is an organized meeting. So they can have an organized meeting. You meet them there. Which other one?
Okay. So that's like town hall meeting.
Town hall meeting. I've had that.
Town crier. So that's using town crier.
Yes, it's still the same, around the same. Okay, so at least you have an idea what I'm talking about, what we want to discuss. So what we want to talk about is that, yes, you want to meet people. How do you meet them? How? Yes, they can have a town hall meeting. That's a good avenue. You can have political meeting, planned meeting. That's an avenue. They can have meetings, ad hoc meeting. Oh, you just heard these people want to meet. Some can have planned meeting. Next slide. Some can be through letter writing. You can write them letters. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Good. So channels of engaging our target audience. The first one there is regular meeting. Regular meeting through frequent meeting. You know, I know in my village, they meet every week when we call Eke, every Eke market day. They use the market day to meet men and women. Maybe women will meet on that Eke day and sweep the whole community. After that, they may have their meeting. Men too, we have a particular day in the week they meet, market day. So you can target these regular meetings because it's regular. Every week it must be there. You target it and address them and advocate to them. When it's women group, you meet them. When it's men group, you meet them. You can have age group. They will say they meet so date. You use that. So regular meeting is an avenue to engage your target audience. The second one is ad hoc meeting. People can just say, oh, because of something that happened, we need to meet tomorrow. It's ad hoc, it's not planned. So when you have such opportunity to, you use that opportunity to also advocate to them. That's an ad hoc meeting. It doesn't, it might be once in a month. It can just come up anytime. You use that opportunity. Then another opportunity is writing letters, confidential letters. Because this committee, these people that are meeting, you may not have access to meet them physically. You can write a letter. In that letter, you bring in facts about HPV vaccine and bring facts about HPV, that is human papilloma virus infection. Tell them what it's all about, facts, figures. How many women die of cervical cancer every year? 8,000. It's frightening, but it's a fact. You give them the figure. How many are infected? Maybe about 12,000 women are infected every year by the human papilloma virus. So you can use confidential letters and write to them, giving them facts about the disease or the program we're talking about. From that letter, you can also tell them this vaccine will be introduced on so date, and this is how we are going to get people vaccinated. This is the target age group. The information is there and they are facts. So when they read it to them during their meeting, you know, or whichever gathering they have, it's a way of advocating to them. Then the fourth one is an organized event. An organized event, like maybe there's a political rally going on, or maybe there's a naming ceremony. Somebody is in naming ceremony and you know it's a big man in the community. A lot of people will gather. So you can use that avenue through that organized event. It could be an event, football. There's going to be the final of local government football. Maybe 2 or 3 local governments are playing football. At the end of the day, they will have the finals. So it's an organized event. So you now go there and do what? Advocate to them. Because you will get a lot of people. They can give you 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, especially in this aspect, you are part of them, you are youth. That is why we feel that youth should be involved. Or are we making a mistake involving you? Are we making a mistake involving youth in this program?
No.
Okay. So I'm hearing no. So these are the ways you can engage your audience. Because if you start waiting for maybe when you go one-on-one, everybody, it will not work. It will not work. But cash on these channels and use it to advocate to people. Next, we want to look at, now we have talked enough on advocacy. Remove. So we now want to look at sensitization because we said demand generation is anchored around advocacy, sensitization, and mobilization. So now sensitization, what is sensitization? Can somebody give me an idea when sensitization, somebody says sensitization, what is your idea? What comes to your mind? What
comes to your mind when you get
sensitization?
When you get sensitization, what comes to your mind?
I have heard play to Ebonyi. Ebonyi, talk to me. Imo, talk to me.
Ebonyi.
Yeah.
You've been talking to. So Ebonyi.
When
Good
you
afternoon,
yeah.
about sensitization, providing the right information to the
Good.
public.
Good. Providing right information to
the public.
stakeholders and the community members. Good.
Yes,
Any
ma'am.
other attempt? Yes. Any other attempt?
Igbo. Want to try? Okay. Sensitization.
I guess the counting is also providing the right
Imo said interacting people to provide the right information.
You provide the right information. Okay. Gombe, is Gombe there?
in one word.
Okay.
Gombe, talk to
So
me.
to educate from position to educate in one word to educate.
Good, yes, to educate, yes. You need to educate them with the right information. Gombe.
Gombe sensitization is getting people interested in the information and program at hand by passing the right information to them. Thereby, we are sensitizing them on things that they have no knowledge about before. Now they are providing them with information in such a way that they will be interested to engage in that particular information you're passing. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. That is correct. So sensitization is about getting people interested in what you're doing, educating them by giving them the right information. So which other state is there? I know. Sokoto, are you there? Sokoto, what can you say about a community? What is a community? If somebody says go to a community, what are you looking at?
Yes, sir. Okay, a community is more or less like a group of people that have similar culture,
One, yes.
Also have a boundary that's classified them and children from other communities.
Yes, that means that community, they must have certain things in common. Culture, religion. Yes, more. Okay, let's go to the slide. Thank you very much. I'm happy I'm talking to people who are very, very knowledgeable. So, I can't see the slide. I cannot see the slide.
It's coming up.
Okay.
Coming up. Hold on.
Okay, let me remove this. Okay, please. So before the slide comes up, so what does sensitization involve? What does it involve? It involves what? What is wrong with the slide? Do I have right to share? Okay. Okay, thank you. So next, move to the next slide. Good. So community sensitization. This is the second aspect of our demand generation. You say a community is a group of people living together with common interests like belief. Their belief is the same, values the same, language, they are within the same territory, the same region, they share the same religion, culture, occupation, and so on and so forth. Am I right? So that is what a community is. So community sensitization is the process of raising awareness and educating. That's why I said correct when somebody said educating a community about a particular issue or topic to influence their attitude positively, behaviors, and decisions. It involves making individuals more sensitive or aware of specific matters. So in this case, what matter are we making? Are we creating awareness for? HPV vaccine introduction, isn't it?
Are we tired, isn't it?
Did we eat too much? It's like the food is too much. We need the energizer.
Maybe we should cut down.
Maybe we should have reduced the quantity of food so that we'll all be active. So community sensitization is the process of raising awareness and educating a community about a particular issue or topic to influence their decision, their attitude, behavior, and decisions. In this case, we are looking at HPV vaccine introduction. What will we do to influence their attitude positively, behaviors positively, and positive decision about the uptake of the vaccine? It involves making individuals more sensitive or aware of the specific matters. And the specific matters we're looking here are what? The vaccine, the HPV vaccine introduction. So that was the general decision. No, now for this for HPV vaccine introduction, it involves the process of raising awareness and educating the community about the vaccine to enhance its acceptability. Whatever that we do that does not enhance or increase acceptability, we have not done it well. So whatever thing we do to increase awareness and to increase acceptability is what we should be talking about when we're talking about sensitization. A typical example is communicating the benefits of the vaccine. What are the advantages of the vaccine? What do you stand to gain? Address concerns or misconceptions. Concerns, somebody can say, oh, there's always a EFI. You address that concern. EFI is very rare. And when it happens, this is what you do. This is what you do. It is like any other vaccine. There is no way they will inject you, you will not have pain. You can have redness at that side, you can have swelling, you can have fever. It depends, but it's mild and it will go within a short time. You educate them. Misconception like, this vaccine will cause infertility. You give them the right information. Then the target age, like I said, what are the target age that are supposed to take this vaccine? Age 9 to 14. Why not 8? You explain to them. Why not 15? You explain to them. Why give girls and not boys? You explain to them. You make all these very clear to them. Then they will be interested. I remember one advocacy we went, one sensitization we went in a community. It happened, that was during phase 1. It happened to be a gathering of men and women, matured men and women. The target age group were not there. So when we now told them that this vaccine, we told them all the good things about the vaccine. But by the time we mentioned the target age, that is for girls between the age of 9 and 14, the men became aggressive. Oh, you want men to die. You want us to die. That is why you are giving only. And, as minor as it might look, all of them started standing up. All the men walked out. They say, oh, you want men to die. That is why you are giving only girls. So the women were like, so we now have to calm the women down. I told the women, if you walk out with them, at the end of the day, God forbid, if your girl is affected, who will suffer it? The man will go about his business looking for money, but you will be saddled with the responsibility of taking care of your disease. So it's better you sit down and listen and understand what is being said, and you know how to address it. It required my intervention and seriously talking to women Because some of them, as their husbands walked away, they too want to walk away. I said, why will you walk away? Which man has ever sat down to be looking after a sick child and the mother will be free? No. I say it's your responsibility as a mother. So sit down and listen. When you get home, you can now educate your husband when they must have calmed down, you know? And that was what they did. So by the time we told them why we are vaccinating girls within that age group, that the vaccine is not enough to go around. If we eventually get more vaccines, we now expand the group and so on and so forth. They now listen. And I'm telling you, after that sensitization, it was a smooth ride in that community. They were asking, can we go and bring the children now? Can we go and bring the children now? We say no. Tomorrow, let them go to social place. Let them go to social place that will vaccinate them. So these are the information you need to give them so that they are armed and they are well equipped, knowing what is happening. By the time you give them right information, they are sensitized and they'll be willing. It also informs the community about the services, like when the vaccine will be available. That I have said, like for this case now, it's going to be available on 27th of May, 2024. Where I have said health facilities, we will have temporary fixed posts, and we will have posts in schools. They will go from school to school. They can also go to churches, markets to, you know, vaccinate our girls for the first 5 days of the MAC campaign. And how they will assess it, you have already said. So that is all we want to talk about sensitization. If we're able to do these few things about sensitization, it means we are good to go. Now, having talked about advocacy, sensitization, the next thing we need to talk about is what? Mobilization. So what is mobilization now? Can somebody give me an idea what mobilization is? Okay, your food is still digesting. Next slide. Let's go to mobilization. Next slide, please. Community mobilization includes activities such as door-to-door. You can go from house to house to mobilize people. Come out, oh, the vaccine is here, or the team is in so place in our village square. Take your child to go and vaccinate them. Outreach, they can go for outreach session, public meetings when they're in a meeting, health fairs, participatory theaters, and other activities. And there are steps. There are key steps for effective community mobilization. What are these effects? What are these steps? One, identify and assess the communities. When you say, I'm going to social community, community A, you have identified the community you're going to. Then you assess them. What do they need? What is their problem? What is it that, you know, how can I access the community? How do I enter the community? Like they have told us community activation. How? You cannot come to a community and just enter there and they will just see you moving around in the community. They will not be happy. You must, first of all, get to the community head, isn't it? And also the health facility in that community, if there is any. Because these people are in the system. They know their people. The health person knows. There is the people the community know, because you can go and be trying to mobilize them. They can ask the health worker within the community they trust. You say, I don't know those people. I don't know what they're talking about, because you have not reached out to them before going into the community. They can go to the community head and say, there are people who say they are giving vaccine. Do you know about it? If you didn't inform the community head, you will say, I don't know about it. Send them away. And they will send you away from their community. And there's nothing you can do. That is why it is important to know, identify that community and know how to access them. How do I go there? How do I reach them? How do I meet the target group? So once you do that, then you select and train community spokespeople and mobilizers, because you alone cannot mobilize everybody. I'm sure when we were talking about vaccine champions, you saw how you are going to train people at the world level, and the world level people will train at the settlement level, the vaccine champions of at the settlement and world level. So you now gather and train them, because they are going to be your spokesman. They are going to be the one to mobilize. You cannot be everywhere. Then, having done that, you establish a formal structure for effective information flow. How does information flow? Not that this one will bring information, this one will bring, this one will bring. No, there has to be a systematic way of passing information to the community. There are people they will hear information from, they will agree. Take, for instance, now, if you come to my village and you want to pass information, you must go through either the chief or the village head. It is now the village head that will appoint somebody who will move around and say, this is what is happening. There's going to be vaccination on so date, and it will be in so place and things like that. If the information moves from the other way around, nobody will listen to you. Nobody will listen to that. Nobody will obey. And then the fourth one is to identify and implement community mobilization activities. There must be activities you will do. What are those activities? How to mobilize? Like we said, it could be door to door. It could be rally. It could be anything that you have agreed with the community. This is how to mobilize these people. Because how you mobilize community A may not be how you mobilize community B. So it depends. That's why you need to study them and plan with them. And those your vaccine champions, you have trained how to mobilize the people. So having said that, what are your roles as an advocate? As an advocate of a vaccine mobilizer, what is your role? Next slide, next slide. So what to know as a community mobilizer? Because you cannot just jump into the community and say, I'm a mobilizer. There are basic things you must know. You must know your goals. What is your goal? What do you want to achieve? You must know your target community. You must know the basic concept of that mobilization, the basic concept why you are doing that mobilization. You must also know the skills you need. What skill do I need? Next slide. So let us go and see these four key things we need to. One, when you're talking about community mobilization for HPV vaccine, it aims to achieve these several goals. And these goals include: one, generate demand for HPV vaccine, for HPV vaccination services among the target population, ensuring that they understand the importance of vaccination and are motivated to seek out vaccination for their daughters. If you did not mobilize them to that extent, where they can go out and seek for this mobilization, if you haven't done that, then you have not achieved. Not until when you come and force them or beg them. Your goal is to make sure that they are motivated to go on their own. Another second goal is to encourage positive health-seeking behaviors among eligible individuals and their families, not only for this HPV vaccine, other health-seeking behaviors. Oh, my other small baby needs to be vaccinated. He's due for Penta 3 today. I have to go. Something like that. That is, encourage them. It's a goal. Because if you talk to them and do everything and you don't achieve these goals, you have not done anything. It's not just HPV vaccine alone. Their health-seeking behavior must change so that on their own, they will know what to do. Then you also need to increase their knowledge and understanding of HPV vaccine. It's linked to cervical cancer. How does it cause cervical cancer? We have seen when the country rep, Dr. Chizobo, talked to us about the burden of the disease, how virus causes the cancer and other types of cancer, apart from the cervical cancer. Then benefits of vaccination among the community members. There's what we call herd immunity. Herd immunity is like now we have, let me just take for instance, we have 100 people in the community and you have more than 80 or 90 of them vaccinated, their herd immunity is high. So rate of transmission will be low because majority of the people are protected. As against maybe out of that 100, only 40 are vaccinated. Rate of transmission will be very high. So we need to build the herd immunity to be high so that the community will have what we call herd immunity so that they will protect each other. The rate of transmission will be greatly reduced. So then when we talk about community and target community, which I said, you must know the community you are targeting. And when you know the community you are targeting, it's not by chance. You are just passing, you saw this community, therefore you start talking. Because you need to have that community in mind, giving it a thought, what is their situation? Are they the people that have been rejecting vaccine? Have they been taking? What is this? And this information you will find out from the health facility. Then you now know who are the target people you need to talk to in that community. So who are these targets in the community? They are parents and caregivers of eligible girls for vaccination. So ensure they understand the importance of vaccination and are willing to vaccinate their daughters. Adolescent girls themselves, they are also your target in the community because you need to empower them to make them take informed decisions about their health and seek out vaccination services because they now understand, they know the value, they know the benefits. Then also community leaders and influencers to garner support for vaccination efforts and promote positive health behaviors within the community. So these are very important. This is a very important target community. Next slide, please. Now looking at, we talked about concept. What is the concept? What's the concept? Okay, 3 more minutes. Thank you. So the concept, you're talking about awareness. You must create awareness. You must engage key stakeholders, and you must assist in the delivery of resources and services. Then skill, to conduct effective community mobilization for HPV vaccine, they need the following. Skill, ability to effectively communicate. If you can't communicate to people, it's too bad. And when we're talking about community, you also should be looking about being able to listen to people and other stakeholders. You must involve them. It's not just you alone. Ability to build rapport and establish trust within the community. They must trust you. That trust must be there. Understanding their cultural beliefs, norms, and practices is important. You cannot go there and say they are believing in nonsense. No, you must respect their culture. What is their culture? What are the norms and the practices in the community? You must know those things. Then ability, like I said, to communicate and listen. They are not empty barrels that you say they are not, don't know what they are saying. You must be able to listen to them and hear their views. With their views, all of you can take decision together and move forward. Next. Next slide. So role of community mobilizer. Advantages of, okay. So consent with community leaders before commencing any activity. You must have their community leaders' consent. You must gather community members together and sensitize them ahead of the campaign. Not when the campaign is now, you are telling them, no, you must do it ahead. Build trust with community members. Encourage community members to attend community sensitization gatherings. Facilitate discussion and decision-making in the community. Address misinformation in the community. So the last one we're looking at now is going to be, last slide is, what are the advantages of community mobilization? And this, I will want us to read it. Which state is there? Castina, read the first one. Advantages of this. Castina, read.
We don't have Castina for youth.
Okay. Okay, help me identify one there to read. I want them to read this and understand it.
Okay, Ekiti.
Ekiti, please read. Mobilizing community.
So you are meant to read it. Number one, right? Yes.
Number one, read. Yeah.
Advantages of community mobilization.
Good. One.
Just begin.
Okay. Mobilizing communities can help increase acceptance of HPV vaccine by addressing misconceptions, fears, and cultural beliefs related to vaccination.
Good.
By engaging communities,
Somebody else
vaccination
can
can.
read.
And that's one is to read. Okay. Oyo.
Oyo.
By engaging community vaccination campaign can reach more people, including those in remote or underserved area, leading to higher vaccine coverage rates.
Good. It will lead us to higher vaccine coverage. Which other state is there? Place to read.
Plateau. Oh.
Place to read.
Okay. Just hold it. Thank you.
Community mobilization can create a sustained demand for the HPV vaccine, leading to long-term benefits for cervical cancer prevention.
Good. It can increase sustained demand because after the MAC campaign, we are going to have routinization. So people will now continue because they are properly mobilized. Cross River, read.
Number 4.
Mobilization effect can ensure that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mobilization effect can ensure that vaccination.
Allow him just read. Allow him read.
Mobilization efforts can ensure that vaccination campaigns are actually sensitive and respectful of local beliefs and practices, making them more acceptable to communities.
Good. If you mobilize them and respect their belief and cultural local beliefs, it will make it more sustainable. Which state now? Read the last one.
Engaging communities in the vaccination process can empower individuals to take control of their health and make informed decisions about vaccination.
Good, because you have empowered them, they can take control of their health and make informed decisions about vaccination because they are well informed. It's not for somebody to convince them. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the end of the presentation. If we have questions, let's track them out together. Thank you. Over and out.
Thank you very much, Thomas Ekpemazo, for joining us virtually. Ekpemazo. Ekpemazo. You have to stress the A and the U.
Yes.
Ekpemazo. Thank you very much for listening. So I know you have some questions, right? Let's all join our questions, then we answer on the WhatsApp platform, please, because we are running out of time and we have like 2 sessions to take. For our Muslim brothers that are fasting, just consider them. So the next part on the agenda now is, although I have some questions, but we'll come back to that later.
You can put your question on the chat box, so we address them.
All right, from us, I'll send it to you. So the lessons learned from phase 1, like what the first speaker said today, that Dr. Chidova, she said this is the second phase, right? The first phase was done in some states, which does not include all states in this hall today. So we have states like Kaduna, FCT, KB, NASA, and so now we have one of our youth or one of our CSU actually from Taraba, with a lot of activities during the phase 1. So it's just to share lessons learned from the phase 1 so that you can learn from him what he did, what strategies he used, and who are the people involved to get it done. So this is just so the lessons learned actually. So our speaker from Taraba, Mr. Kingsley, are you ready for us? Is he online?
Yeah, I'm online. Good evening. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, good. Thank you very much for this time given to me. I've been given the topic lesson learned from HPV vaccine introduction in Taraba State. And I come to understand that my name is Mr. Kennedy Francis. This is my contact on the screen, which you can see clearly. We have done a lot in Taraba, as you have said. And before I go further, I can see a lot of people that have eaten heavy food and some are really dozing. Can they be on their foot, hands on their waist?
Exercise. Let's do some exercise.
Everybody stand on their foot. Hands.
The lunch for today is much.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen, and you put your hands on your waist, turn left, turn right. 3 times, and then you sit down. Good. Thank you very much. I'm really glad because an opportunity has been given to me to speak to our youth. Youth, normally, they are very agile, vibrant. They have the potential to do many things at any level. So I'm happy that the organization has deemed it fit to call on the youth from different fairs of CSOs to learn from one of our experience from Taraba State HPV vaccine mobilization and sensitization. You wait a minute, let me share.
We can see your screen.
Yeah, let me do something, just a brief.
Okay.
Okay, good. I believe that some of us have maybe come in contact with people that have this kind of an ailment, that's cancer. Cancer has been the deadly ailment that has caused a lot of problems, more especially one of the cancer patients or clients we lost her last week, and she was buried. It's a kind of a disease that has been eating up a person. Somebody is living but dead. You know, it shows more concern. So in my introduction, cervical cancer is one of the dangerous diseases that have claimed millions of lives worldwide. This is known to be caused by human papillomavirus, that's HPV, which is the most common viral infection of the reproductive tract. HPV is mainly transmitted through sexual contact. Nigeria is one of the most affected countries in Africa, but since Nigeria has introduced the HPV vaccine since 2023, it is believed that millions of people will be saved. I didn't hear somebody say amen to that. For that reason, youth are mobilized as ambassadors, foot soldiers of a strong workforce, or as vanguard, as you are here, vaccine champions for mobilization and sensitization activities. So Taraba State is one of the beneficiaries of the first phase of HPV vaccine, and we believe Taraba have excellently done well in the whole process through the government, despite some challenges faced. So CSOs, Gavi, IVAC, DCL, MDS, primary healthcare development agencies, and federal government have contributed immensely to see to that this element or this monster has gone away totally. Our training goals for today, by the end of the training, the youth as a participant should be familiar with the techniques in carrying out advocacy, mobilization and sensitization activities for HPV vaccine program. 2, understand ways in which relevant stakeholders are used in conveying and managing. 3, knowing various media channels used for sharing HPV vaccine vital information. Yes, the objective of the training, also, the purpose of the training is to provide an exposition or a comprehensive techniques or basic insight and background of the magnitude of impact and management strategies and approach delivery of HPV vaccine services in the state. Yes, as you people are gathered together as strong and agile potential youths, we also as CSOs were invited in Abuja. We had a 2 days civil society meeting training for human papillomavirus vaccine, which was conducted by IVAC, WAVA DCL on the 24th, 25th July 2023 at Galampela Hotel. So several topics are treated as you have been beneficiaries of such a topic, and we have learned a lot from those things, and that's why we are able to succeed excellently in Taraba State. So immediately after our training, we went straight to our step-down training, which was conducted to my own organization, which is called Sister Mary Simon Jatutu Memorial Foundation. So everything that has been trained from Abuja, the field work, everything that has been said, were stepped down to our CSOs members so that they can brace up and then go to the field to start up their work. So immediately after our own home-based training, we went further to step-down training for the CSOs in Taraba State, that's in the headquarters. So in everything that you do, you have to plan very well, as our mama has said. Mama has done a lot of things that I'm supposed to say. That's why I have to rush quickly, because I don't have time. And also, you have to plan, you have to implement, you have to monitor, you have to evaluate, as well as get feedback by using performance graph to see whether you have performed well in those things. So HPV training in Abuja, as I've said, we have stepped down the training. When we came back, we sat down as a team. We sat down and then map out stakeholders in the state level, and then stakeholders that's at the local government level. So we paid an advocacy visit to those state level stakeholders, which are the relevant stakeholders, which are the MDAs, that's ministry departments and agencies, schools, religious and traditional leaders. So we paid advocates as well as sensitization through radios and television stations. We were so lucky that the government of Taraba State backed us up with private television stations, back us up in disseminating information on their media. So we immediately run and zoom into training of world vaccine champions that are selected from our 10 wards, in every ward of the local government. So we cover about 4 local governments, which of course, each of them produces vaccine champions, 10 each. And then later on, we had a training of 5 from different communities, making 15. When you total it, it's 60 per local government. So immediately after that, that's advocacy and sensitization program, which of course we did it very well. Then the vaccine launch in the state and local government levels were done immediately. And vaccination program commences immediately. Then monitoring of HPV vaccine services from each ward by master trainers, CSOs, and health officials were done also properly. And then lastly, evaluation and also the feedback. So what makes us to succeed as a team? We had our state task force team on HPV vaccine, which comprises of the UNICEF, World Health Organization, Taraba State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, more especially the ES itself, the State Director Immunization, Director Immunity Health, State M&E, State Culture Officer, State Pharmacist, State Laboratory Officer, State Media Team, as well as State CSOs. So we sit down regularly in almost every 2 weeks. Sometimes if there is emergency, we sit down together to discuss the way forward on how we'll be able to do a proper planning for a good outcome. So the responsibilities of this team is to monitor HPV vaccine services and logistics across the state. So we have other state level team, that's State Immunization Officer, that's CIO, State Monitoring Evaluation Officer, MIE, Routine Immunization Officer 1 and 2, that's RIO, Co-Chair Officer 1 and 2, that's CCO, Disease Surveillance Officer 1 and 2, State Health Educator. So all these things are on board to see to it that every person carries his own duty accordingly, and at last evaluation is taking place so that no one is left behind. At the local government level, we also have some teams too. The local government immunization officer, LIO, monitoring and evaluation officer, routine immunization officer, co-chair, disease surveillance, health educator, world vaccine champions, world focal persons, team supervisors, vaccine vial monitors, and independent monitors, stand answers, mama to mama. So if you look at all these teams, they are there to make sure that everything goes on well. Town announcers goes a long way to announce properly to every nooks and corner to see that the communities, the clienteles have prior information on the launch of the HPV vaccine to the targeted youth. And also we have a group, Mama to Mama. Mama to Mama, you know, in Nigeria, there are some, because of some religious issues, we have some houses that you cannot go as a man. So we're able to have a team recruited as women or ladies only, which will go from house to house, mobilize and sensitize the women. And this has helped a lot in convincing them not to refuse the vaccine. So this has gone a long way in Taraba State. And that's why we have, you know, kind of succeed immensely. So we have achievements. We have a lot of achievements. The HPV vaccine and logistics were properly managed accordingly. There's no issue of diversion. There's no issue about say, oh, the vaccine is lost, because there's a proper monitoring of all those vials around. Every vial that has been used, it is being counted, the empty as well as the content, the one that has content in it. So proper check is done by a proper trained officials to make sure that all records are put in place. So there's no general refusal. There's no hesitancy of vaccine. In Taraba State, we'll be able to sensitize people in the churches, in mosques, in programs, as well as media, such as radios, as well as the social media. And that's why there's a few issue of hesitancy or refusal. But later on, we're able to capture that, and a lot of families have been requesting for more vaccines, because vaccine at the long run became very limited, not reaching out to the target audience. So the media was a great tool, as I said, that we use, in which we communicated in both radios and televisions, as well as we use some tracks, posters, as well as some jingles on vehicles, as well as on some buildings and strategic locations in the state. So lessons learned from the impact of the HPV vaccine uptake in Taraba State. So people were properly educated on HPV vaccine intake, as there were no previous knowledge of it. So people were able to learn and know that it's very important for them to have this vaccine because the ailment has killed millions and millions of people. So all of them are being afraid to see to it that their children don't die of that ailment. So religious bodies also help in playing a vital role, the Christian bodies as well as the Muslims. As we paid advocacy to the CAN chairman, the Muslim Council, in fact, they lessen our work. They lessen our work in making sure that they pass the mission, the information via their followers. So this has done a great work and has made us to achieve it within a shorter period of time. So as I mentioned, we paid a high-level advocacy visit to the Director General, State Agency for the Control of AIDS. This office mobilized its own team and then went straight to the media as well as the communities in trying to see to that information has reached to the last level of the community. And that's how we have achieved so many. And this is a picture of advocacy visit to the Chairman Muslim Council Taraba State, and also advocacy visit to Honorable Commissioner Minister of Women Affairs and Child Development, which of course she plays a very vital role in passing the information via the wife of the governor as well as the governor and also the deputy governor of the state. Yes, the Boys Brigade and Girls Brigade were not left behind. They also help in mobilizing and sensitization in every nook and corner. As they begin to move with our banner, beating drums, moving from one point to the other, people are being sensitized, and then at the long run, they use a small time to sensitize people about the HPV vaccine, not only beating of drum. You see children, young people, old, gathering together within a shorter time, and then message is being passed through. And in school, how did we achieve tremendous results from schools? We were able to have an advocacy visit to the Universal Primary Board, as well as the Post-Primary Board, which of course they pass information down to every schools from high level to the lower level schools, that's primary and secondary schools. Before we knew it, before we came to the schools, information has already reached them. And then before you know, we saw a chunk of great mobilization. You can see very high amount of crowd. This is just half and half of the mobilization and sensitization, which we've done at one of the secondary school in one of the local government here in Z. So, like I've said earlier, high-level advocacy has really helped us, as we have paid an advocacy visit to the Commissioner of Health. He has reached down to the level of primary health care, as well as the other, communities via their own information transformation. So this has really helped. And one of the important things that we did also, we paid an advocacy visit to the Speaker, House of Assembly, which in turn mobilized all the honorable members of the State House of Assembly and advocate to them. And at last, each and every one of them went down to their local governments and then passed information to their chairman, as well as from the chairman to councillors, from the councillors down to the grassroots, and which of course has really helped us in doing that, excellently. So these are some of the efforts that were made. The lower level advocacy and the high-level advocacy has passed, good information, and then that's why we succeeded in having a chunk result. So what am I saying? There are some things that you do in life that attract a crowd. I'm talking particularly our youth. Youth, you have potentials, you have energy, and some of the places that you go are royal houses, like the chiefs. One of the things that made us to achieve in traditional councils is addressing. You have to know the culture of the area. And, when you are going for it, you have to dress properly, not to have this kind of a dressing, ass down, because any information that you'll be given, people will look at it as just mere people just trying to not to ready to pass information. So you are addressing matters a lot. As youth, your behavior, your manners matters a lot. So you have to follow a protocol, which of course would attract a crowd. And before you know, information has been passed. One of the tools we use is letters.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Francis Kennedy, the timekeeper has warned me several times. The time is up. Please, sorry, I think we need to cut you here because we have more sessions. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Presentation.
Okay.
And I believe everyone grabbed a lot of things. So, I'd like to take a minute to add something to you, Francis.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Don't worry.
On what one elders me has said. And that point during the training, advise Mr. Kennedy to begin to go to all those places again soon. It was not part of the training. I'm going to please tell all these people to you today. But he took a personal initiative from him and his organization. Did you notice the level of advocacy they did? He said they went to the commissioner of health, they went to ministry, they went to House of Assembly, they went to, we didn't send it. They did it. Are you understanding me? By doing that, the doors were like open for him. He said they went to the state primary education board or something like that. They got there. You spoke to the schools. So wherever, whichever school you enter, the doors swing open. Why I'm still up to that? We tell many of those strategies. The way we are not telling you now. But you sit down, just it over. In fact, this man every day will call me. I said, I need that from I never see. I was writing letter, sending letter, sending. Even me, I got tired. But when I was seeing the problem and the crowd was pulling, I was appreciating the fact that I gave those letters. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the secret to its success. High level advocacy before you commence your sensitization. Through the day. We made mention about your dressing. It matters. Dress well, carry yourself well, and enter those places. Is that make myself clear? Thank you. Thank you once again, sir.
Okay. Dress well because of presenting national. So when they see you, they see national. Just to add to what my honorable Dr. Chisa said, there were 3 things I learned from the presentation. Fine, I was part of the phase 1, right? But you were not part of the phase 1 with us. But 3 things that I learned. We share this life for us, so also do it again. 1 is planning. When you face plan, the plan to fail. Any activities you are doing, it's not as much now. As you don't plan, believe me, you what? You fail. So let me put up of planning. You want to go for advocacy, but you sit down there, okay, this week, what should I achieve? What do I want to achieve? Do it out paper for each individual. For you to have meeting with your people, let's plan this together. What do you want to achieve? What should we do? How should we do it? Which way should we follow to do it? These are questions you ask yourself before going to field. Okay, well, if you're on the field, someone answer this question, how should you answer it? Do you understand? That's the plan. The second one is being integrated into the HPV working group in the states. You mentioned it. If you are being integrated into the states, some people call it CERIC, and some people call it working group. Once you are part of the state team, that is all. You have all the information about this HPV vaccine at your hand. Because why? They have review meetings, sometimes weekly, sometimes daily. So you be part of the meeting, you know what's happening, you know if you want to working past issues. Do you understand? So that's why you must be part of the what? Technical working group in the states. The last thing that my boss said, advocacy. And there are two types from the training. We have high level advocacy and what? This two is important. No one is important. No. Both of them are important. High level, you do the high level so that you can buy what you are doing and it can support your work. Imagine this Honorable Mr. Eddie went to Commonwealth Healthcare, sorry, the Ministry of Education Board. Now he has power over all the rules in the ministry. He has applied them. And this vaccine started in what stage? 91. We know most of them are in what? It's school. Even though we have part of this, it's for this 1946, some of them are in school, right? And you have to buy 50% of the population. So if you have from my colleague, to just give his experts on terms of it. So we just give him like some. The reason why I give him lessons like is just to know that we really need to do about some field. Understand? So just take it to what's like actually one lessons learned from street this one. So just to recap on something that I have missed out. There's this
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I won't take your time. We're done. This is the last session for the day. So we're just going to round it up. In fact, they've summarized everything I'm supposed to say. They have summarized it right from the Mr. Sampson that has already given us what he did, and right from also the captions and the little spice that my colleague has added to what we're supposed to do. So basically, and in summary, slide. What we are supposed to do is we have known now that number one, establishing proper integration within the state's technical working group is your key. First of all, so I'm thinking that all of you by now are already having a mental picture of when you leave here by tomorrow, what you should start doing. So that picture should be in your head. What are you planning? You just sit down and plan. That's why I said planning is number one. So I'm thinking and hoping that everybody here in this stream now has had basic knowledge of what to do. You might not know everything about HPV vaccine, but you also know that this is what you have to do for you to start knowing what to do in the field. So, like you said, planning. So establishing that proper integration will help you, number one. It will help you know what is happening in your states regarding vaccination and immunization. Because once you integrate yourself, you start going for meetings, they'll start carrying along with our letters. Then number two, to also help you to know your local governments. If you don't know how many local governments, or you haven't been to some local governments, but you start hearing those figures in the meetings and what they are all about. To now start helping you to know the local governments, and it will also give you an idea of how you're going to share the settlements, because that's where you have to do your division and sharing and know where you're going to go. So it will also help you to start identifying vaccine champions. So that integration is not just to go and not show your face. It helps you it waters the ground for you. That's just what it is. So that is the basic thing. And from there, you now start going to schools, meeting heads of schools. So like I said, prioritizing the education sector as the primary target audience in this next phase is very important. You need to prioritize this health education sector because your 9 to 14 years are in schools. And apart from prioritizing the schools, also their parents. So you can leverage with PTA meetings and everywhere you see parents, church, mosque, everywhere. So these are the things that will help you start getting all your figures, especially your mobilization numbers high. So you also have to start timely initiation of this cascade training Because once you finish here, you guys are the master trainers. Yeah, I call yourself Basin champion. Basin champions is just a name in quotes. That's what you are. But you are now master trainers. We have trained you. You are going to go and train. So you're going to go and sensitize people and tell your Basin champions what and what to do. Just pass them the basic knowledge. They are the ones that will keep the ground running. Then you also ensure that all your activities are recorded, documented, reported, and sent to us, and also shared with your platforms. Because from here now, we start becoming, how do I call it, little influencers in your WhatsApp, on your social media pages. Because you guys will start disseminating information. You guys will start having followers, follow each other. Number one, once you leave here, all the posts you're going to create. Because I was thinking you people were going to see, with those pictures you snapped, you would have just tagged the message and posted in that WhatsApp, but nobody tagged with pictures. You would just wrote only messages. So right now, you guys are going to start snapping and with that pictures, tagging and creating content and start spreading in your social media pages. So from there, you guys should follow yourself. So the first follow you get is what you people have here right now. You people are 16. At least you should have 16 followers, 16 likes in your page from today. Then from there, you will now start flowing. So this is how you start spreading yourself. So we are giving you an opportunity for you to start carving a niche for yourself in your career or whatever path you want to do. So that's why we are here today, and we believe that you guys are going to give us that energy in the field and help us grow this message that we are spreading. So basically, that's just a summary of lessons learned and what people need to do. So thank you very much, everyone. And I think we have come to the end of almost to the end of the session. Thank you. So I'm passing the mic back to the boss.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donald. Mr. Donald is one of our experts on the field. He has traveled to different states and is sharing experience. So I think we have the comments from those online. Mr. Lawal, SP, can you hear us? I think it's from South Africa.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr. Lawal.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, this is very interesting discussion, especially for the issue of lesson learned. Yeah, I have two observations. One to raise. That was I realized it's just a first implementation state. That was why we come up with the lesson learned. And then part of the lesson learned, I discovered that there is no any means of media engagement. And then issue of other stakeholders engagement like religious and traditional leaders looking at the vaccine hesitancy in the level of implementation process for this human papilloma virus. So I don't know if we can incorporate these two thematic areas for the media engagement, having phone-in program and readers jingles with the other our religious and traditional institutions so that we can have a buy-in for our community members that are living within the community for the uptake of these services at the health facility and down to the community level during outreach activities. And then secondly, yeah,
Hello, sir. Are you still here? Mr. Lawal. I think we lost him for a while.
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. For the second item on the lesson learned, I was expect to see something that is based on the result framework because we are working for the monitoring and evaluation accountability process. I think we need to have a projection for the total number of maybe girls who are during desensitization in schools and the number of voice and then other strategic places when we have an opportunity of engaging so many relevant stakeholders there. So we need to have this segregation because this is the areas where we can work to show the donor we are really working on that particular thematic area because without this having shown a comprehensive data reaching during our implementation process, I think there is no any evidence to prove showing pictures and other activities report if we don't have any means of data documentation. So I think we need to have this area should be part of our lesson learning to be captured for the subsequent implementation process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lam, for those observations. And I must say that you probably must have joined late, but religious leaders and media were part and parcel of all the activities that were done during the HPV first one. It's just that time will not permit us to begin to roll out all of them. And the lessons we learned from each and every one of them are serious and high level advocacy visits we are paid to different traditional rulers and religious leaders. So you can also consult with your CSO colleagues from some other states. A lot of it was jingle, media, all of those things. There is some CSOs that created jingles for us. We sent in, it really went far. And I can't remember with these subjects and all of that. We did all of that really naturally. But thanks for bringing our attention to it or bringing it to our attention again. At least the youths are here to take it home as one of the lessons they learned that religious leaders and traditional leaders must also be consulted in this whole affair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for responding, Dr. Chisa. So, Mr. Lawa, like she said, you joined it, and I'm sure the last speaker has Mr. Kennedy made mention about media's jingles, right? So, I think you used that. And for the target population, there is a type of population which is on the national. So, we'll leave that with you and doing your next mention with the others of our CSOs. We discuss that later. So, if you look at our agenda, we have one more session, but I'm tired. So we have a session on data reporting and evaluation. I'm sure some of us here are very good with data, so we are eager for this session. But because of the time, I will never tired. So we'll take this to tomorrow. Hopefully, we should go to squeeze in. Or we just to continue. Okay, so I think tomorrow, if you want us to continue seeing here, if you want us to continue tomorrow, say yeah. I think no, I didn't get it. It's the year. So let's take it again. If you want us to continue today, say yeah. Okay, let's continue tomorrow, say yeah. Why guys expressing me like this now? We are
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this. Okay. So I think we just take it tomorrow. So the youth individual from Niger State, please take notes. Tomorrow you'll be taking the camp session. Tomorrow. There's a post test before we go. If you're not taking the session, please kindly mute your phone. There's a post test. Remember you do a pre-test before in the morning. So there's a post test. So that's the last thing. Then lecture will give us a prayer to tell the physical post test. It's very if I just take it same thing in the morning. So please, you don't need to class, just take it just to get understanding from the training. So it's more a general person. So no, it's for today.